Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke Capsules release ball-shaped smoke which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attacks stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together! Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke Capsules release ball-shaped smoke, which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attacks stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together!
The depths of the ocean can be beautiful and terrifying. We all have a dark side that's always a part of us, but we can control it. I don't care what others think. I'm only concerned with my one. The
Apa khabar semua peminat-peminat PMSL? Selamat datang ke Sunway Velocity. Inilah dia 2023 PMSL SEA Fall Grand Final hari yang ketiga. Hari ini kami memiliki pertandingan yang sangat istimewa sebenarnya, Tasha, yang di mana saya tahu punyalah ramai peminat-peminat yang akan rasa gembira sebenarnya.
That's right. Today we have seen these teams grind it out for the last 3 weeks, the Greek stage. And now everything comes down to this, the day where we crown the grand final champions of the PMSL SEA Fall 2023. But before that, can I hear the fans from Indonesia?
Mana peminat-peminat Indonesia yang tengah menonton sekarang ni? Terima kasih. Lagi-lagi Tasha, ada yang tengah menonton melalui laman media sosial ya, di YouTube, Facebook dan juga di TikTok.
Right, but for now, let's see if there's any other fans.
Betul tu. Bagaimana pula dengan peminat-peminat dari Thailand?
Okay, we have some.
Ada sedikit ada.
Alright, let's hear it for the Philippines!
Philippines! Fantasi kau ke Philippines, ada sikit ya. Okey, bagaimana pula dengan peminat dari Myanmar? Terima kasih, thank you.
We love Myanmar. They're so hype. And now let's hear it for
Team Malaysia! Ramai sebenarnya, Tasha, yang bersama dengan kita di Sunway Velocity. Lagi-lagi peminat-peminat tim Malaysia sekarang ni. Mereka nak menyokong tim favourite mereka di PMSL sekarang ni.
That's right, but when we talk about PMSL, we must also talk about history.
Betul. Dan dekat sini sebenarnya nak tanya, ada ke tidak peminat-peminat Yoodo Gang sekarang ni? Nak tanya je lah, nak tanya sekarang. Ada ke? Okey, hari ini Tasha, sebenarnya kita akan adakan satu show match yang sangat istimewa, di mana ya kita ada satu acara yang menghubungkan masa lalu dan juga masa kini ya. Dan ketika ini, bersiap sedialah untuk menyambut balik satu pasukan yang telah meninggalkan impak yang besar, impak yang maksima di dalam dunia e-sport Malaysia. Dengan segala hormatnya dan juga kegembiraan yang besar daripada kami di sini, kami hendak mempersembahkan kepada anda kepulangan Yoodo Gang! Okey, kita nak try. Tasha, mungkin kita boleh try. You ambil belah sebelah kanan, kita tengok sebelah kiri, kita tengok dulu. Kita nak try rasa bahang daripada penonton kita.
Right.
Kalau saya dekat sini, saya cakap Yoodo, semua cakap Yoodo.
Right.
Yoodo.
Alright, let's go for this side. When I say Yoodo, you say?
Tak dengar, kita kat sini lagi kuat.
Let's try again. Yoodo. That's more like it. Try again on that side.
Okay, kita try one more time dekat sini. Lagi sekali. Yoodo.
Come on, my side. Yoodo. Love to hear it.
Memang terbaik. Terima kasih kami ucapkan kepada semua penonton-penonton yang sekarang ni bersama dengan kita di Sunway Velocity. Jadi sekarang ni, Tasha, saya sebenarnya tak sabar-sabar nak melihat pemain-pemain Yoodo Gang bersama dengan kita di atas pentas utama PMSL sekarang ni.
Yes, that's right. So, PUBG Mobile welcomes the crowd return. If you guys don't know, Yoodo Gang was the most legendary team back in the day. So, they feature Jumper, Drax, Manparang, and Fredo, and is known to the fans as the one and only. I see over there. There we go. Look at there. Yeah, there it is. Raise it higher. There we go.
Tinggikan lagi. Ya, dan dekat sini juga kepada peminat dan juga kepada pasukan Yoodo Gang, inilah pasukan Malaysia pertama yang telah memenangi gelaran PMPL SEA pada tahun 2020.
Right, but back in the day, during the time, if you guys didn't know, despite the fact that they won, but because it was a pandemic, they never got to raise
The trophy. Aduh, sedihnya sebenarnya
It's
Tasha.
really
Kita
sad.
faham kerana ramai daripada peminat-peminat Yoodo Gang yang sebenarnya nak melihat mereka untuk mengangkat trofi kemenangan. Tapi disebabkan COVID, mereka tidak berjaya untuk melakukan perkara sebegitu.
And you know what's really more interesting? The fact that Yoodo Gang was the team who shaped the world of PUBG Mobile in Malaysia.
Betul, betul. Dan kita pun tahu pemain-pemain daripada Yoodo Gang ni semua adalah pemain yang sangat handal dan mereka sebenarnya telah membakarkan semangat pemain-pemain yang ada sekarang ni, Tasha.
Yeah, betul tu. There's a lot of time that has passed between these players, but I'm sure that they're still around in this arena somewhere.
Betul tu. Okey, jadi dekat sini tanpa banyak bicara, mari kita sama-sama ucapkan selamat kembali kepada tim Yoodo Gang. Kuat lagi, kuat lagi. Itu dia. Terkejut saya. Hati-hati Tasha, hati-hati. Itulah dia tuan-tuan dan puan, kita bersama dengan Jumper, Drax, Manparang dan juga Fredo.
That's right. If you guys were big fans or just tuned in or a new generation, these were the guys who shaped the world of PUBG Mobile in Malaysia.
Betul tu, betul tu. Dan selalunya menjadi seorang pioneer yang telah memenangi banyak tournament-tournament di Malaysia. Memang satu kebanggaan bagi negara kita juga, Tasha.
That's right. So today we get to see
itu dia, trofi.
the trophy.
Okey, sekarang ni tahu ramai mungkin kita berikan tepukan dulu untuk tim Yoodo Gang sekarang ni kerana sudi bersama dengan kami di PMSL. Mungkin kita nak tanya satu soalan dulu dengan mereka dulu, Tasha.
That's right.
Okey, kita nak tanya dulu bagaimana perasaan anda telah kembali ke pentas 2023 di PMSL SEA Fall Grand Final. Mungkin kita boleh tanya satu-satu dulu.
Perasaan dia memang excited lah sebab ni ada buat dekat Malaysia kan. So, jangan lupa support tim Malaysia, guys.
Right, so Drax says that it feels very exciting for him to be here because it's in Malaysia. So don't forget to support your Malaysian teams.
Maaf, kadang-kadang kita ada satu mikrofon je, maaf ya. Okey, mungkin kita boleh tanya lagi satu. Mungkin semestinya peminat-peminat sangat gembira melihat anda beraksi sekali lagi. Jadi mungkin ada mesej yang anda ingin sampaikan kepada peminat setia yang telah lama menantikan kemunculan khas Yoodo Gang sekarang ni. Mungkin kita boleh tanya Fredo sekarang. Peminat-peminat dah sangat gembira melihat anda semua beraksi lagi sekali. Jadi apa mesej yang mungkin Fredo dan juga Drax dan Jumper boleh sampaikan kepada peminat setia yang telah lama menantikan kemunculan khas Yoodo Gang?
Alright, so rasanya dah 3 tahun kita orang tak bersama. So ini mungkin performance kita orang yang terakhir bersama. So just enjoy the show lah.
Jom, jadi dekat sini Tasha, kita dah tak sabar-sabar dah nak melihat pertarungan di antara Yoodo Gang, dan juga fans mereka sendiri. Dan di sini kita sebenarnya nak bagi tahu dulu untuk kita punya tournament show match kita di mana kalau anda semua dapat lihat, kita akan masukkan satu mod bersama dengan PUBG Mobile, iaitu mod Dragon Ball Super. Jadi saya memang suka sebenarnya dengan, saya memang kaki anime, jadi saya memang minat sangat dengan Dragon Ball Super. Dan mungkin Tasha boleh explain dengan lebih detail lagi.
Right, so for this upcoming match, we will be using the new game mode of PUBG Mobile crossover with Dragon Ball Super. At the core of this collaboration is a game mode that transports PUBG Mobile into a vivid anime world reminiscent of Dragon Ball. Now, this innovative mode merges PUBG Mobile's Battle Royale with the Dragon Ball's elements, offering players a new unique activity or opportunity to dive into the Dragon Ball Super universe. So in this particular show match, players will embark on a quest.
Betul.
And it is to search for these 7 scattered Dragon Balls across the map. And once all 7 Dragon Balls have been found, the legendary dragon Shenron can be summoned, granting the opportunity to grant a wish to one of these teams.
Okey, jadi untuk lebihkan mengenali bersama dengan anda semua, nak bagi tahu kita punya show match ni sekarang ni ya, kita nak bagi tahu di mana ya mod permainan baru hasil kerjasama bersama dengan PUBG Mobile dengan Dragon Ball Super. Pada intinya kolaborasi ini membawa PUBG Mobile ke dunia anime dan mengingatkan kita akan lokasi-lokasi ikonik di dalam siri Dragon Ball. Dia ada banyak sebenarnya ya. Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball Super. Okey, dan dia juga memberikan peluang unik kepada pemain untuk menjelajahi alam semesta Dragon Ball Super. Jadi dalam show match ni, pemain akan memulakan pencarian untuk 7 Dragon Ball ya yang tersebar di seluruh peta. Setelah semua 7 bola terkumpul, naga legenda Shenron, lain macam ya, bolehlah kita seru dan memberikan peluang untuk membuat permintaan. Dan sepanjang mod permainan ini, pemain akan mengumpulkan tenaga key untuk melakukan gerakan-gerakan hebat seperti mobility yang telah ditingkatkan, penerbangan saat-saat, dan juga kita ada beam Goku. Boleh kata Kamehameha satu kali tapi kena jerit sekuat mungkin. 1, 2, 3. Okey, dan juga ada Senzu Beans yang boleh digunakan untuk regenerasi ki serta menyembuhkan yang besar, manakala Dragon Ball ataupun Dragon Radar membantu mengenal pasti Dragon Ball yang belum diambil. Jadi adalah cara-caranya dekat dalam mod Dragon Ball Super ni, Tasha.
That's right, but for now, it's going to be really exciting as we go into the game today. As he mentioned before, as Fredo said, this may just be Yoodo Gang's final performance together. So can I hear it for Yoodo Gang?
Kita berikan tepukan untuk Yoodo Gang. Dan inilah dia show match kita sekarang ni. Dan tanpa melengahkan masa lagi, jom kita mulakan sekarang dan kita nak paskan kepada caster.
And today will be the historic day for all of you fans who have been watching from day one. This is the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia. My name's Contra, and here with me is Choo Choo. And before we even begin our 6 final hurdles for all the best teams of Southeast Asia, we're going to start today off with our show match with Yoodo Gang, where they're going to be playing the Dragon Ball Super show match.
Now, speaking of which, Yoodo Gang, is it the same as Yoodo Alliance? If you guys happen to be juniors of PUBG Mobile, just join us. Don't worry, we're going to fill you up with the empty space you have in your head right now. Now, this is going to be Yoodo Gang. That is the best version of Yoodo Gang we ever had for the Malaysian side of PUBG Mobile esports scene. And they are the #1 back in the days of first season ever of PMPL back in 2022. And they actually champion for the Southeast Asia League and the championship as well. So, I mean, these guys, they are fathers now. They definitely have babies. It's a different era entirely. They age, they grown, they mature, and they don't play as much as they did back then, but they still stay.
That's right, and I'm glad that you also highlighted that, you know, so much has changed over the course of those 3 years ever since they were crowned champions. Of course, some of them have continued on to play for a couple more seasons, but some of them are fathers right now. Maybe we give a couple more years for Fredo to become a father, right? But overall, all the Malaysians that have supported them from day one know that they have been able to carry not only the flag and banner of Malaysia in the global stages, but this team have cemented themselves as one of the best in history. Now that they have not played together for about 3 years, I wonder, will they still have what it takes here to actually challenge against some of the heavy hitters of today? It's the past meeting the present of the PMSL.
Yes, I do want to see how much they've grown over the past few years since they haven't joined the competitive scene, except for Mamparang, of course, that is still in the competitive scene these days, and we've seen it in the league still. But this is going to be the lineup that got himself a surprising a double or triple chicken in a day back in their good peak performance days. But can they still bring those days back when it comes to comparing a new, different generation and era of PUBG Mobile with a lot of very talented young players? We do know how the young players just very active, very fast reaction time compared to, the veterans.
Yeah, and not only that, they're also being thrown a curveball into this matchup as well, where they're going to be playing technically a new mode where they have to gather 7 Dragon Balls around the course of the field in order to be granted their wishes. And I like the fact that our dear host has also highlighted early on that even back in the days of 2020, when they did win the PL Southeast Asia for the very first time, they weren't able to lift the trophy during the pandemic. I'm just really glad that we get to see them bringing the trophy out to kick off our PMSL run. So that itself, it definitely is going to be quite the moment that is special for their fans that have been eager to see them after so many years.
Yeah, I agree. It's something so sad during that time. COVID hits us all really hard, including our memories when it comes to not able to lift the trophy with a crowd. And since then, we never have any on-ground tournament. And this is one of the first few for Southeast Asia level where we do have on-ground tournaments and audience to join us as well. I love the energy from the crowd. It has been amazing. 3 days straight. The mall is actually in a mall, guys. If you guys have no clue where this is, it's actually Sunway Velocity Mall in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. So the mall have multi-levels of stories, and all of it full in the center, where from the very ground level up to maybe 5th or 7th level, everybody was watching these players in the center court. And it has been a while we've seen that kind of energy going in Malaysia on ground scene.
Yeah, and I was basically there for an hour or so yesterday, where I was bringing my family over, and I am just so glad to also see very familiar faces. And not only that, they're also avid fans and enthusiasts of PUBG Mobile Esports that flew in all across Southeast Asia and beyond in order to witness history in the making. And I'm also happy to see that we have so many stories that we can craft in the upcoming final rounds that we're going to be getting. But before we even get to that, we're already seeing shirts from each of these members of Yoodo Gang, and I believe that they're ready to basically tap heads when they get into the match.
I did see some of you guys have no clue what's going on. Today it's the last day, which is going to be the grand finals ever, last day of PMSL Fall 2023. Before we head into the official business of the grand final itself, we're going to have a bit of a fun sometimes. Video games, including PUBG Mobile, it's all about having it as fun as possible with your friends, family, and, people that are around you, and get together and have the common language of playing the same game that you guys are, even though you are from different continent, different region entirely. It was actually PUBG Mobile that bonded us together way, even though we're way far from each other across the other side of the world. But we're gonna head into the first show match of the day, which is gonna be a wrangle, but it's gonna be the Dragon Ball Super mode.
That's right, and this is definitely going to be super exciting, as we're going to kick off our matchup flying in from Nova Illinois, hitting into the western plains of GEEK. So I wonder how they're going to be plotting their journey here, because there's a lot to uncover when they go into this mode itself, because those Dragon Balls could be all over the map.
Now, I do want to see who are the other players playing alongside with them, because we have no clue who are the others. But we do know it's going to be Yoodo Gang. If you guys have no clue who is Yoodo Gang, they are actually the first Malaysian team to lift the trophy of the first PMSL Southeast Asia Championship Season 1 back in 2020. And they are one of the best Malaysian teams up to date still. But when it comes to the progress and the growth of PUBG Mobile, it has been a different change of era entirely since past over 5 years now we're in PUBG Mobile. So it's going to be a different generation from one season to the other. Now, can they still play as good as they were back in the days?
Yeah, and I'm already looking at Yoodo Gang directing their flight into the center of the map. I wonder if they're going to extend it over on the school or even Rozak, where there's already some of all the fans heading into Pachinki, and that's definitely going to be a difficult battle for them to basically proceed with, since they're going to be a little bit late to this. And looking at the current situation, you did mention, oh, who exactly are they playing with? It seems to me that they're playing with the fans that are joining them in this matchup.
Yeah, speaking of a circle, I mean, we don't talk too much about a circle. It's not really the official match. When it comes to the official map, we do know the circle is not that kind. So don't give false hope to yourself based on the circle for now. But I do want to know what's happening on Yes Nine, and we do see have a different sort of a highlight on top of Yes Nine just now. And I think around, probably in left side around Jogo Pool, if I'm not mistaken. But if you guys have no clue what we're playing right now, it's going to be the Dragon Ball Super. And we want to know, have you tried the Dragon Ball Super yet?
Oh, I've only had basically one game, but I actually went in a little bit too soon because I saw one Dragon Ball right there, and there's already a flock of teams that's surrounding the area. So it was definitely a difficult contest, but it is definitely exciting when you get to see something out of the ordinary, where you could even have power-ups for those that actually secure those Dragon Balls, where, you know, if you get the Nimbus Cloud, you get to move a little bit faster, and everybody wants to get to blast people off with the Kamehameha. Meanwhile, let's take a look at Kiki. Trying to do a little bit of damage here. Only got the UMP as well, shotgun in hand.
Woohoo! She got one. I'm not sure is it he or she. I'm sorry, guys. We have no clue about the identity of the players here. Well, Pablo going to finish off brutally down there, but still, at least it's not a punch. But coming out from Pablo, he is a king. He will revive his teammate. It's going to be team number 3. Down to team 11. I think that's going to be one Dragon Ball for their side, possibly. And they might actually call up for Shenron this early.
Wow. So early coming from MPX Chipotle. Oh, you love to see the dragon coming in. Shenron's got to grant you wishes. Meanwhile, Guerra, on the other hand, will secure a double to begin their round. So only 42 players remain, but I wonder what kind of power-ups is MPX Chipotle is going to call for.
That's quite early. We're not even 5 minutes into the game. They already collected all 7 Dragon Balls. How is that even possible?
Well, beats me too, but I wonder what they're going to be able to do. Could this possibly be a huge advantage for this whole team to get themselves a chicken dinner? I believe this is one of the many few power-ups that you can basically find. But for now, you can already see Chipotle in hand gets the MG3. This is a huge advantage for the team.
With a Gillisuit at that, and we're talking about Iranga. It's not even Mirama, so that Gillisuit will go a long, long way in this one. I should be worried about our Yoodo Gang superstar lineup here, since they barely got anything other than they got some good loot. But other than the MPX teams just now, team number 11, I don't see anybody else calling out for Shenron yet.
Yeah, and that definitely is going to be a little bit daunting for a task of other teams to be going into the central area, since that is by the outskirts of Rozak. So Yoodo Gang is going to be in a difficult state here, because anywhere they go from now, if they were to cut by Rozak later on, that definitely will be a huge arsenal that they need to defeat.
Here comes a couple of warning shots. He's going to be on top of school. Mamparang, a father, this day, still playing as a pro player. The only one amongst the 4 that did not retire compared to all the other 3. Well, I'm a bit sad at the moment Fredo mentioned he wanted to go for retirement. He's such a genius, very talented player. It's so rare to have a player that can play so many genre of games and be really good at it.
Yeah, every single game that he touches, he have always seen at least a grand final stage. So this is the reason why fans of Yoodo Gang are also heavily invested in this day-to-day where, you know, he's been doing live streaming back in the past, and even up to today, every single updates that he posts on social media, everybody is still following him wherever he goes. And the man himself is actually really humble, very fun to hang out with. I believe that you and I have been able to at least spend a little time with the man.
And there's a lot of stuff jumping out. I agree. We've walked together a long time, but I'm kind of curious. One thing though, is this commentators? Are on all channels or just English channels? By the way,
I definitely do wonder if that's ever going to be the case. But when it comes down to this matchup overall, I believe that it will still be reachable to all the audiences out there. Meanwhile, TSP Land, he's going to be able to spot one running out in the open fashion. We'll be able to run over the wall. We'll be taken down really early on with the Bison in hand.
It's going to be team number 2, TSP Lun, finish off Fasahin with the Bison, like you mentioned before, but it's still a battle royale. We don't see Goku coming in, flying over with a Nimbus Cloud. We don't see Gohan. We don't see Piccolo. So I'm looking forward for those characters to pop out here, but we don't get to see any of them. I don't know if there's some... How do you want to get those characters?
Well, they gotta unlock more Dragon Balls, I do assume. That was the first one that we did witness that dropped over in Rozak. And as a matter of fact, for that specific team, I believe it was Team 11, there's also a supply crate that dropped very close to them. So that's just a lot of stocks for them to actually work with to actually get the chicken dinner later on, provided if they could basically handle the firepower that Yoodo Gang does offer in return, because they're close by. But Yoodo Gang, they remain to be absolutely safe by the corners of school. But Drax, he says, you know what? There's nothing out here in the field. I'm going to go out hunting.
Now, there's not going to be the esports lobby, so we can assume a bit slower than per usual. But I have a feeling that Shenron being called again, possibly by another team down there. But I'm not sure which team is it. It feels like Yoodo team, Yoodo Gang. Do they have enough Dragon Balls to actually call out Shenron here? I don't think they have any.
Yeah, and I guess that's going to be a little bit of a problem, but at least Drax, he heard some footsteps going on. Hush Puppy Zach going for the challenge, and look at him go! Drax still unstoppable.
It still stings when it comes to the veterans down there. Here comes another challenger. Team number 12 closing in nearby. A Mumpa taking the watchtower by himself, spotted out some of players lurking around. Got himself the AKM. It's going to be a Yoodo Alliance of a banner down there. Speaking of brothers, my god.
Yeah, it looks like the past and the present is now meeting in between. But now that their shots are being fired over the top side of the hill, it also draws a little bit more attention coming in from all fronts. I mean, from the back as well. Gotta keep in mind that some lurkers are going to be coming in from Pachinki and shots are being fired. Amparang's going to be able to return a little bit of exchange, and that's the team that actually secured the Dragon Ball early on. So Amparang, he definitely has to be absolutely careful with that. Fredo, though, is going on this mission against Taro.
It's been a while we've seen Fredo to be a duo with Jumper now. One of the best back in the days. There's definitely a tag team between these two. Fredo swap over to DPS, want to finish off Taro. It's going to be a piece of cake on the hands of Fredo. One of the favorites in the esports scene in Malaysia. This guy is just a nice person, you know. Fredo, he's so lovable. It's impossible to have somebody to hate him. But back to the side of a Mumpa, spotted out some players. That's going to be the players, number 11, who actually called for Shenron early on. So I'm not sure if Mumpa wants to challenge a team that's well equipped right now.
Yeah, and this is coming from a distance as well, so I would say that it may be a slightly disadvantageous for Mamparo, but he's doing a really good job keeping himself healthy alive. I do spot out the setups for Fredo for a moment, because like he was holding that DBS to clear off that member, and I spotted he puts a 4x scope on that DBS. Man, I don't know if that shotgun's gonna be able to reach those kind of distances, but man, just wants steady aim, I guess.
Now, I do notice some of the players are using unusual sets of cosmetics, and this is your opportunity to feast your eyes on it as well. Some of the mythical set, I do want to see, I think there's some of them, hopefully some of them are using their Memorizak suit, if that's the case here. But we don't see any Aston Martin vehicles yet. I'm not sure, is it going to be somebody who get themselves those skins to work around with their vehicles? But yeah, we do have another team calling out for Shenron. And it's a bit too late now, buddy. It's gone.
Oh boy. Is he gonna arrive? Apparently not. So, I guess they only get to see Shenron for the time being, but won't be able to actually receive all too much. Is that gonna be a little bit of speed boost going on? It seems to be the case for the side of Tyre Raz. It's gonna be a little hard for us to pronounce his name, but no worries, we'll get to that. Drax is basically securing this site because they were expecting teams to come in to call for Shenron, and this is going to be one of the spots to do so by the corner of Rozak. So, Yoodo Gang, they're definitely up for that challenge.
But they barely got anything else. If they, I mean, I wouldn't stop them. It's kind of a good strategy for them to actually camp over the site to wait for all the teams to call out for Shenron. But the problem is, the spot to actually call out for Shenron is just not one place. There are multiple places down there. So it's down to your luck if there's anybody trying to pass by here. Or you'll be wasting your time waiting for something that never happened.
True enough, but if they're really hoping to collect all 7 Dragon Balls, that this is definitely going to be a one site that they will have to visit. And Kiki is going to get one more on the block. Meanwhile, Birdman takes a little bit of leap of faith, or should I say, a flight. Oh, not too far away. Look at that go. Love this vehicle going on for them. Meanwhile, Fina is just going to find the rotation into the fields, trying to go in for the challenge. Will they be able to get anything at all? They manage to spot one more shrine to call up for Shenron.
Show you. Try to give a bit of a pressure on the back line. Yoodo Alliance, Yoodo Gang. MORPH taking a 1v1 fight against a team that call up for Shenron. Now even Shenron cannot save him now. Even though he got himself a ghillie suit, Kiki got finished off. And Shenzhen as well. Jumper spotted impacts from afar. Their teammate tried to give support fire to his frontline just now. A bit too late to do the follow-up. It's going to be Yoodo Gang taking advantage of what they can. There's still Sting. They still are very good players up to this day.
It's insane that it's been 3 years since they played together, and you could see that immaculate response, the cover-up coming in from Jumper, and now the whole team swarms in. Yoodo Gang wants to find the ball, and they will.
Fredo taking that Aston Martin at its wheels. What a flashy car, what a flashy entrance down there. Finish off Chipotle down on his knees. We have Team 16 on the other side. But the way they work things out, you can see the comparison between a professional veteran player compared to some rookies and some semi-pro players who just start playing. The way they approach the fight is very meticulous. They're taking one step at a time, not being too reckless, and calculating every single step what to do next.
And that just goes to show you the prowess of these SEA champions of 2020. And you ask and you shall receive. You were asking for Aston Martin. Who else has it but Fredo, right? Like, this man has got everything in the bag. So, speaking of the man himself, he's just going to be guarding onto the hills over onto his north. It seems to be that he will be able to at least receive some vital information for them to plot the next attack. But Jumper, he's out in the open though. Pablo King's waiting out in the open.
I remember this jersey. It is an old jersey, by the way. It's very nostalgic to watch the players who use this. But on side of Yoodo, Jumper, he got knocked down by QEON. That's going to be a bit of a problem for the rest of Yoodo Gang to save him. MORPH here's for the save, but actually a bit more than he can chew. Finished off in an instant by Pablo King. This is Pablo King, guys. Don't mess with the raging Pablo King.
He didn't just deal with one member out of Yoodo Gang. He took 2 out, and now Jumper, he's already bleeding out. Drax, he tries to go in for the save. Can he reach Jumper in time? Yes, he will. Oh, with only a strand of HP left, Drax saves the day.
And here comes Pablo King, steals away. Where they want to call out for Shenron. Oh man, he take over the compound of Yoodo Gang just now. Mango Udang is basically shrimp mango? Shrimp mango. He's calling out for a bigger shrimp there. That's going to be the dragon this time.
Oh, that's not a shrimp that I'm looking at. This is a legendary dragon offering them wishes right now. And I wonder what's left on the dish other than, shrimp mango. So definitely a huge power-up is waiting in the wings for team number 2. They already got 1 point of elimination so far, but how far can they go with this? A lot of all these space has been secured. They're by the edge of the zone, so I think they could basically take it really slowly while Pablo King, he's hoping to wipe out the entirety of Yoodo Gang.
Oh, this is rage, Pablo King. Here it comes. Nope, never mind. Make a bit of a U-turn, not willing to take the chances. Knowing the fact it's a bit too far for him to actually open fire. But he's going in for the chase. He's committed to this. He definitely wanted the stars to go down. They have been waiting their entire life just to finish off one of the best teams in the world. And here goes for Pablo King.
Oh.
Almost knocked down, but Fredo got tipped on the other end. What's happening to Fredo? Why is nobody saving him that side?
Oh man, I thought that he'll be able to actually last out, but it doesn't seem like any of the members of Yoodo Gang has been able to actually get to him in that instance, because Pablo King, he's just doing such a magnificent job holding down the line, making sure that these 2 remaining members of Yoodo Gang will stay out in the open. Now, there's not many spaces for them to work with. They have to go back to the drawing line where they just have to camp by the garages that they've cleared off early on. But other than that, it's basically an open playing field for the rest of these other teams to take aim at these champions.
I love the fact that between Rage, Pablo King, he got a beef against Yoodo Gang players. Definitely. He's been tailing them, spying on them all the time, waiting to the right time to just stab them from the back. Just fire a bullet through their head. But it's not going to be easy because Drax and also Jumpers, once they're left with only 2 players, they are a bit more aware about their surroundings right now. Spot out TSP. There's another team nearby here, which is going to be 2 of them. Team number 6 and team number 2. While TSP, team 16, happen to be on the other side of the corner. Feels like Yoodo Gang are kind of surrounded by a lot of teams down there.
Yeah, and majority of all these teams that they're dealing with already secured at least a single Dragon Ball. Guerra, he's going to be able to find Mango Udon despite him securing the shrine early on. Guerra, heavy on the attack. We've seen him from the very first moment securing the first blood. And now looking for even more. Pressures on the side of damn OP. He's only got a grenade being cooked up over in his hands, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to angle it correctly to pop it by the window. A one-man show, but that grenade does clip onto Achap OP.
Dams, STS. Heard the gunshots come out from the back. Spotted out Neil. Team number 6 are behind his back. But the moment they open fire, that's going to be giving their information to its Yoodo Gang across them. And that's TP on the other end as well. Team number 16 and Yoodo Gang having a go. While Guerra and the rest of team number 2 and number 6 are fighting each other out at the borderline of the circle this time. I'm not sure if there's anybody trying to call out for the Dragon during this critical moment, since we're down to only 10 teams here. But so far we don't see any Shenron being called out yet. Quite a number of Shenron in the early match, but in the middle, not so much.
Yeah, I think moving into phase 3, a lot of teams are very focused onto where it's rotating into the center of the circle or so. Meanwhile, this up close and personal battle by the corners of the compound has not been sold yet by Dams OP. Mango Uda has already been revived as he was blinging out in the open early on. Taking quite a lot of time right now. So I'm wondering if they're going to be able to settle scores. But Yoodo Gang, despite having only 2 members, they are currently flushing teams out of their own compounds. Yeah, Layoy, he's got to drive out there. They will be able to make the cut out in the open, but that leaves him pretty much vulnerable towards the wrath of Drax. I believe that vehicle is being torn down, but he's bringing out the M24. Hard to actually see past some of all these trees by the forest, but it will make do for Yelayoy.
That's going to be imposter for you, dude. You imposter, get away from us. That's what Drax giving out the statement out there. That tap's coming out from those sniper rifles. Trying to finish it off. If only he can actually see their name right now. He will be confused himself. But for Yoodo Gang, I don't know, man. There's a very small compound amongst themselves. It's going to be on just nearby school. They're kind of surrounded right now. We can assume, it's best to assume they're still inside of a circle, but not so much. They are 200 away. They need to start to make a move. Stage 4 hitting, less than a minute. With only 2 players left, and you know being hunted down by all these fans and all these players. Since you are a star-studded lineup, everybody wants to take you down. I mean, it's great to be famous and celebrities sometimes, but not in the game. But everybody eager to take you out.
There's so many problems when it comes down to having fame on top of course, skills when you are being one of the best players in the lobby itself is that everybody wants to hunt you down. And if they don't want to hunt you down, even on a day-to-day, if you do change your IGN, somebody's going to steal your name away. But thankfully, you know, they get to keep their names even up till today. So good things going for the rest of Yoodo Gang for now. And despite them only having 2 players to work with, you know that both Jumper as well as Drax were on their own rights MVP hard hitters during their days of prime. But Drax, though, he's moving directly into Pachinki, and this is where majority of all these players are.
He's having fun with a hover car for Drax. Drifting a hover car without wheels. Now Drax keep on flying and hovering, but he cannot do anything where he land on his feet. He is born to be in the sky. He cannot work on land for Drax.
And Jumper's just by his wings to save the day as well. Clears up whatever danger that there is, but there is still taps coming in from the top side of the hill. Oh, Bertman69, he's got himself on a watch with the M24.
Oh my god, the IGN. That's incredibly funny, man. Birdman69, really, guys? That's all you can come up with? All this time, Le Birdman. Here comes Shoyo, spraying over the other end. There's going to be imposter shot down. Well, Birdman, well, having some bird view out there. Just watching out birds. Back to his side, TSP with the DBS. Just faking and bluffing over the doors, but the DBS, Gillis suit or not. There you go.
Man, you know, people were telling me that this DBS has been nerfed previously, and it feels to me that it still packs a whole lot of punch. So many of all these players still carrying around that DBS, so effective on the close quarter combat. Now, Drax has got that M24 lineup as well, looking over top end of the Cathedral. And at the very least, you know, like Yoodo Gang, despite not playing for such a long time together, each one of them has been able to garner at least 1 elimination apiece. Jumper with 2 for now. And there's going to be a lot more to come. He's looking forward to get some loots done. And there is a shrine out in the open. But I think this is rather dangerous if Yoodo Gang is attempting to recover whatever treasure that Shenron has to give them for the time being. Meanwhile, Achap's going to be able to find Ikmal on the other corner of the map. And once again, we see Guerrera ASD popping off.
Meow. Taking out a chop. I think we don't have to be too serious. This is a fun match, right? Why do we have the vibe of, you know, the official grand finals here? We're just gonna have fun now. With Yoodo, I mean, Jumper and Drax. And good luck with it. They've been surrounded right at the very moment and tapping out towards the center. But I don't see Drax flying after that knockdown. I think he traumatized by it. I mean, like, it's best for him to start to adapt himself on land.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a lot of utilities to expend anyways. Like, he know that there is a lot of my bombs. Well, land bombs actually being dropped right in. Where GZ, he's already got some ideas of where Yoodo Gang is currently situated. And Jumper, he's just trying to put a little bit more pressure to flush GZ out of the field. But look at so many of all these players on top of that hill. As much as they're not in danger of being suppressed by Yoodo Gang, they got to deal with themselves where there's only about, what, a total of 18 of them out in the field.
7 teams left down here. Take ice. I mean, that's going to be a great drink for us right now. I would want myself that. But if you notice, most of the players that actually call out for Shenron, Don't mean to jinx it, but I have a bad feeling if you call out for Shenron, the teams that kind of have the ability to call out Shenron early, most of them being eliminated early as well.
Oh boy, look at that. I think Drax has already gotten revenge for Fredo. He managed to pin down Pablo, but now he's being stuck by the corner of blue. He's got to make a run for his life. Can he actually dash into safety? Yes, he will fly directly. Pablo's waiting in the wings as well. Pablo, can he be the King Slayers right now? But instead, Drax will try to push him to the ground.
That's going to be the King falling off, but that's no more raging of the Pablo King. And Drax flying over halfway through, finishes gas and goes splat down immediately. But still managed to take a couple of frags down there. It's going to be far. I'm not sure if that's the same far.
I'm not too sure if that's going to be the case. I do assume that it could be any other player out there. But if it is, welcome back, lady. Another legend in the PUBG Mobile esports scene, Miss Far, represented Malaysia back in the 2018-2019 circuit. Meanwhile, more and more of all these players coming on with rage. None has spotted Yoodo Drax though.
Kick. He's rich, but right now he's kind of poor with support for Kitch in the center. Drax with a ghillie suit, playing as sneaky as possible. But where in the jumpers lost as well. Down to only Drax to call out for you to gank here.
Still massing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And even to my surprise, like with all that pressure that comes on the early game, they still managed to reach the top 4 scenario. Now Far is being spotted out. And there you have it. Far Pro will take down the champions of 2020.
It's gonna be super interesting. Is that Far is the first ever female of Malaysia esports scene to represent Malaysia back in the PMCO days. If that's the same person, then she's definitely got what drags deserve.
Absolutely. A flashback to the past, and now 3 versus 1. Can they do it for the chicken dinner? It's Bijan on the push. One final tap is all it takes, and it is last that will be able to secure that winner chicken dinner here in the PUBG Mobile Dragon Ball Super show match.
We don't see a lot of supers in there. Definitely no Kamehameha down there as well. But we do see a couple of flying human beings. Example, they're going to be Drax just hovering around. We do see the Nimbus Cloud, unfortunately. But we get a glimpse of the Shenron so many times even. But most of the teams that got themselves called Shenron definitely kind of cursed, even though you're being blasted by wishes before. Being cursed to be one of the few teams get eliminated early.
Yeah, you can see that Manparang wasn't exactly all too happy with his slow reactions in the field, but I think it is still very promising of what this team has to offer because, you know, every team was looking to take them all down. But that's all
Itulah dia
that we have.
persembahan
Okay,
show
back to
match yang agak memberangsangkan di mana kita dapat lihat pertarungan di antara semua tim bersama dengan Yoodo Gang. Dan sekarang ni kita bersama dengan team leader untuk tim kita sekarang ni. Nak tanya nama siapa dulu? What's your name?
You can call me Sabrina.
Sabrina. Okay, Sabrina, thank you so much for joining with our show match. Yeah. Okay, so here, Sabrina, I wanted to ask you a question. Yeah. Maybe you can share with our audience how does it feel like for you and for your team to be fighting off against one of your favorite team in Malaysia.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm so excited to be here. As you can see, I'm shaking.
Thank you.
I'm shaking. Okay, I've been a dedicated fan of Yoodo Gang since the very beginning. And they are the ones who inspire me to play PUBG Mobile. And I've been following their journeys through every competition.
Okay. Every competition. Let's give it up for Sabrina, ladies and gentlemen. Berikan tepukan untuk Sabrina. Okey, dekat sini juga kita nak tanya ya dengan Sabrina. Seperti yang mungkin Sabrina sedia maklum, pasukan pertama yang telah mengumpulkan 7 bola naga akan mendapat permintaan istimewa. Okey. So mungkin Sabrina boleh kongsikan, maybe you can share with our lovely audience if you manage to get like that 7 Dragon Ball, what would you like to wish for?
I think I'm speaking for everyone in this room. I've held on to the dream of watching Yoodo Gang raise the championship trophy. So today, I'm truly hoping that we can all witness that special moment, because during the COVID-19 phase, we were not able to we were not given the chance to see them raise the trophy. So I'm really hoping that today, through this special occasion, we can finally witness the moment that we've all been yearning for.
Okey, itulah dia permintaan daripada semua peminat Yoodo Gang. Nak tanya dengan semua peminat-peminat di depan kita sekarang ni, nak lihat ke tidak Yoodo Gang menganjung trofi kemenangan? Ada ke tidak kat sini yang nak menengok? Ada ke? Okey, jadi terima kasih Sabrina, dan dekat sini tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, marilah kita menjemput tim Yoodo Gang untuk mengangkat trofi kemenangan. Dipersilakan. Sama-sama dalam kiraan, semua ikut sekali. 3, 2, 1. Inilah dia buat pertama kalinya Yoodo Gang mengangkat trofi kemenangan yang telah dimenangi pada tahun 2020. Dan dekat sini juga kita nak menjemput Tasha untuk bersama dengan kita juga di atas pentas sebentar.
Itulah dia. Your wishes, the fan wishes, are our command, and we give you Yoodo Gang.
Woo! Wow, itulah dia. Memang satu persembahan yang agak cukup memberangsangkan. Dan dekat sini kita nak tanya mungkin bersama dengan Man Parang, mungkin boleh share sedikit lah your experience, mungkin sebab 3 tahun yang lepas tidak dapat berjaya untuk mengangkat trofi ni, tapi perasaan perasaan dia sekarang ni akhirnya setelah sekian lama.
Walaupun macam dah lama, tapi macam kita orang dapat main sekali, mengimbau kembali lah celebration yang sebenar.
Lama. Okey, Tasha, marilah kita berikan tepukan untuk Yoodo Gang lagi sekali. Terima kasih kita ucapkan kepada mereka.
That's right. Tapi kita orang, now that we have already went into the past, a blast from the past, we also must look to the future. Now, if you guys don't know, today we are going to be seeing the champions of the PMSL SEA Fall 2023. So now let us introduce our teams that will be playing today. To start off, let's invite the teams from Indonesia. Give it up for the Indonesian team.
Berikan tepukan untuk tim Indonesia. Baiklah tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, untuk kita meneruskan tim kita yang seterusnya, berikan tepukan untuk pasukan Thailand. Dan pas start. Di atas dengan teman barang lah.
And now inviting our teams from Vietnam.
Baiklah tuan-tuan dan puan, kali ini berikan tepukan untuk pasukan dari Philippines.
And now the roar of the crowd is waiting as we invite the team from Myanmar.
Dengar tu Tasha, sorakan-sorakan dari peminat-peminat tim Myanmar. Dan untuk pasukan kita yang terakhir, berikan tepukan untuk pasukan Malaysia. Baiklah, itulah dia Tasha, 16 tim New Generation yang akan bertarung di PMSL SEA Fall Grand Final hari yang ketiga.
That's right. I'm seeing Man Parang actually touch the new trophy right now. It must be a whole new experience for you. But I have a question for you, Man Parang. Do you have anything you want to say to the teams that are competing today?
Saya nak cakap untuk tim Malaysia, hopefully diorang akan bagi yang terbaik untuk fan-fan yang datang daripada jauh. Terima kasih semua yang datang dan hopefully tim-tim Malaysia dapat buat yang paling terbaik untuk hari ini.
And that's right, ladies and gentlemen. With that, we come to the end of the introductions because for now, the teams are all raring to go. And let us start day number 3.
Show match is over, and now we're in for our real deal, and we are jet set and ready for our very first map of day 3 of the PUBG Mobile Super League. Choo-choo, you know, you've been covering this from the league itself now to the grand finals. I want to really hear your thoughts on what you feel about today's outcome. You don't have to give me predictions, but like, what you've seen so far, is it up to your expectation of how incredible their run has been for the top 16 teams?
Expectation, put that aside, because there's no expectation, there's no something predictable in the game anymore, there's nothing. Basically, everybody can take with a throne by the end of today. We talk about how small the margins before we start the show just now, regarding how tight when it comes to this competition this season itself is just way closer than last season. Last season we do have very close contenders in the very last minute, but not as much as this season. If you look at the underdog, example like GE, they barely get into grand finals. They don't even make it to the grand finals. They didn't make it to grand finals last season. And look where they're at right now in the top 5. Vampires, 2 times in a row, PMWI champions back-to-back. Where are they now? They're basically standing at 9th spot. Yesterday, they're starting off with 13th place. And that was something unusual. So if you ask about even that number 1 place, yeah, we do know about Thai teams. They're pretty incredible. Indonesian, all the teams out there is pretty much incredible. But FaZe, they almost got relegated in the final week and barely made it through in the very last minute. Entry into the grand finals, starting with only 13th spot, 13 points as a start. Not even enough to actually push themselves number 1. But they managed to do so in day number 1 of the grand final. So, expectations, it's not in the dictionary right now.
Not in the dictionary at all, and I just love how you put it, right? Like, you can expect the unexpected, like what GE has done yesterday. A lot of teams out there counted GE out, and look where they're at. They were basically one of the titans coming in from the PMPLC wildcards, and they have prevailed to really show the power that Myanmar actually holds in the PUBG Mobile esports realm. And for those of you guys who have been fans of Thai regions, Indonesia, and the rest of Southeast Asia as well, you definitely get to see them basically put their A game out there. Like you pointed out, FaZe Clan didn't really have the easiest of runs, and here they are, with the rise and resurgence of Tony K, the prodigy that started so young, now finally gets a taste, perhaps a good chance to actually lift the PMSL trophy.
Well, I mean, we do know, like, Vampire is pretty much one of a world-renowned team, and arguably one of the best in the world right now. But the only trophy they're kind of hard for them to secure is going to be the PMSL Southeast Asia League, which is going to be an interview. I think they asked this one of the question early on, back in the first week of the league stage itself. The only thing they said about this season, last season, and compared to PNWI, is actually a bit harder for them to actually play in the PMSL League compared to PMWI. They feel like PMWI is something that reachable for them compared to South Asia. So it just shows how much of competitiveness in this region itself. And even though they are 2 times PMWI champions, that's going to be one of the best in the world, they still couldn't secure any trophy since last season, this season for Vampires. Last season it was Alter Egos who actually managed to secure that trophy at the end of that season.
Yeah, and you can see that within one season of a change, there are so many things that will happen within the course of all these weeks that they actually put through. Especially when you brought up about Alter Ego Ares, you could see that even Rosemary isn't exactly in the best shape possible. That may have actually been affecting the team, and now the chances of securing this trophy, to defend this trophy, is looking to be a little bit nigh. But for those of you guys who are joining us for the very first time, they've gone through weeks and weeks of action with the top teams of Southeast Asia, and here we are in the grand finals where top 16 teams are contending for that sweet prize pool of $250,000 US.
I call it $250,000 just because it sounds a bit more fancy, a bit more than just 250,000. You can feel millions more and thousands, right? So it's a $250,000 for me. But in case you guys just joined us today, we're almost done with the tournament. I don't even want to ask where you guys came from, which caves you reside before, but we're finally down to the last day here on the 27th of August. But in case you guys have no clue how the grand finals point system working out, for our initial points is actually the points being accumulated the past 3 weeks where we had our league stage, and 50% of the 3 weeks accumulated points will be dragged into the finals as their bonus initial points. So how do we give these points towards all the teams? It's going to be based on their weekly ranking. First place got 20, that's going to be the most. Last place got only 1 point. Now there's going to be the 16 teams participating this time, with 4 teams being relegated during the league stage.
Yeah, and so far we have a lot of hopeful names that are in contention of that 6th spot into the PUBG Mobile Global Championship as well, where we have PJEV. They have definitely dominated during the league stage, and now seeing a little bit more of that meteoric rise that they had yesterday, perhaps this could be a really good chance for Indonesia to also challenge and contend FaZe Clan at the top of the field.
Now, speaking of the top of the field, yeah, they definitely have shrinking the margins for PERSIJA EVOS, even though it's still around almost 20 points in between. But yesterday was even further than that. We have more teams stepping into the triple-digit era, which is going to be Genesis Esports next at 99 points. Now, can GE be the first ever World Cup team to lift the trophy at a Southeast Asia level tournament? Because they never have the taste of that. And so far, only 2 World Cup regions coming into this tournament, GE and PBE. The best shot is still going to be GE, and they are the underdogs. They're not here last season, PBE was. But PBE having a tough time down there since they don't have Mumbai playing down, and they have a bit of a reshuffle since last season, so they're still having some footings to do. But these Xaviers, they used to be one of the best in the league. But where they stand right now, second last at the bottom.
And to me, this is a huge surprise that this couple of teams that have shown so much dominance in the past will not be able to contend some of the top dogs in the tournament right now, as we are currently having that face-to-face record between FaZe Clan as well as PERSIJA EVOS. In terms of elimination points, you can see PERSIJA EVOS is a lot more aggressive on the front, but FaZe Clan, they're so tactically advanced as they always use everything in hand to secure rounds after rounds in order to make the cut to the top.
Now, there's also a difference in a comparison between the two teams. PERSIJA EVOS is the one that's starting off the middle circle rotation meta compared to FaZe Clan, who play alongside and around the in between the edge of the circle and the middle circle and trying to demolish all the teams in between down there. It's two different plays entirely. But for the side of Empires, regardless of how their standings right now, you have to give it up to Tony K. He's still the MVP, the most eliminations up there.
And you can already see how diverse this competition has been. This year, we have such a stiff competition that usually when it comes down to day 2, you see one team actually having a lot of multiple awards on that high elimination points or so. But in every single map, we see different teams. Yoodo Alliance have been kings in this map in terms of getting stuff done, getting a lot of ranking points as well as eliminations on average of at least 6 points to actually end their circuit run. And then you have XERXIA, Vampire Esports, as well as BTR, always up for that contention. But you can already tell the Thai teams here definitely started off day 1 as well as day 2 pretty much on a solid footing. But can they do more right here on the final map of Sanhok?
Now, I do know you guys have been talking about where is Vampires today. Since day number 2, they've gone missing, gone quiet entirely. But when it comes to the last minute in the Roma map, they came back. Now, don't forget, the Thais has a pretty good team that can come back in the very last minute. If you ask me right now, between BTR or Indonesian teams and the Thailand teams, which are better at coming back into the game, these two teams or these two regions definitely the kings of comeback, especially Vampires. Keep an eye out. Today I have a good feeling that Vampires really gonna go all out aggressive, but will it be too reckless for them? We have to wait and see. Can they adapt towards how fast the change of the play from all the teams down there these days? They have to, because today is the last day. Sam9 and the Malaysian teams yesterday, they got themselves a double chicken, and that was the rise of Indonesia and also the Malaysian teams yesterday. Day 1 was completely overtaken by the domination of Thailand team. But today is down to anybody's game now.
Exactly, and they have definitely had that solid firm home from yesterday's run. You talk about the Malaysian team, Sem9, the Flag Bearers of Malaysia, having such a good chance with that showing of that double chicken dinner. Can they do it again in Sanhok, as that will be our first match of the day? And first, this will be the final Sanhok that we'll see for the PMSL. Followed by that, 3 back-to-back rounds of Arangul, and then we'll end the rounds inside Miramar. And we can already see a little bit of trend from yesterday that Indonesian teams, they did also try back in Miramar. And Arangul itself, it's anyone's game to hold. Same could be said about the Sanhok rounds as well. As much as Sem9 has gotten a win, the record of them getting familiar wins inside of Sanhok is exactly the firmest of records, so it is open to all.
And this is going to be our last day to repeat like a broken CD for you guys about all the new skins coming up, the cosmetics up there, and also some days it's going to be limited during the grand finals. So keep an eye out if, in case you missed the past 2 days, at least you have the final day here. And this is going to be our final day here, talking about the new Beach and Pool Party Team Royal Pass. In case you guys missed all the others, at least the Royal Pass will last longer.
That's right, and not only that, you can also get your hands on the Aston Martin with their signature colors. You could drive the power with this perfect collaboration that only lasts till the 13th of September, so less than 1 month from now.
Now, for this one, I think I saw somebody actually use this suit in the show match before, but I don't really see that much about the glide effect. There's going to be the MORPH suit with exclusive first ever having the glide effect available up until October. So you have another month or extra on that. But this one is going to be the last day for you to have that one UC for that one draw.
Wow, 1 UC is an absolute deal. If you have any spare UC, you know where to spend it on. So make sure you do it before it all ends, because it's only lasting until the end of the PMSL. So with that out of the way, like, we've already seen so many different winners in the past, and now going into the present so far, it could be a lot of different winners out there, but these are the predictions that we have already drawn. I want to hear from you first. You have PERSIJA, EVOS, Vampire, as well as GE. So can you tell us why?
One of the many reasons PERSIJA EVOS yesterday has been an incredible game. For me, last season, my favorite was actually Rosemary, and still is, don't get me wrong. But if we compare with Rosemary and FaZe, FaZe is a different monster for this season. There's no stopping him down there. Vampires, there's a chance that they actually can come back. I'm waiting for that to happen because they are the kings of comeback. And GE is going to be the team, my dream team, to lift the trophy by end of today, because we want to see something new to disrupt the comfortness across Southeast Asia that have been in slumber, not knowing the wildcard regions start to rise up and coming in to take the trophy away.
Yeah, and for my predictions over here, I have very familiar names out there like FaZe Clan, PERSIJA EVOS, as well as 7-9. Why I chose FaZe Clan is that in many of all these PMPL seasons in the past, they always fall off short, sometimes securing second spot, not being able to lift the trophy by the end of the run. And now, this is the best time for Tony K and the rest of the squad to be able to do so. But will they be able to hold the line? That is for them to actually tell us the story, because you have a very unformed PERSIJA EVOS that's basically waiting in the wings to snatch it away from them. And we know what the twin brothers, Zuxi as well as Luxy, can do. These are world champions back in the past that is sure to still contend. And of course, you have the Malaysian squad of 7-9, the young bloods, ready to also keep the crowd roaring and chanting the names. Perhaps that home ground advantage can give them a little bit of that lead, as we're taking a look at your hot favorites, Vampire Esports.
Now, I do want to see if there's any swap of the players since yesterday. Now, Yuhai is not playing for BTR, so I assume it's going to be Janforce, Lapar, possibly Boychill even playing here. Keenan, I don't feel like he's going to be staying here with them for now, because Keenan feels more a bit of a sub that might need replacement just in case the players are exhausted for now. So there's going to be the starting lineup just as the same as yesterday for BTR for now. But for the others, we're not sure either. And so far, BTR, they're having some rough time, a bit of a trouble with adjustment based on how many teams love to play the center of the circle right now, since they are adjusting, adapting since a final week in the league. So everybody just love to, be a cluster in the center when it comes to stage 3 and 4. Now, it's a bit too much for a team that start playing early on to just defend off every angle the center of the circle there is by themselves. It's not going to be enough.
We quickly take a look at the stats for 7-9 at the moment. Currently having some pretty high average eliminations per round, closing into 4, as we see a little bit more of that aggression that we have not seen during the league stages. And this time, I think these young bloods could be new kings overall if they could overcome the wrath of Tony K and so many more. And meanwhile, as much as there are struggles on the side of DX, we've also seen this team come back out of the blue. So perhaps there is still a lifeline chance for DX, although it may actually look slim for now because they're coming in from the second page. And man, they got to put in that work.
GE. Now, this is going to be the current favorite for most of the teams out there, and also for the audience and the fans. Definitely, especially on ground. And a lot of the high-level teams, we're talking about high-tier teams such as the Vampires, we talk to the other teams like even Vietnam, all of them have so much respect towards GE. How the drive from the very bottom, they're hitting rock bottom back in the days. They're nobody. Even though they have been in the scene for the longest time, we know GE for the longest time down there, but they coming into PMSL this season stronger than ever. Just giving a wake-up call for all the teams down there. They've been catch up and they might actually overtaken by the side of GE, and they gained so much respect in this grand final.
And the crazy fact of this is that it could possibly be GE's first ever crowd playing in an offline finals overall, because GE, they have been grinding online, playing through the wildcard stages. They qualified, they played through these rounds inside of the studio. They've not dealt with the crowd, but you can see that they absorb all forms of the energies that the people and audience have been able to offer them. And of course, the Kings of Kings, RRQ, is also up in contention in the first page here, around the circumference of the 6th to 7th place for now. And this man is the one to watch, Nepeko, the veteran of RRQ.
And Peko, if you put him back to back with FaZe, they have very similar mindset. Except FaZe is a bit more fearless compared to Peko. He's a bit more strategic, a bit more tactical compared to FaZe, who just go blindly sometimes without any covers, without any smoke. He just go in for the rush. If you compare him with Peko side by side, and if they happen to be one day in a team, I would love to see that to happen one day, because that's going to be one crazy hack of a team.
Indeed, it will be. And it's the final few moments before we take flight into our final round of Sanhok of the tournament. There's going to be a lot that will go on, especially with so many of all these changes that has been implemented from the past couple of patches ago. No team's going to be lurking around those edges for too long. It's going to be a fast-paced action in the smallest map possible. So we'll definitely have to take a look on who really get the grasp of holding down perhaps the most ferocious battle that they will ever experience in this final round of Sanhok. And then, of course, this team of Infinity have always been able to steal the show when the moment matters the most. But now with a lot of changes to this roster, we can see the struggles and the tenacity for them to stay afloat in the competition. There's still a really good chance that they can secure that slot to the PMGC.
We talk about too much about PMGC. Don't forget, guys, it's going to be the top 6 from PMSL in the grand finals will advance to PMGC in the league stage. That's going to be the league stage. Well, we do have another facet to actually think about. That's going to be the PMGC points. We're not going to dive deep into that. But for now, just focus one thing at a time. That's going to be PMSL's top 6. Got the slot himself for PMGC later. Now, if they already got the slot early than before, then it's a different problem entirely. Just focus on the top 6 for now. But gears up for most of the players. I'm not sure what happened to Snipes, but he's definitely dripping his nose down there. Here comes a new trophy. It's so magnificent. Look at this. Shiny and blings.
I just love the brand new look. And with a brand new look comes a new era as well. Let's head over to our first map of the day. It's Sanhok.
Now, there's going to be an interesting grand finals. Welcome, ladies and gents. This is going to be the first and the last Sanhok, the first of the day for the map, the last for the entirety of the tournament. Look at the cheer, the energy from the crowd. Everybody just couldn't wait to see what's going to happen next. Now, keep an eye out for Paradise Resort, because it might be DX versus GE again, but so far the flight path do favors more towards the northern side.
And this is going to be a lot of open grounds for the taking for majority of all these teams. Alter Ego starts off strong inside of Camp Alpha. We'll have a lot of area of play. Meanwhile, we have Genfos that may be able to actually cut their rotations if they were to be waiting around the southern side of the island itself. Meanwhile, on the mainland, things are going to be looking absolutely open, but we're already having a lot of blood being splattered across Paradise Resort. GE opens up, and they will find a knock onto the X.
So far, it's 2-0. GE been winning over the past few days against the Xavier. Seems like they're still going to go for the third round. GE this time feels like they are on the losing side compared to the Xavier, taking one straight to none. West carry down to 2. Oh, GE, they will lose their top 5 spot if this has been given to a side of the Xaviers.
Really rough start coming in from the Myanmar representatives. And the rest of the X, they're hoping to swarm right in. Taking covers for now. Mernat really has to chime in. Master Ishii only has so little help, but they do get the knock. Master Smile with the DBS. We'll find one. Mernat still suppressing a little bit of fire. A lot of close action coming from multiple angles, and they're so low. Levies, he's only got that Vector in hand. Now the DBS comes into play by Chua.
Well, a great course coming off on the side of GE. Even though they try to fight back, they barely got enough to hang on, man. Here comes the circle. The circle just pops. It's going to be a hard to encircle. And these guys fighting on top of Paradise Resort. They barely get into it. And GE barely hanging on with Master Ichi got down to 40% of health. DX finish of Mernay down to only 3 players. Of West Carry bleeding out. Master Ichi Small did a huge, miraculous run of a clutch by himself against 4 teams for that chicken solo-handedly. Can he do it again today?
We'll have to see how they are going to be maneuvering around these corners. Chua comes so close to taking him down, but Master Smell still suppresses them, gets another knock, and from the back, DX having the lifeline held by Levies. A full nation on Genesis Esports.
Well, they win and they finally won against GE on top of Pedro's result after 3 days of a grind against each other. Now, GE, this is the worst time possible for them to actually lose that towards the side of these Savers. It's 2-1 for now for the scores, but they can redeem themselves in the next couple of maps. Actually, a good break for GE to rethink their strategy when it comes to Wrangle later on. But REQ also spotted out by BTR. Genfos giving a bit of a warning shot now. Might just finish him off. Not really a warning shot anymore. He's basically fishing us out from the river.
It's going to be a little bit tricky for the side of Asa to get out of this current predicament. Genfos, he's not going to be holding on to the site for too long, it seems. But now that they've already had a clue of what RQ is going to be up to, I wonder if there's going to be any form of cover grounds for RQ to keep Asa alive for the time being.
Speaking of G, even though they're being eliminated quite early, at least they have the same score as BTR right now. Some consolation, cracking the triple-digit code. But BTR, that's going to be the finish to the side of RQ. Asai, a bit of a difficulty from the side of RQ early. Asai, he doesn't actually play that much during the league stage. They did swap quite a number of times for RQ players. Boychill and the rest of BTR now focus straight on Asai. There's going to be 1 point translated from that knock before. BTR, they know for a fact they will not lurk here every now and then. I'm not sure if the rest of ROK are actually planning to swim over the other side, but they're definitely way too separated amongst each other. We don't see other ROQ players around the corner where Asabi knocked down before.
Yeah, and I guess that they're just going to be able to run this as a three-man unit for the time being for RRQ. Meanwhile, Infinity having team members still waiting on the outskirts, it seems. Going to play it a little bit slower of a pace for the time being, as XERXIA hoping to actually take great control over on the northern point of the bridge. They're going to have 2 more members to cut across Hatin, as it may possibly be a grand opening for the rest of PERSIJA EVOS to actually get them catch over onto this corner. But Urs, he will be able to cut across with a magnificent maneuvering coming in from Rich. But Misery's got a lot of business to do to clear off this Thai team from the shorelines.
PERSIJA EVOS repositioning himself. Misery giving a couple of taps, just warning shots. And being spotted out by the other team. XERXIA, LC, Sharper, Orange, and Megamind. Each individual of XERXIA do have their own specialty down there. But RQ, even though they lack 1 person, which is going to be also being eliminated quite early, the rest of them start to move. The plans in motion, try to get into the circle right now. We do have Hatin circle. A lot of choke points on top of Hatin. It's going to be crucial whoever try to cross the northern bridge or the southern side, even coming out of boot camp. It's incredibly rough to swim over to the other side, especially if Hatin taken over by PERSIJA EVOS. Now back towards the replay of GE versus DX. This is the day that GE cannot afford to make any mistake at all.
It was quite a difficult start for them as well. They didn't really have that notion to get the best utilities to start to run. So whatever they picked up, they just had to make do. And once you picked up a short-range weapon like the DBS, you can only clear out short quarters, and there's only so much you can do in those instances when it comes down to that 1 versus 1. Every single intel that you receive is just going to be contributing to the successes. And for that record itself, DX at least keeping it very competitive. DX now secures a total of 69 points to start off the run. Adds another 4 more to the block in order to keep chase with the rest. Meanwhile, Pool pinned down by the corner of the garage. FaZe Clan looking to secure their first number here in day 3.
FaZe Clan had left bootcamp a bit earlier than the rest. Now they can have a bit of a taste at the borderline of the southern island. They're not really on top of Kamalfa right now. They're just around the Sami Island. As FaZe Clan just left bootcamp, PBE will try to squeeze into, but it's gonna be 100% Hearted Circle. And this is a garbage one, a very trashy circle indeed, with 50% of water ratio in it, with the river in between, and a lot, just abundance of choke points. can be discovered for all the teams already in the small islands. Now, Bynum United, nobody actually guarding over towards the southern side of the bridge. I'm surprised. There should be somebody doing that because of how much a potential they can gain elimination from that point. But PERSIJA EVOS is where they drop themselves. They definitely have to defend this fortress. This is their lair. This is their turf. They should know every nook and cranny, know every entry point, and know how to stop a player from breaching.
As much as they do have that form of advantage, they know that they will have to deal with XERXIA all the way up towards the north. And oh my goodness, Rage! He's going to be able to find a couple of all these blows, and it's going to be PERSIJA EVOS opening up from Suxy on the forefront, taking numbers back in the lead for PERSIJA EVOS. But they're also having troubles of their own for the moment, as we do have Audrey winning wings, knocks down onto MORPH. RRQ up close and personal against No Mercy. And they're going to be able to hold on for the time being. And the next one to join in the block, Infinity, drives right in. We'll have to fight off against another veteran from Thailand. It's Tony K holding down the door. Can he actually do a lot more than that? Like he's on the up, and there's so little health left on the side of Infinity, and they will find it. Lobby's out of the field.
Tony K, he switched over to FPP just now, just for the sake of CQC, just in case somebody tried to DBS right in the face, he can see and just try to dodge the bullets or the sharpness away from it. Infinity happen to be crowded by a lot of teams. Bynum United right on top of them. They are the center of attention for now. Bynum so stepping out to the side of RQ, just giving a bit of a warning shot, hoping it will connect somehow, or just deny their mobility, try to flat down the tires with their vehicles down there. Break yesterday, I mean, if you guys remember Max, if you know the story, you know. But at least today, Max is sticking with his guts here. Gonna stay with the team here today, Max.
Yeah, and it's great to actually see him on the block with the rest of Bynum United, a team that has been regarded as some of the best hailing in from Vietnam for so many seasons. They've been able to make their cut into the Southeast Asia circuit. Now we also do get a glimpse of Yoodo Alliance making their way through safely into the islands. Of course, when we last saw a glance of that minimap, 7-9 has struggled to actually make their rotation inbound into the islands, where they are currently the furthest team away. The question is, how is this team currently on 5th position at more to their points, because they have not found anything at all for the moment. As for the side of MORPH GPX, they are slowly lurking the way against the rest of Bynum. A very defensive hold, to say the very least, about MORPH GPX. And on yesterday's run, they have actually had a meteoric rise of points heading into the later stages of the day. And now, perhaps it could just be MORPH's resurgence into the battlegrounds, as Max actually finds one by the outskirts of the shore. Can only actually deal a little bit of a damage over on the corner, but that's all for now.
It's still going to be hard to circle, but at least it pulled back all the way down south. But there's going to be some choke points, especially the right side of the bridge. You mentioned about Yoodo Alliance, some teams that will have a bit of a problem to get into the center of the circle, yeah. And Yoodo Alliance, I'm not sure what's the plan down there, either by boat or just swim over. Hartin is quite vacant right in the northern side. So XERXIA, they have all focused towards those teams coming up from the entry of the south. So it's a good time for Yoodo Alliance to swap over to a side of Hartin. But guns fires shot. First contact made. FaZe Clan trying to shut down on Sam9, who's trying to pass by. They cannot deny the movement of Sam9. They're going up swiftly, just taking their compounds away. FaZe Clan giving the pressure, but they are jeopardizing themselves in the open. They need to take covers. PBE still having a fight. That's not even a break for PBE for now. But Bynum United happen to be crashed in by PBE. Just happen to be in a hunting mode. Another team trying to fight each other out at each other's throat. It's going to be more versus BTR.
And BTR, they're slowly getting started through. It's only going to be Lapar hiding by the corner. Same goes to Yoru. Both sides having so little left. Satar trying to get a little bit more intel back towards the side of BIGETRON Red Villains. Another nade flies right in, chips down the health bars of Yoru. Revive will go through. Lapar should be able to bring one more back to his feet. The suppressed fire looking pretty good. Boboho has got to do some damage here to deny the entries of BIGETRON Red Villains.
The valleys are way too deep for these guys to just lurking around and stand a fight down here. Definitely a straight shot the moment you try to get yourself a bit of vision on the other end of the valley. Lapa pushing in by himself, trying to save Satar, who's bleeding out. Gemforce next for the trade. Boo Boo Hoo, they're coming back from MORPH, trying to shut down the entirety of BTR, playing a very dangerous game, hugging around the corners. Oh, here comes the Nate, cooking it up. Down to only Lapa to clutch it up for the entire team of BTR. BTR, can he do it? He's doing it. He's gonna do it. He just barely get a glimpse on the other end, but he doesn't have that much troubles anymore. The last nade is going to be the change of fate for MORPH. Can Lapa shut them down?
The nade will only secure one more point for side of BTR, adding it to 4. Bubble has a grenade in hand as well. It's just going to connect, and BTR will be blown to smithereens by MORPH GPX. But there's
it's not
more
done yet.
to hit, and there is XERXIA tapping through these nooks and crannies. Alter Ego, one more surviving member for the side of Alter Ego. And they will be holding on to the high hills for the time being. And now, through all that struggle, Sem9 finds the circle.
And the circle shifted down south again once more. Pull all the way down when it was 2 circles in a row early on the northern side, giving false hope and false information for the players where to go next. Sem9 and FaZe Clan definitely have very solid compound for themselves. Sem9, that's going to be the best place for them to stand. They can gatekeep those coming up from the bridge side, and not just that, they can see over the side of XERXIA on the other end. There's going to be a small hill in between them, still visible, but FaZe Clan, the only contender that's closest, sharing the same close proximity with Sem9 for now, but the others not so much. Yoodo Alliance still taking their own sweet time to cross over that bridge, but I don't feel like they should stay there any much longer than they are right now. They need to leave, but the moment they step into the other side of the island, there's going to be XERXIA and Sem9 gunning them down. Now, either they're trying to swim it slow or try to take a bit of a diving and wait it out while the other team's a bit busy, then they start to pick out. But PERSIJA EVOS, they're not so patient down there.
PERSIJA EVOS looking for a little bit more of that opening room for them to get into the next phase of the circle itself. They do get themselves a little bit of shack, but this place isn't exactly the safest, where you still have XERXIA that will eventually rush right in. Speaking of rushing right in, it's going to be a Vampire Esports making a run for it, and they lose 3 members. Out of goal, it's Chopper to clean things up, adding 6 points to the block for XERXIA. And now the final hurdles are starting to be a little bit more difficult for the teams that are still lasting out. Only 10 more teams remaining, and RQ is ready to take on PERSIJA EVOS. The red phase will find Epico and save Rosemary. Both Indonesian teams tying the knots against another brethren of Indonesia. RQ is out.
That's going to be a red face clutch out the entirety of RQ by himself in the corner with 1 DBF to make it work. He's not even with the team. He didn't work as a unit. He just worked that by himself. The rest of PERSIJA EVOS nowhere near red face just now. Just got himself in the circle just for the sake of the safety, some insurance to get more safer for the next couple of minutes in case he lost red face. XERXIA, on the other hand, they have to leave the blue, but Yoodo Alliance will try to stop them, being a hindrance. DX Levi will be the backstabber. Yoodo Alliance is not aware of Levi's position just yet. PERSIJA EVOS getting the center, but look at the spread coming up from the side of PERSIJA EVOS. The confidence they displayed across this map right now is on different level entirely.
But there's also a little bit more of a movement coming from Alter Ego as well for PERSIJA EVOS to deal with later on. Meanwhile, as for Sem9, there's multiple angles that they have to cover, and Misery will suppress them and will have to run down the hill for the timing to get a little bit more of that cover. Damage being done for the time being, but there's not much place for Misery to hide. That is going to be the huge predicament for him, but he has made his way all the way downtown, and Flax will find him right down below.
Yoodo Alliance slowly taking all the chips aside, taking one team limb by limb from the sidelines. They're playing it safe and quiet, not being noticed by all the teams out there. SZ struggling with the blue zone. One more XERXIA biting the dust, but SZ still struggles to stay alive. Down to his last player for XERXIA. PERSIJA EVOS on the other end, but SZ finally bowing out. Sam9 taking FaZe at the same time. They're not done yet. Yoodo Alliance, they're hunting people down.
They just got those perfect angles. Yoodo Alliance have secured so many points out of this round just by playing by the edges. But speaking of the edges, Levy's, he's waiting and crawled right through the bridges. He could be the difference maker here to deny the hopes of Yoodo Alliance securing a huge round right here in Sada. But all the intel gathered, how much of damage can Levi's do? It's not time yet for him to make an appearance, as he's got a lot to deal with. If he reveals himself, there could be potentially even Sam9 looking over the bridge and Flax. He will find Luxy, or should I say Alpha, over the top end of the hill. So Alter Ego, I'm not sure how they're going to get down from that position, but there is going to be a lot of attention being drawn towards them, especially from FaZe Clan.
Having an exchange of nade between FaZe Clan and Alter Ego. Some trading even. 1-1 for now. A knife with a knife. But the one they're going to be the change maker for the entire plan between all the teams having a bit of skirmish in the center is going to be the one player, D. Xavius Levi, not being spotted out by Yoodo Alliance yet, sharing the same compound, while Sam9 do have that solidifying compound for themselves, but the problem is Circle just moved away. Alter Ego, they got the high grounds, yes, great, but the problem with Alter Ego, they barely got enough resources in case it's running dry. Now there's a lot of pressure coming up from the side of PERSIJA, EVOS and Yoodo Alliance all the way downtown. They don't have any boxes around. They don't have any compound to reloot from. They have to reserve all their utilities, all their resources, and make sure the moment they open fire, they will not whiff.
And on top of that, they don't have vehicles to work with as well. Oh, this could be a big opening for Tam. He spots them running into the waters, trying to get back onto the ground, but it will potentially be denied by Tam himself. Flax as well as Luke. Still taking a little bit of swim right there. I believe he's going to be able to spot out Luke. But can he do more though? Levi's now will be caught out by Octo. But Levi's, he will suppress one more member of Yoodo Alliance before going out. 8th position for the side of DX. And Yoodo Alliance days are numbered, as they will secure a top 7 finish.
At least Constellation side, they deny their points against all the other teams down there. So they're not donating this sort of points. Instead, giving it over to a side of a blue zone. At least they gain themselves quite a number of eliminations down there for Yoodo Alliance. But sadly, it's going to be ending there for the Sunhawk run. That's going to be the last of the Sunhawk run for side of Yoodo. But back to a side of FaZe Clan. They got the circle. They got themselves the high ground. They got the elevations to work. They have huge advantage over their side. But the moment the circle shift away from them later on, they will have to figure out the problem, how to climb down. The moment they step down from it, they jump down. Ratface is waiting at the other end, who's soaking in the blue zone damage. But Sam9's waiting for Alter Ego to start jumping as well. Rosemary and the rest of Alter Ego, they happen to be in the center of attention right now, in the middle ground where FaZe is right on top of them. If the circle shifted away, and it did, at least partially of Alter Ego still in there, but for FaZe Clan, they have to brute force their way and fight Alter Ego just to make sure they get the last few circles.
And you can see that Alter Ego is still on the hunt. Boboho is just hiding right underneath their noses. So many of all these lurkers trying to squeeze their way through. On the opposite end, there is going to be mix that will be relatively safe on the southern side. But how much more can Boboho find here, pushing upwards, needing to deal with Octa right now, as well as Fnatic. One grenade in hand, and the Blue Zones basically take it in. Rosemary will be able to add one more point towards the side of Alter Ego, and they also do find on the member Sam9. Top 5 scenario, Sam9 makes the cut, and now with the circle being on open grounds, all these teams will eventually need to make sure they get the cut across, and it's Sam9 that is going to cut off that entry.
Well, an effort by the side of PERSIJA EVOS. Ratfest trying to play the healing game, but Rosemary! Here comes Rosemary! But can he actually do it? Just like he did last season. Fnatic spot out Sam9 trying to migrate himself to the other side, but PBE greets it up warmly with those DBS. A bit of trading done for the side of Sam9. Heavy casualty, but can still revive back up their feet. Alter Ego charging by FaZe Clan. Two-way war for Alter Ego, sandwich in between here, and down to 3 teams. And FaZe Clan, can they secure this chicken against Alter Ego? Rosemary 1v1 with Mela, and Mela is still the legend fighting the Rose Carry.
And now it's a 2 versus 1. Sam9, they've done it yesterday here in Sana. Can they be the Kings of Kings here? to get another one in the back. Dab up close and personal, dealing with Mela, and there's so little room left for both of them. And eventually, somebody's got to give way. The push is coming through. In fact, Dab sets steps, and he is trying to look for the final blow. Mela needs to find Kenny in the back.
Here comes the lop of Nado. It's going to be a big one. Trying to spray over. They got the elevation, but FaZe, they whiffed and they botched it. There was advantage on the side of FaZe Clan, but they let it slip by. Sam9 down 2 up. That kind of an angle. That was incredible chicken dinner by Sam9. They were at disadvantage, an open field, no elevation, one tree to take covers, but they secured the chicken dinner somehow.
An impossible chicken dinner to begin with, where we saw Sam9 start off the furthest away from the zone. They make their way through, and once again proving to the crowd that they have what it takes to win the title and ensure that this trophy stays here in Malaysia. Kenny, the man on the block, have done the unthinkable, taking the final shot onto Mela as well. What a run it has been for the Malaysian favorites.
Tearing up for Kenny. Imagine the pressure when it comes to the final day here for all the teams and the players down there. Kenny, one of the biggest assets for Sam9 this season. He got himself multiple MVP, but that was a great ending for the side of Sam9. Despite they do have the low grounds, it's so hard for them to pin down the teams actually right on top of them. FaZe Clan, unfortunately, with Alter Ego, they had the advantage early on. They have the vantage view from above. They basically can see a wider view than all the other rest team down there, but not taking advantage to steal away. Or maybe it's just difficult. The moment they pick out, somebody will try to shoot them from afar. But unfortunately for FaZe Clan and Alter Ego, they let that slip by.
They definitely did let that slip by. And remember during the point where Sam9 was rotating inbound into the circle, it was in fact FaZe Clan that first spotted him out when they're having less than 50% of health moving into the circle. Sam9 somehow makes it past all of that gunfire that FaZe Clan puts up with, and all of them have been able to survive the Telltale despite FaZe Clan, taking off the challenges over on top of the hill. They won against Alter Ego, but they couldn't really end the run here with enough room because they had to run out of the open. And we go back into the highlight rounds where we didn't expect this battle to come down to such a close margin between GE as well as DX, and GE, unfortunate for them, they start off on the side which they could almost have won that by a strand of the hair.
Well, side of Vampires is going to be detrimental. This feels like the downfall after they lost the momentum from yesterday. It feels like they will possibly push down for overall rankings there for them to climb back up in the very last minute. Sure, but that was so crispy. The entire team of Vampires just finished off by himself down there. That's going to be the bane of Vampires at one player of XERXIA. But Mela, there was a close combat between him and Rosemary. But it's just when it comes to distance-wise, you have to give it to Sam9. They're better at controlling their barrels. But when it comes to the points, Contra, I have a feeling FaZe, it's a bit shaky up there.
A little bit shaky indeed, but they at least book in with 11 points. Of course, with Sam9 securing that chicken dinner, they will walk away with the maximum points of 15 on the block. Despite those battles being so close to a draw, and you look at these top teams' margins, we are still making sure that they stay competitive with 9 points given to the side of Alter Ego as well as PERSIJA EVOS. But overall, I would say that most of the Indonesian teams have definitely thrived in these battles. Of course, you count out BTR when they had to actually force the fight against MORPH GPX. Meanwhile, it was a very rough start for the Infinity as well as GEEK fam to begin their run here inside of Sanhok, but we'll have to see what this actually brings to the table later on when they move into those bigger maps. Now that Sanhok is done and dusted, let's take a look at the overall rankings as FaZe Clan at least maintains in the one spot, but Sam9, they're now in the top 3 position.
For the side of BTR and GE, due to Sam9 push up to the 3rd place from the 5th or 6th early on, they've been pushed down to 4th and 5th now. GE, that was a bit detrimental. Their loss against the Xaviers, not managed to get at least placement points down there, but at least they secured 2 elimination points. One side of Empires pushed back down to 2nd page, And it's just this is just tough to watch, to see the PMWI champions being pushed down to the second page, barely cracking the triple digit, but it's not that big of a gap like we mentioned before. It's doable still, up to possibly to the 9th place here to push up to the first. But they have to take down FaZe Clan first if they want that to happen.
Yeah, and although certain teams are around the 80-point margin, they will still have small little lifeline where they will need to put the best performance in the upcoming 5 maps in order to make that work. But some of the best performers in this map is actually hailing from Indonesia, where we saw those close quarter combat coming in from Rosemary, denying those entry coming in from PERSIJA, EVOS, and the rest of the team from moving up the hill. And you also do have Lapar that stood tall against the rest of MORPH GPX until he was met with that grenade. But the damage number is looking absolutely great from the side of Lapar. So BIGETRON, Red Villains, when they move into the next map, you expect the same form of ferocity that they offer.
Now next we're heading into a wrangle where we do know for a fact that's going to be the last of Sunway. No more small maps after this. It's going to be massive maps. And a balanced ones even when it comes to the wrangle. Sam9, Vampires, MORPH, and GEEK fam. Now yesterday has been the rise of Indonesian teams and the Malaysian teams, but today can the ties come back after their silence in day number 2?
Overall, when we take a look at Sam9's performance, they have definitely prioritized on positioning itself, and it is evident from the rounds of stand up, and they're looking to do it all over again for these upcoming rounds inside of Erangel. But with those form of pressure coming in from teams like PERSIJA, EVOS, as well as BTR, and of course, not forgetting FaZe Clan, who are currently on the best of form, still anyone game forward to taking, as we will have a look at what's going to be coming up for us in this upcoming map. Before we even get to that, we already had that show match going on, and you saw how fun it was. You can also play this game mode. It's a collaboration between PUBG Mobile as well as Dragon Ball Super, where you can go absolutely Super Saiyan.
Yep, you can also try to call out for the dragons. We saw multiple times just now. But also don't forget, today is the last day for you to score that 1 UC draw with a PMSL Dream Chaser SAT, the exclusive first ever PMSL SAT for this competition, and it's only going to cost you 1 UC. That's going to be less than 1 cent. But now speaking about our Sunhawk, that's done and dusted. We have no more Sunhawk, but when it comes to Sam9, they scored the same Sunhawk, just like how they did yesterday. Yesterday, they're starting off the same as today. First map of the day, they scored 1. And then they scored another in a wrangle. Will that be the same trend here when it comes to the final day?
It's really hard to tell, you know, like, but you could definitely see at the very least, Sam9, they've got the formula in the bag already. They know exactly how to rotate very safely, and that itself is a very good sign. Even if they don't secure that chicken dinner, so long as they maintain a form of a top 5 positioning round in, round out, I think that should be very sufficient for Sam9 to basically take this entirety of the run. But can they lift the trophy is definitely going to be a huge question here. So what say you, Chuchu? Because other than these few teams that we mentioned, I'm pretty sure those teams that didn't have good performances on that last round, they're looking to bite back. And of course, GE, too soon. I think this is one of their strong maps. What do you think?
I don't know. I feel like GE is more comfortable when it comes to Miramar itself. They do prefer long range over a CQC or middle fight. But on the side of Sam9, at least you scored 1, and it's definitely a good call there, because we do see the rise of Sam9 coming out on the second day, and they are the most aggressive team coming up from the side of Malaysian region. Aside from Yoodo Alliance, it's a bit more strategic than aggressive compared to Sam9. FaZe Clan, I mean, I agree, they're definitely on the run right now, definitely have a lot of drive based on yesterday's, I think it was yesterday's interview as well. They didn't mention, or the day before, they mentioned about how they came back from rock bottom, almost being relegated, how they try to reset their mental attitude amongst themselves, have a bit of a talk, a bit of discussion, just to have a bit of a positive mind to get into the grand finals here. But Vampires, what happened? This is their downfall. This is their worst performance ever compared to during the league stage. We never seen Vampires dropping their numbers, dropping the balls so much here in the grand finals.
Yeah, it definitely is a surprise, especially when you have such a star-studded roster that has been playing in within their capacity. They've always made waves internationally, and to my surprise is that every single turn that they take in this matchup here in the PMSL, they are just being denied. Back in the Sanok, you saw what exactly happened. XERXIA cut them off even before they even reach halfway through their rotation. So they need to prevent all these errors from happening in order for them to have a solid chance here in the Grand Finals final day.
I agree. They need to work something out. They need to have a bit of an overhaul when it comes to the strategy. Go back to the drawing board, reassess, regroup, think about what they need to do one step at a time. Not making too many changes at a time. That's going to be a bit of a problem. We've seen that happen in Boom lineup before in the league stage, not in the grand finals. They couldn't make it in the grand finals because of that reason. Now, hopefully, aside of Vampires, it feels like rotations, like you mentioned before, they happen to be caught themselves in a triangle mode, or more, possibly 4 to 5 team having a cross battle. They happen to park themselves in the center. Now, we always have the debacle about playing the inner circle, the outer circle back in the days. But these days, a lot of teams playing in the center. Now, since a lot of teams do love to play around the center of a circle, it's actually not such a bad idea to play at the rim of the circle, since everybody fighting at the center, right? So it probably would be more vacant to come in a bit later.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree. Like, you take a look at the approach of 7-9 early on. They started by the very edge of the map, having the furthest travel distance. Then maybe later on, you change your plan. Maybe play a little bit more center around phase 5 or phase 4 onwards in order to at least get a clearer picture of how you could basically assess the map. And that's where you could basically find more ways in order to close out these rounds. Or else, if you keep playing by the rim of the circle, you could see what happened to teams like PERSIJA, EVOS on that round Sanok. You can see what happens to Yoodo Alliance. By the time that you were forced into a battle, there is 2 things that you have to deal with. The team that you're facing on against, and also running into a safe zone. So you gotta be able to at least counter one problem and then the next. So you don't want to take on too many of that, but from what it seems to me that each respective teams that have been able to at least secure their placing on the first page of the standings, they already got a rough idea of how to proceed with this. It's just that it's boiling down to those very fine line of execution to put them on the right spot.
Now, speaking of putting themselves in the right spot, imagine the players want to be at the wrong spot. Now, that's going to be fun to watch, especially the teams down there. We're talking about PBE, the Xavier's, Belgium United, even Alter Ego at this point, right? They are at the very bottom. They have nothing else to lose. Why not make it more chaotic than it can be? Like a wreck havoc all the way. Basically, just drop and collide early on, just to stop the teams from getting those points. Now, we've seen that happen before when they have a bit of a change of their initial drop spot, just to make it a bit challenging for the players and teams up there. So that might be the case as well for today, since today is the last day. Rosemary, we haven't seen him playing a lot when it comes to day number 2. We do know he's not feeling that well, but he's trying to push himself to work out as a unit with his teammate. But you do know health and mental both have to be at their peak performance here. Hopefully Rosemary can pull through the entire day. If not, it's going to be a bit of a problem for Alter Ego, because they are heavily depending on this guy.
Yeah, based on the form that he has shown back in Sanok, I believe that, you know, he has recovered well enough in order to put Alter Ego back on track. So hopefully there's going to be a lot more to come for Alter Ego. I like the fact that you pointed out about hot drops. If the teams that doesn't really have too much at risk right now, it's double or nothing, right? Like, you can basically drop into these alternate spots. And one team that has been known to do this overall in many international tournaments is Vampire Esports. Sometimes they hot drop the top teams out there in order to deny them any form of upcoming points in these rounds. So they definitely have to plot out. It is a huge risk to also put your whole team on the line, because when you start off in any of all these cities that may not be the most familiar, you could easily be counted by the teams that have always been there on the spot. So Erangel, with so much of these playing fields will at least give each respective teams a little bit more of a safety net in the first couple of minutes. But after that, I mean, it's no holds barred from there on.
Unlucky, that's going to be our most balanced map, played most out of all the maps here today. So we have triple Erangel, a lot of safety nets in the early phase, of course, first few stages, but they are not really that safe anymore because we're heading into Erangel. The circle will get wonky and it's going to be funny. Let's head into it right now.
3 back-to-back rounds starting right here in Erangel. It's map 2 of our final day. And if you just tune in, or if you're in Malaysia, you can basically head down to Sunway Velocity Mall. That's where all the crowd is at, as you can cheer on for your favorite teams, hailing from all across Southeast Asia. And you can already see fans flying in from Indonesia to give their support for BIGETRON Red Aliens. And yesterday, I'm pretty sure that I see a couple of PERSIJA EVOS fans, REGUM fans, and many more. So with this flight path, it is going to be absolutely balanced for all the teams to get to their usual spots. But what are we going to be eyeing on in the early game for some of these teams?
Man, the crowd. The energy is massive on ground. Like I mentioned before, the flight path. Anybody can reach to wherever they fancy. Some teams taking a bit of slower drop just to wait for the circle to pop. Baunam United taking over Ribnoy as per usual. Infinity did not fancy SMB that much anymore since we hardly get SMB circle in the grand finals. Mostly going to be on the northern side. Since then, they shift their drop spot towards the left. It's going to be incredibly tough. 4 teams that drop themselves a bit further than the rest. It's going to be Baunam United, but they hold themselves halfway through, so it's not really that far off from their reach. But GE, this is their circle, this is their place. Rosok is their lair. PERSIJA EVOS, who might end up in Yasnopolia. Now, who knows about this circle? Nobody knows when your heart shift later on, but nobody's happy to be on the northern side. I assume there's going to be MORPH as well as PBE taking the north first. Even maybe Baunam United taking a bit of longer rotation, just go up north. Because there's going to be the 3 teams that know to take the advantage of a vacancy that happen to be appearing on the map.
And just look at the drops itself. There's going to be a lot of all these teams that will be rotating from the southeast. That's going to be a little bit of pressure for 7-9 that will be located in shelter to kick off their run here inside of Erangel. And even despite all of that, I don't think that all the teams will be rotating very, very early on, unless if they want to book the center at all. And that center is looking to be in between the fields of Rozak as well as School for the time being. So a little bit of that safety net for GE to at least salvage the outcome of what they had in that previous round, which ended a little bit more treacherously for the Myanmar team, not being able to secure most of these points out there in their run inside of Sanok. But like you said, Baunam United, they love to move fast. They will get their quick loots. And Celeste, he's got a lot of seeds, but he says, you know what? I want that bird's eye view up the front, and I will just dive it in to get whatever I please.
John Wick of Baunam. There you go. Jump down. Not even scared of the open air, gushing air straight into the face. Imagine if a real person standing on top of a car doing that, the wind blowing into your mouth is going to be a massive mouth after the end of the ride. But speaking of the other teams, there's going to be Vampires on top of Primorsk. Surprisingly for Vampires, they love to drop themselves around hospital before, and FaZe Clan do prefer North Jokopool, but this time is a bit unusual. Maybe because of a flight path. Maybe they were waiting for the circle to pop before they actually land themselves. So that's why they taking too long on top, just gliding on top of that parachute, that they didn't drop themselves their usual drops. Now, for the side of Infinity, they need to rotate early because we do know Vampires taking Primos down there. And if you compare with right and left side is always way more heavy hitters than the right side. We have all the ties on the left, like Vampires, Infinity, FaZe Clan, DX, MORPH in the center of all them all, with GEEK fam coming up from Ferry Pier. Left side are heavy hitter side. Right side, more tactical side. Surprisingly, I noticed this today. Like Alter Ego, PBE, they prefer to take a bit of later rotation. And Bounham United, they love to gatekeep and sometimes you go up north. XERXIA, they love to play as the third party from the sidelines when it was week 1. But then they change their strategy out of nowhere. I don't know why they do that when they actually don't need to fix what's not broken. GE! Oh, MORPH is already there. Out of nowhere, they came in so early. And they did not expect this to happen that early and so soon.
It's just so difficult for GE right now, losing West Carry so early. He had ample of time to actually move out of the wings where a couple of attacks have already been shot from afar. And that is what happens when you are playing around the southeastern side of the map where, like you said, a lot of these teams are very, very tactical. And you give an inch, Boboho will definitely take a mile. So MORPH GPX, they start off the run here with the first blood in hand. And now with that point itself, that actually ties the score with Yoodo Alliance at 97. Still a lot more work to be done right now. And going back to your point of a lot of all these Thai teams, why they love to drop over onto the far western plains is that there is a lot of room around Gatka for you to actually rotate from. As these areas over the west side, as much as it doesn't really offer that many loots to begin with, it's a lot of all these safety net of an area where you can basically ensure the first stage of the game, you're going to be absolutely safe, and then later on, you navigate your way through. So it is going to be a very different approach for all these other teams from the eastern corner of the map, where right now, a lot of all them will storm in with their own rotation. So I will definitely want to take a look at how far Alter Ego will take this.
I agree. If you compare the map itself, the left and right side, right? The left side, there's more higher terrains, more elevated grounds compared to the right side. Yes, they do have some elevations, but not as high as Gatka Mountains out there. So FaZe Clan, they know that even if they caught themselves by surprise by another team that happened to be pushing into that certain compound at the corner of the left side of a map, they still have that mountain to take covers from and can rotate around it as well. That's actually a good point due to how they play in their comfortable style based on their own respective team. But we're talking about getting into the circle as soon as possible. MORPH trying to do so. And I'm surprised how MORPH managed to pass by so many teams to where GE was. That was right around on the outskirts of Roshok, not being noticed by all the other teams surrounding them before. So how did MORPH actually do that without making any sound?
To me, that is also a huge surprise because they actually made all these rotations very, very early on to get that hit start that they required, and they definitely reaped that reward by taking that 1 point on. GE did not expect them to move in so quickly, and I guess they weren't exactly checking because it's still looting phase. A lot of all these teams are looking to secure all these utilities. At the meantime, right now, by the late stage 1, we are already seeing a lot of all these other teams also tanking the zone already. I mean, stage 1, it's not going to hurt all too much, but teams are basically taking this down a notch. Not going to be playing all too riskily because on this final day, everybody wants maximum points, and somebody's got to give way by the end of it all. Like you said, all the Thai teams love elevation, and this is where Infinity is going to be planted, on the hills of Gatka.
I personally don't feel like this sort of circle will be one of the favorite places for a lot of teams to pass by, since they know the Gatka Mountain will be overtaken by somebody else. But in case the circle shifted left side, that's going to be a huge win for Infinity. But unfortunately for them, it's going to be all the way towards the right. And the circle just have to make it just challenging for the players once more, all the way towards one direction. Imagine the skirmishes happen on top of Roshok and around Gatka region. It's incredibly crowded right now, with not many teams taking the right corner of Mansion and Prison. It's quite vacant down there.
Yeah, and at the meantime, for PERSIJA EVOS, it seems like they are clustered with a lot of teams surrounding them as well. Good point over on the south side. A lot of all these teams could also look for an entry by the corners of Milta, though that itself may actually be the ideation of multiple couple of teams. So it really depends on who really gets the first dips in order to garner that control over on the south. Meanwhile, FaZe Clan as well as Infinity, they got that long journey in, but Onsens is going to clear up some spacing up in the front. as that's not going to be any form of commotion over on the northern side. And oh, PBE, they ram down players coming in from PERSIJA EVOS, and they trade right back. XERXIA finding the blow onto PBE. They find themselves a little bit of ditch to work with in these open fields of Yasnaya.
I must call it, that's a bold move coming up from PBE, try to charge towards the kings of Yasnaya Poliana here. That's going to be PERSIJA EVOS, and that comes with a cost, that they lost range in there. And they definitely have to pull all the way back, knowing they lost one man trying to push out PERSIJA EVOS from that ditch before. And that's quite a strong haul coming from inside of PERSIJA EVOS. PBE, it just shows they still want to run this tournament, try to get themselves those chicken. If not, they already charge in and try to fight head on if their ego is in the way. That's definitely not the case. Yeah, they pull back all the way, thinking, you know what, we might reassess the situation, get ourselves repositioned, that's a bit safer for the rest of the team. But for Infinity, they taking the potato hills here, from the side of Gotcom Mountains down towards the potato hills of Pachinki, and GEEK fam's not willing to share it, and they're not willing to bow out either.
Pure 11 opens up the shots, but it's going to be GEEK fam that will find it first. Audrey with the sharp shooting directly onto the head of Pure 11 will clear some space for the rest of GEEK fam, but there is going to be retaliation coming from Logan dropping a grenade. This battle is going to be pretty much heated up, and there's going to be more teams joining in from the back as well. Tony K is going to find Lamborghini on the other exchange. Meanwhile, Mika as well as Damroot, they tried to clear up a little bit of room and will be stopped by RQ Nepeko. Lobby now trying to get a little bit more through the smoke. Will only catch maybe a bullet or so over on the members of GEEK fam, but it allows a little bit more of that reset to go through for Infinity.
A sort of DX and FaZe Clan both facing difficulties on their own side respectively, with both teams having 2 members down, but the next circle just have to move away right on top of Medusa intersection. Now this terrain is going to be challenging for the players. If it just pulled all the way down south, it's going to be even harder than before, even now, because of how many ditches they are around the intersection itself, the uneven terrain. Even if you see it feels like an open street down there with the intersection in between, there's actually a lot of covers for the players who got themselves there first.
Indeed, and they definitely have to master the terrains because there's a lot of open fields at the very same time. Pan's going to be knocked down. Meanwhile, there's going to be Lupper out in the fields. Depp tries to get them all covered up, but it won't be Depp. That will be shot through the legs. BTR, they eliminate the champions of Sana. And now, 7-9 won't get any more points from here on in Arangel.
A total roller coaster ride for the South 7-9 from the highs to the lows. The first team to be out without any point after they got themselves that last chicken. Infinity now spraying over the side of Vampires who's trying to cross by. But there's also Alter Ego and the orders chanting for all the teams down there. They are at the most pressured moment right now. A lot at stake for the teams that didn't get themselves the PMGC slot yet. They need to get themselves in the top 6. But with this contention coming up from left, right and center, it feels almost impossible. With Mane actually being swarmed over by the rest of MORPH, this is going to be tough for him to clutch by himself.
Oh, pixel perfect execution from the side of MORPH GPX. Clean as a whistle coming from QEON. Meanwhile, we go back into the Medusa intersection where we have Vampire Esports inside the shack. RRQ playing onto the safe ditch over on the bottom side. They won't have too much of that intel, but they can definitely work with this chokehold for the time being. But they need to ensure no pushes come into effect. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Yoodo Alliance doing exactly the same. So this is a lot more defensive coming from the Malaysian squad that's holding down the wings instead. They're going to be able to hear all the ruckus, but not going to have any form of vision. And they definitely don't want to be spotted by PERSIJA EVOS.
Spotted out BN United on top of that museum. Now, I did mention about the intersection going to be a tough one to play because of this reason. If they have enough resources like Trobos, it's going to be crucial to use it at the very perfect time. If they use it a bit too early, they have nothing left to just flush out the teams around the other side of the street here. They have to save it up until the top 5 to save as much troubles as possible, just so they can flush out the teams that happen to be hiding in one corner. On the side of Alter Ego, they're playing a bit slower than usual. They're just tucking to one corner of the left side, which is going to be the west of the map. Well, last time we saw REQ passing by, they're not being spotted out, and just plays himself all the way, cutting across Alter Ego and BTR in the center for REQ. But the circle is theirs to take. BTR, REQ, Alter Ego, all getting themselves. The Indonesian teams mostly got that circle, except for MORPH coming up from the northern side.
Very minimal compound to work with for majority of the teams out there. A safe spot for the side of BIGETRON Red Villains, as we did hear a lot of the fans chanting out for their name. Very high chance that they will be able to survive for very, very long until that the rest of the teams put pressure on top of the Indonesian aces. A little bit of a eye view coming in from the side of Yoodo Alliance to spot one member out from the side of XERXIA. Eventually, they might have to give out this spot because XERXIA is just by the edge of the upcoming circle. 10 more seconds before the blue zone starts to kick in. So the teams that are still loitering around the outskirts will have to get themselves into a compact location. GE, after losing one, they're also playing by the open fields. And instead, they're taking a huge risk here, planted in between these valleys. As the Yoodo Alliance, they haven't dropped blood just yet. They hear those engines cutting right through. But they will not basically give away their positioning as for now. It's just a calm before the storm, but the next phase will definitely have a lot of blood as we kick off with Massive Fall being spotted out by the rest of BN United charging right in. So having Itchy to hold the line. Can he survive? He drops down, trying to find more, and there is still going to be a retaliation coming from the top. GE yet again, 0 points here. A very devastating blow given over by BN United.
It's not done. There's two teams coming into their corner at the very same time down there. And G got the most unpleasant spot there. It's quite in the open, even though they have some valleys around, but not too much of a terrain that high enough to cover themselves at the other side. But FaZe Clan might try to pressure on side of MORPH. And Bounham United, oh, I don't know how he can deal with this. He's alone right now in the center, and so was at the back line. The other just a bit too separated, isolated even on the outskirts of the circle. Bound United have to deal with two teams just hamming them down, pin in between two angles differently. XERXIA, PBA versus Boundnam, having a go a three-way war. And that the other last player of Boundnam having to fight against the entirety of XERXIA. Max couldn't make it through as XERXIA triumphs. Same goes for the side of PBE.
Absolutely impeccable coming out of XERXIA. They isolated all their targets and now needing to deal with PBE. They're playing it up close, but there is going to be a lot of open spacing. All they have to do is rely on these smokes for now. They will have to deal with mix. Suxy is coming from the top side of the hill as well. PERSIJA EVOS, they're just waiting to devour all these teams that currently is in the middle of the battle. And now, here comes Straight Face. He finds one being pinned out in the open. And somehow, XERXIA, they stand tall without a single form of damage being taken.
Zuxi trying to finish off the rest of PBE. That's going to be one nade to rule them all. Hopefully it will connect in the smoke, but PBE, can they play around the smoke? H2R left by himself with Mix bleeding out. XERXIA coming in, charging to the side of Zuxi. But at the same time, Zuxi tempted to take the shots against XERXIA, but no cover fire from his side. The rest of the teammates start to move. Redface without covers, who cares? He is Redface, he's fearless. But the circle happen to be moving away from all the team fighting on the northern side here right now. With REQ, BTR gatekeeping, same goes for Vampires, squeezing in the last minute. But the real fight is happening between XERXIA, PB and PERSIJA EVOS, but unfortunately for PBE, couldn't last long enough.
And they're just basically holding down the line, despite them playing by the edges of it. XERXIA now needing to find a little bit more of a room. They do have those vehicles to book their spot into the upcoming areas of play. MORPH GPX has such a huge control on the direct center of it all, and it's going to make things hard for the teams to make an entry. Meanwhile, speaking of the Devils, MORPH GPX, they got found by the rest of FaZe Clan.
FaZe Clan, they have been quiet all this while and suddenly pop their heads in between the warfare. And there's two teams trying to shut them down. These Xavier's on those elevations, coming out from the back line. PERSIJA EVOS backstabbing them from the back. While FaZe Clan, they have to segregate their focus towards 4 different angles entirely. Moment, Vintorius, Mela all playing alongside with the smoke. Hopefully it will actually buy them time. But XERXIA start to move. This will distract all the teams. They're focusing on FaZe Clan to just refocus their attention to XERXIA next. But RRQ, there's going to be the next contender. They're fighting straight into the direction of RRQ, but XERXIA just going to pull over, while PERSIJA EVOS just left in the nick of time the moment XERXIA steps in.
And they really have to deal with PERSIJA EVOS. They got themselves into an open spot, only relying on all these smokes. They did put pressure on the side of Red FaZe, but all the grenades are flying in, and here comes FaZe Clan as well, putting up the challenge against RRQ, and MORPH holds alive. He's got DBS, Nonsense, the king of DBS, fallen through. FaZe Clan absolutely being cleared by RRQ, and here comes Uxie, Red FaZe, and all of them delivering the blows. What a catastrophe for XERXIA. And here comes Vampire, another contender to wipe off the King of Kings, RRQ.
Now it's down to 10 teams here. With Vampire, Stone knocked down, they definitely can revive him, but XERXIA, they're not done with PERSIJA EVOS yet. Megamind thinking about the calculation of trajectory for this Nate later on, swapping over to DBS. It's going to be DBS fight between these two, Zuxi versus Megamind, but the legend spoken is bowing down. Megamind won a big fight against PERSIJA EVOS in the very last minute, even got himself the revival of his teammate. They can get themselves in the top 5 as long as they're not involving themselves in this massive fight between all the other teams down there.
XERXIA has massive guts with that push coming in from Megamind to ensure that they remain to be in this contention. And now Yoodo Alliance, look at the spacing that they have. They're already inbound and now hunting out from Mika, running it into the open. There's going to be Audrey that will be able to receive all that information. And now XERXIA, only 2 players left, needing to deal with the Brethrens coming out from Vampire Esports. This is by far one of the better runs that we're seeing coming out of Vampire Esports. Slowly getting back on track of their footing. Levies as well as the rest of DX. They don't really have the numbers, but they do have the direct center. Schweppes trying to find members out of XERXIA, and it's going to be O'Leal. Yoodo Alliance 6-1.
Lethal spot for the side of XERXIA down there. Dangerous game they're playing. Plays himself in the center here, taking all the attention and wanted, but finally couldn't hold on much longer. There's gonna be XERXIA. Still got himself 9 eliminations down there. Yoodo Alliance playing around the smoke, spot out GEEK Fam. Ripper Boy wants to take the shot, but Snipes got that first. He opens up the space for the rest of GEEK Fam. Open up so much room for them to push out the Yoodo Alliance. One of their members knocked down, but it's gonna be 3v3 between these Malaysian teams. But the problem is none of them actually getting themselves in the circle yet. Well, DX finally being spotted out by, if I'm not mistaken, another team in the center. There's a lot of fights happening at the same time here. Yoodo Alliance managed to pick themselves back up, spreading out as a 4, while GEEK Fam leaving. Infinity caught themselves in a trap.
Infinity, they're being pinned down by the rest of Alter Ego at the very same time, and Yoodo Alliance, they're starting to open a little bit more room, dealing with the rest of DX. Hiding under a little bit more of that cover. They both will remain to be alive for the meantime. Meanwhile, Logan will bow out by the play zone. BIGETRON, Red Villains, 5 points in the bag. And they're in that prime center of a location. Eyeing down onto Tony K. I'm not sure how he's going to be able to land the blow, looking through the grasses. And Vampire Esports, they continue to push on the out for Lapar. They got to spot him out, or else it is going to be devastating. Straps down.
That's going to be the IGF of the Vampire screaming for help right now. Satar on the other angle. Lapar off angle. Fnatic out of nowhere. There's a clear line of sight for him to take away Lapar, who's guarding over the pivotal place for BTR. If they lose Lapar on this side, it's going to be detrimental for BTR to push for the next step. Boychill tried to save his mate, but at the same time, Vampires start to close in. He needs to keep them at bay. Stone's fired back with another hand grenade. It seems like a perfect angle, but can he drop down right on top of GenForce? Yoodo Alliance plans an emotion, moving as a unit. D actually in the center all by himself. Rosemary knocked down and finish off Boychill. That's another one bites the dust for the side of BTR. They're losing so many men, they're barely hanging on for BTR.
It's chaos all around here in Erangel. Every team eyeing out for each other. And you can ensure that this is going to be a very close nail biter between all of them. And they spotted him through the smoke. Satar gone. Done. Dusted. Vampire Esports now finds themselves in the top 4 situation. They could go in for those revives and reset themselves to get themselves back into a 3 members advantage to go up against Alter Ego, who has the most members for the time being. Meanwhile, the spread comes through from Alter Ego. They spot out movements coming in from Tony K, hiding behind a rock in the hard place. Exchanges fall through. Luke now dealing with Audrey. One-on-one situation. Leo will be able to supplement, but there's going to be a huge nade flying in the way, running across the corners, and Luke is going to be held down. Audrey with a tick of health left. Ripple spotted from the back. And GEEK Fam suppresses Yoodo Alliance. Leo, the only healthy member standing in the way.
Mika finish off. Yoodo Alliance in an instant down there. There's going to be one last player left. Now Leo have to deal with Vampires and Alter Ego at the same time. No way he can do that. As Akhtar spotted him out, he's down to 3. Alter Ego, are they coming back in the grand finals? Realizing how much they've been pushed down. Is that downfall? Will they rise back up in the very last minute of the last day here? Try to take back that throne in the last season. Rosemary got himself some ghillie suit. They split it into 2-1-1 formation. Rosemary being in the center, Alva taking the flank side. Stone, on the other hand, do have the bit lower ground for Stone, but they're spreading out as a thin line among themselves of Vampires. The one they haven't watched out for is going to be GEEK Fam. Nobody giving them intention at all. And that's going to be the most advantageous side of GEEK Fam for now.
Exchanges come through. Alva spots out Tony K running out in the open, and here comes Schweppes as well, spotting out Alpha. A 1-for-1 trade going through. Tony K will get a little bit more of a helping hand, but this is still going to be a tough challenge for the side of Vampire Esports, which is currently outnumbered, not outgunned for now. They will keep their sharpest shooter alive, but GEEK Fam, they play this one step at a time, making sure that they deter the movements coming from the side of Vampire Esports. Same goes to Octa. 2 teams lock onto 1. Full health on the side of Vampire Esports to ensure that they stand a solid chance. And these are all teams coming from the second page here, showing signs of desperation to secure and close up the gap against the rest of the competition. Audrey as well as Snipes playing from the back of the hills. A very defensive position coming in from GEEK Fam for the time being. They're just waiting for both Alter Ego as well as Vampire Esports to strike each other out, and that's where GEEK Fam will make their appearance.
Now, they weren't discovered early on by these 2 teams before for GEEK Fam, but the moment Vampires don't try to push in, and they got the back line, that's going to be the main frag for Vampires, knocked down of the most valuable player of Vampires, sent back to the lobby, only leaving Straps and Stone to do all the job for the side of Vampires. They cornered down, square to 1, a single tree in between. For Alter Ego, they know exactly where Vampires is right now, but not so much about GEEK Fam. They didn't have knowledge about GEEK Fam, but Snipes might actually give away the position. While Straps and Stone both being cornered down by Alter Ego and GEEK Fam both ways here. But if they're a bit distracted for a side of Alter Ego, they might switch over their focus to a side of GEEK Fam next. But the pressure, nobody wants to be at the receiving end of Vampires right now. 2-way war, and make a drop a nade, big one. Dropping Straps down to his knees, down leaving only with Stone left. With half HP gone. Can he survive this?
A SEA Games champion hoping to revive his fallen brethren here. Schweppes should be able to stand tall, but the flames are coming through, and it will burn them all to the ground. GEEK Fam of Malaysia will find their way into the top 2. Potentially, they can close things out against Alter Ego. Both sides looking for the chicken dinner right here in Erangel. And the crowd is going wild. Very solid stance from both ends, as they need to look for that opening pick. A lot to do for GEEK fam.
Alter Ego open fives. They have the numbers there. 3v4. Try to outcorner side of GEEK fam. Going for 2-2 formation on side of Alter Ego. Fnatic give the tap on the side of Audrey. Spot him out. Snipes in trouble. He's in open space. And Rosemary knock him down. Rosemary finish him off. Here comes Rosemary with Audrey next on the ground. GEEK fam, this is not great. Mika big Russian. Alva on the other side. He doesn't have anywhere to hide. But Mika still spray. He got a bit of a trait against Rosemary. But Alva next for the target. But Mika is going to be him against the entirety of Alter Ego here. 3v1. He tried to hold his ground. It's going to be all the bullets shooting through that tree. And the Nate finish a MORPH. Alter Ego is back in the grand final.
The defending champions showing that they still have all the fight in their veins to put up a showing and secures themselves a chicken dinner here on day 3. Could this be a chance for them to contend for the title again? Only 4 more rounds for them to prove it.
Man, that was a
round
tough.
has been for the Indonesians here. An absolute difficult task for all the teams on board in South Angle, and it was Alter Ego that prevailed.
That was a tough circle, especially for Vampires, honestly speaking. But Rosemary did clutch it out in the very last minute, taking the most valuable player for side of GEEK fam down first. We do know Mika is the game changer, and Snipe as well coming up from the side of GEEK fam. Without the flankers for side of GEEK fam to open up the space and the angle, they cannot have any sort of information collected on the other side. So they have no clue where Alter Ego members are trying to spread out. Rosemary, despite his not feeling very well, still able to deliver for the side of Alter Ego. That was remarkably well done. Not the cleanest, but definitely one of the strongest chicken out there, with a total of 12 eliminations outside for Alter Ego. Is this going to be enough for them to push back into page number 1, or will it be too late now?
I believe this could basically be that standing hope for Alter Ego, to say the very least. In order to chase the top 1, they must ensure that all these other top teams out there will be knocked down round in, round out as well. So still a lot of work here by the defending champions, but GEEK fam definitely showed a lot of finesse on how they basically take control of Vampire Esports, especially with a stellar performance coming from Mika. He himself, you could see, even on a 1 versus 3 scenario, he stood tall to the very last breath. But of course, Rosemary has shown why he has always been one of the top performers here in Southeast Asia.
But for Vampires, they are struggling. We can see they're really desperately enough wanting that chicken for themselves. The moment they try to push themselves in the center of Alter Ego and GEEK fam, since none of those two teams, which are going to be Alter Ego and Vampires, have no sort of information where are the players of GEEK fam before. Hence, they made a decision to push in the center. That was a crucial moment that should not be called by the side of Vampires, but they have no clue who's going on which side. So I don't really blame them. They need to go for the push anyhow because of the blue zone instead. But Vampires, Stone, he being knocked down as a front line, that was pretty much game over for them because they have no other covers or barricade or any even vegetations in between there when they place themselves in the center between these two teams.
Yeah, and this round in South Angle was so difficult for all the challenges out here because there's so little compounds for them to work with, and they have to go through all these treacherous terrains. And despite all of that, other than Alter Ego getting that big win, to my surprise, both PERSIJA, EVOS, as well as XERXIA, they got themselves a lot of points to book. But going into this round, it's 22 for Alter Ego to boost themselves into the standings. But GEEK fam, Vampire Esports, XERXIA, they all share a total of 10 points. Meanwhile, Yoodo Alliance as well as VTR walk away with 8 in total.
Well, 7-9 from the highs to the lows. Without any point for this round, that's going to be detrimental, definitely going to be affecting for their overall ranking points later. PBE, this is going to be a team that have nothing else to lose down there. So expect them to go haywire in the next few minutes or next few maps, because PBE, honestly, when they have no tactical plan, that's going to be their best plan there is. And that will surprise us in the game with high volume eliminations, probably. GE, on the other hand, is definitely going to push them down, since FaZe also got himself only 1 point. But whereas PERSIJA, EVOS got himself scores as a 4. So I have a feeling in the top 3 overall rankings, not going to change that much. But the middle pack, the hungry middle pack, a lot of swaps will be happening.
Yeah, and we can definitely see massive improvements, not only from a lot of all these Thai teams. There's also a sort of retaliation coming in from DX as well. That round itself, they secure plenty of elimination points, but nothing has changed from the first as well as second position. But with Sem9 bowing out so early, BIGETRON Red Villains, they retake the number 3 spot, now trying to solidify those points, but it's only a 4-point difference for the time being. Meanwhile, Yoodo Alliance now chasing into the top 5, and Alter Ego with that one chicken dinner. Now they're in 6th position with 104 points.
But the only team without any chicken in the top 3 is going to be BTR. The moment they score themselves that chicken, I'm not surprised they will be able to push down FaZe to 2nd place if that happens to be the case here. PERSIJA, EVOS and BTR happen to be on neck to neck, and the only team in the top 3 without any chicken, that's a team you should be looking out for, because they are so aggressive that their eliminations and be balancing out with their placement points, pretty much able to push themselves to the top 3 without the extra points from chicken dinner.
Yeah, and you can definitely see in their eyes that there is so much hope for them to actually get their hands on the trophy. So with that being said, we'll cut this story short and pass it over to our host for an upcoming interview.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We've seen 2 back-to-back insane matches for today, and now Malaysia as well as Indonesia have started off the day strong with some chicken dinners. Now with me on the stage, I have from Sem9, Tom. Let's talk a little bit about your team's performance in the last 3 days. Sem9 has the most chicken dinners of all the teams in this tournament so far. And what's the most interesting part is back-to-back today and yesterday, you guys managed to grab chicken dinners in Sunhawk. So, soalan Tasha pada hari ini adalah, untuk Geek Fam bermain, ada tak perbezaan main antara stage Liga dengan bermain di sini? Is there any differences playing in the league stage and playing in the grand finals?
Untuk perbezaan Liga dengan Grand Final, rasanya semua tim buat banyak perubahan dekat Grand Final ni. Kita orang pun ada perubahan kita orang, and untuk Sunhawk, alhamdulillah perubahan tu menjadi.
Right, so he says that a lot of teams have made a lot of changes throughout the league stage as well as the grand finals, as well as Sem9. And as for Sunhawk, their changes are doing so very well. So jom kita cakap sikit pasal Sunhawk. So a lot of people are saying that you guys are the kings of Sunhawk because of your performance in the last 2 days. Now, and they say that on Sunhawk is the most random, I would say very randomized map because it's such a small map. How did you make this, I would say, unpredictability work? Orang berkatakan yang di Sunhawk, dia punya map tu sangatlah unpredictable. Apakah yang Sem9 lakukan untuk make sure that mereka mampu untuk menjadikan unpredictability ni korang punya weapon?
Dekat Liga, kita orang Sunhawk kurang menjadi. So, kita orang banyak belajar daripada segi rotation, firepower dekat Sunhawk, strategi dekat Sunhawk. Macam tu lah cara kita orang training.
Right, so he says that during the league stage, they weren't able to really figure out Sunhawk, but now they have learned. And a lot of changes have been made, especially in terms of firepower and rotations, and it's working out so well for them. So the chance for you guys to get the champions is very, very high, especially with this new roster that you guys played with Ravenwood. Now let's talk a little bit now that you guys are also sitting on the top spot, and you guys are just side by side with the top team right now, do you have any words to the number 1 team? So buat kali ini, korang betul-betul dekat sangat korang punya, I would say, chance tak jadi champion. Tetapi korang side by side saja dengan tempat yang pertama. Ada tak apa-apa korang cakap kepada team yang tengah tempat pertama sekarang ni?
Untuk tim yang ke atas tak ada. Untuk kita orang fokus map ke map. Kita orang slow fokus setiap map.
Right, so he says he doesn't have anything to say to the other teams, but instead he has words to say to Sem9 itself. Let's take it map by map, slow by slow, and just focus on themselves. So if you didn't know, a lot of teams are praising your decision making. Can you share with us how you can make these decisions in those rounds? Because you are the IGL. So sebagai IGL, ramai yang bercakapkan praising ataupun memberikan banyak pujian kepada cara you membuat you punya, I would say, decision making. So macam mana you mampu untuk memberikan decision yang bagus?
Untuk decision ni bukan saya seorang je, ada backstage, ada manager, ada Sly, coach kita orang yang bantu kita orang dari segi rotation dan gameplay. Itu yang buat kita orang boleh do better.
Right, so he says that the decision making is not just only him, but also behind the scenes where Sly DD, their coach, has been the mastermind behind all of this. So for now, you can hear the cheers. Berdengar bunyi fans-fans menjerit daripada Indonesia, dari Malaysia, dan semua dan juga dan online juga. So ada apa tak yang you nak cakap kepada fans-fans you? Is there anything you want to say to your fans on ground or also online?
Untuk FaZe Clan, saya tahu korang ada yang datang dari jauh untuk tengok kita orang main. Terima kasih sangat-sangat. Kita hargai. Kita orang akan buat yang terbaik untuk korang. Kita orang ucapkan banyak-banyak terima kasih untuk Bos Tommy, untuk isteri Bos Tommy. Terima kasih support kita orang daripada belakang. Terima kasih semua.
So he says thank you so much to everyone who's come here on ground to support him. Has traveled really, really far. Thank you to his boss Tommy, as well as the wife, as well as everyone else who's come down here. Tapi untuk fans-fans Sem9 yang tidak mampu untuk datang, apa nak kata kepada fans online tak?
Yang boleh, terima kasih juga sebab support kita orang daripada jauh. Kita spam Sem9 on fire.
Right, so he says to the online fans, please spam Sem9 on fire, and thank you so much for your support. Everyone give it up for Sem9 Tom! But the thing is, the tournament is not quite yet. We have another 4 maps to go. Let's see which team will be making it on top, especially after how close map 2 has been between Alter Ego and GEEK Fam. So we're going to toss it to our casters for map number 3. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you guys in a little while.
Well, you heard what the man's got to say. Sem9 on fire, spam it in the chat, and every other team that you do support, please drop it in the chat as well. Just making sure that you keep the banters absolutely friendly. So it was an exhilarating 2 rounds of back-to-back action, and we're going to go back into Angle again. And we're starting to see more of these form being established by all these other teams that were hungry for the win, hungry for those points to be on the block. And now we see even chances for Alter Ego back on track.
Now, we do see when it comes to the middle pack, and starting, I'm talking about the middle pack, it's going to be starting off from the 2nd place down to the 10th place especially, is striving to get themselves those chicken in their hands. But when it comes to the players and teams coming out in number 1 spot, that's going to be FaZe Clan, to try to play as safe as possible. As long as they manage to get a couple of points in every single map, without dropping any zeros, they cannot afford to drop any balls down there. They cannot afford to lose way early on. And the case of FaZe Clan, they know what at stake here. Hence, they're trying to take a bit of safer rotations and safer approach towards the battlefield. But that kind of opened up the gap from FaZe Clan with their rest right now. Even though PERSIJA, EVOS, and also BT are trying to catch up to the numbers of FaZe Clan, it feels impossible as long as FaZe Clan still survive. Regardless of what the position is in the top 5, we don't see a lot of FaZe Clan just now, but still managed to secure a couple of points down there. As long as they're still getting themselves those points, it's quite hard for PERSIJA, EVOS, and BTR to overtake and overrun them to take that throne away from the hands of FaZe right now. No, the best case scenario it's gonna be just try to force the fight. If you really want to take FaZe to stop getting any points, the best case scenario is force them way early on in their initial drop spot. But when it comes to the top performance, it's going to be Megamon. We saw how incredible he tried to play out by himself for the rest of XERXIA just now. But Alter Ego, this is the best round yet. The entirety of the grand finals, this is yet their best map.
Yeah, we see 3 of their names on board for the top performance of the past round of Erangel. Let's see if they could basically emulate that yet again. XERXIA, they managed to shut down the entirety of PERSIJA, EVOS, and so many of all these other teams. I could see that they still have that form of tenacity. They just have to refine a little bit more of the way that they do handle fight per fight, because they're taking way too many battles head on. So we'll definitely we'll have to also check out on whether or not if Justice Esports could bounce back from 2 rounds of securing 0 points at all. So currently, let's take a look at some of all these promotions that we do have, because some of them are for limited time only. And get your hands on the new Beach and Pool Party Team Royale Pass, and you could basically get everything out for the summer. Well, I'm not too sure if it's still summertime out there, but cool skins for the very, very little amount of UC that you get to spend.
I mean, this is something that you guys should know by now. It's been 4 weeks in a row now. We keep on... I feel like I'm trying to brainwash people with a repetitive, like a broken record here. Going for Aston Martin as per usual, and it's gonna be at the moment it's actually okay. Fine, there you go. The exclusive glider pack. I still want to talk about the game. I don't care about this anymore. Sorry guys, it's gonna be the grand finals game, but this one I care. It's gonna be only one UC. That's it. Today's the last day. That's gonna be important note for you guys. Other than that, everything else still have the time. Back towards the official business. I'm sorry, I like to cut the chase down there. I mean, like, you guys know the graphics, right?
Yeah, you know the drill.
Speaking of the side of the Thai teams, I'm surprised that Vampire has been shut down the momentum that they finally managed to rise up at the very last minute yesterday, shut down by Indonesian and Malaysian teams once more today. We did see a bit of a rise of XERXIA in the very last minute, but where are the rest of the Thais? Except for day number 1 in the grand finals, they have been sitting there quietly, not really quietly sitting ducks, but they're having some trouble to push themselves up there. Since yesterday, Indonesia taking over their pride and also fighting for their pride for Malaysia's side, where are the Thais? Where are they? We hardly get to see them these days.
Well, Vampire Esports did show us a little bit more of their form in that past round. Unfortunately, they don't really have those numbers to actually work against GEEK Fam or even Alter Ego. So, at the very least, XERXIA is also accompanying Vampire Esports, but FaZe Clan, they're definitely in that pressure cooker right now, because they need to ensure that they remain at the top of the table, because all these other teams, they're consistently putting those double-digit points. You see players going through SEM9. They definitely rely on a lot of all these support coming from fans and a lot of faith in the Almighty at the same time. So that performance coming out of SEM9 back in round 1 was phenomenal. Round 2, that's where they lost a lot of opportunities, because that's 0 points. This is another team that we'll be keeping our eyes on throughout the circuit of this Sunday run.
Now, despite we talked about the Thai teams not actually pushing their numbers up just yet, I have a feeling we might actually go into the game right now. We're going to talk over that after in a couple of seconds. We go head into Erangel. Okay, back to my topic just now. Despite we don't see a lot of Thai teams in day number 2 and day number 3 here, FaZe Clan barely show up as well. They've been sitting out all of those fights early on. But what's scarier than all the facts that we just mentioned before is that even though FaZe Clan don't really go gun blazing all around, they still maintain at number 1 since day 1. Regardless of how many teams try to take them down, they are immovable mountains up there because of the gap they created early on in between those teams. And not just that, they've been playing safe because they are smart. They know for a fact, you know what, we don't want to be like the team on the 2nd and 3rd place who's rushing in recklessly, even sometimes try to take out some teams up there. They're jeopardizing the entire team's positioning, hence the whole team being wiped out. And since 2nd and 3rd place always being wiped out early, nobody can challenge FaZe to just shake them off from that number 1 spot.
Yeah, sometimes the best form of plan is to have a very defensive grasp where you don't really have to put yourself in these form of risks. But speaking of risk, you can see 3 Thai teams surrounding each other around that northwestern corner of the map. Vampire Esports closer to its the north point of Jerseypol as well as Zarki. Meanwhile, FaZe Clan smack dab in the center of South George. And then right below Hospital, it's Infinity. So this time around, it seems that Vampires as well as Infinity, they're a little bit more hungry to topple down the empire of FaZe Clan that they're building right here, right now. Sure, speaking of gaps, there is a little bit being created. Master Ichi this time showing a little bit more aggressiveness in the early game, knowing for the fact RRQ is dropping close by, and look who's here. Sam9, they're moving in for the vehicles. I hope that they can secure it really fast because RRQ, they're locked and loaded. They got those weapons at the ready.
This is going to be interesting since Sam9 challenging RRQ right on top of Score. We do know Score has been always the place for the side of RRQ. And you talked about a lot of the Thai teams taking on left side. I mean, like, that has been going on for the entirety of grand finals. All the Thais always drop themselves heavily towards the left of the map. I'm not talking about north and south. When it comes to west and east, it's always on the western side for the Thai teams. But surprisingly, despite even though they are placing themselves around a cluster and quite in close proximity amongst themselves, they barely start fighting each other too early on. It just shows that they know what's necessary and when not to fight for the side of the Thais. And FaZe Clan, even though they are kind of hammered down between all the Thai teams surrounding them, they still manage to survive till the end. Because all the other teams like Vampires and BBE, Infinity around them, have been going into the circle early. They're being left behind without anybody trying to touch them or trying to stop them from moving forward. Yeah, there's no gatekeepers on the left side.
I would also say this could also be one of the bane for some of all these Thai teams out there because they've always clustered up in certain situations where they are being forced into fighting. This is what's going to happen where all these other teams get a little bit more of that opening room where they will have to actually contend for spots within their own territory as well. So that will definitely put some of all these Thai teams out of the map very, very early on if those battles do happen. But if it doesn't, great for them. They can journey on through with the rest of these open grounds for them to take. Meanwhile, FaZe Clan, this is going to be a very difficult space for them to move out of because the last we've seen, like you said before, Infinity is going to be around the corner. Vampire Esports is also by the northern plains as well. So what they could possibly do is to really wait for the storm to subside, and that's where they could slowly get across some of all these fields. For the time being, Severny now occupied by MORPH GPX. A lot of open space up north. There shouldn't be any casualties for MORPH GPX as they have had a very decent day, but decent is not going to cut it because currently this team is situated at 9th position. Sure, there is a chance, but it requires a chicken dinner and so much more points in order to tally up against the top 5s.
Now, due to the circle itself that pops right on top of shooting range just now in between around Gakha Mountains, it's going to be quite a tough decision making for the IGLs of the team. One of it about the drop spot. We saw early on no teams dropping on the right side since the flight path heavily towards the left and more towards the west side. So Milta, Power, Lipovka quite empty right now. And there's so many teams on the left that's going to be moving on one direction towards the north since the circle up north. PBE caught a glimpse of Infinity who happened to be passing by. Now what I worry is going to be the team that happen to be crashing into the teams like we saw Sam9 and RRQ before. Like Sam9 used to drop around Shelter, Milta area, but due to the flight path, they're being forced to take around Circle of School. Now, for School, I have a feeling it's going to be a lot of passerby later on because that's going to be one of the crucial places for a team that prefer to drop on the right side instead of on the left, but being forced to do so due to the flight path itself. But on the side of Infinity, there's going to be a whole cavalry joining in. It's going to be them start to form in their lines to fight against the entirety of PBE. PBE, I do see only 2 or 3 of them, not the whole squad just yet.
And they're also kind of scattered. Perhaps they can receive a little bit more information where Mix could also regroup with the rest of PBE in order to try to halt the progress of Infinity for the time being. Not that they are forced to do so. You can still take their sweet time out. And like you said early on, I absolutely agree on your point where Rozok, as well as these central areas of play, is going to be very pivotal for these teams to make the cut across into those northern plains because of the circle that does appear a little bit closer towards the northern side, as well as somewhere towards the central areas around the open fields of Kapka as well. So you can see a lot of precautions being done by the majority of the teams, but definitely no casualties for now. A little bit more of a quiet town here for our BIGETRON Red Villains, as they are slowly getting all their stocks necessary. GenFoss, a player that I've been keeping my tabs on. As much as he may not have come up with the biggest of numbers out there, he's always been able to supplement these firepower with Boychill as well as Satar, always being backed up by this man himself.
Well, due to the circle moving away, it's up north all the way. A lot of teams taking a bit of a blue zone deep into it. It's going to be Baunam United, who happened to drop himself in SMB, and same goes for BTR. They changed their drop spot. I mean, like BTR used to famous to be dropping himself on top of Nova Repnoye, but since Baunam United playing, they changed over to around the other side of a bridge, which is going to be around Milta. Now, they changed it due to the flat part, like I mentioned before, so BTR and Baunam might actually move in the same direction. And this GEEK Mountain, this time it will work, because the circle will have a chance to hard shift down south. And if that's the case, it's going to be right on top of GEEK Mountain. We've seen that before. And PBE taking a fight against Infinity. They lost 2 men in the process of navigating themselves to be on top of GEEK Mountain. This is not great. Even though they're spread out early on for PBE, but they're always so good at setting up traps. And it's going to be Logan and Lobbyx going to finish off as a sacrificial lamb on the side of Infinity. And the other two, they have to give up on that GEEK Mountain. They don't have enough manpower to guard over the entirety of that GEEK Mountain for now.
What an initiative by PBE. You saw that was also coming from a mile away.
No way!
And wow, we're finally getting ourselves a Zarky ending. Perhaps it might just be in that city itself, but around that North George area, you could see teams are going to struggle. They're still bound now all the way into the islands, 7-9 on the outskirts of the blue, and I'm not sure how they're going to make their way in, because this is one of the most difficult circumstances that is being brought into Angle.
This is the first time Zarky Circle in my entire life. I mean, like, we did have some portion of Zarky in some bigger cases of Circle, but this is just, I don't know, it's supposed to be entertaining for us, but definitely not fun for the players. And it's talking to one corner. It's talking to one corner. Everybody moving only one direction here. North, west. That's it. There's no other direction. It's tucked into one corner. And imagine the fight later on in around the edge of a circle. Those coming up from hospital around Jogopur, that's going to be a huge mass, a catastrophe even. Because so many teams up there, they might actually having a win here. It's going to be more of GPX.
Yeah, it's just absolutely uncharted territories for a majority of the teams that don't usually play around that surrounding. As much as there's still terrains out there, there's just so little reliable grounds, especially if they were to look for those compounds. You're only looking at North George, the in-betweens around these areas. Alter Ego, they decided, we want these spots very early on. We're just going to book it. We don't care if there's nobody meeting us in between. We want to be safe till the end game. And that is the game plan for Alter Ego for now.
For Alter Ego, they are on hunting mode. They got themselves the adrenaline rush based on their last chicken dinner here. Spotted out some players of MORPH. Just happened to be leaving at the nick of time. Rosemary with that DP20 spotted out QEON, but the barrel control is going to be ridiculously hard. The 4-time scope. Spotted out Boo-Boo, who he got fired back on the head. Tried it almost his helmet. We're just trying to change a rifle. It's going to be the M416 to spray from Fob. He's taking that DP28 to work again. And the Blues are just going to hit it hard for all the players who's not in the circle. We're talking about possibly half population of the PUBG Mobile right now are just running away from the circle.
Yeah, and there's so little spacing for them to work with, so they really just have to book anywhere that they deem safe. I say deem safe. There's nowhere to safe for the time being. Even Yoodo Alliance, you can see that they will have to make a detour because they might have actually heard some of the engines coming in from the side of BIGETRON Villains. Leo playing with fire right now, moving into the crash side. But the really interesting part about this circle is that if you look at the position of Vampire Esports, there's so little players moving into the city, and they know for a fact this is not going to be within that city, and it's just going to be right up north, literally on those Zarki farm fields that is going to be open grounds for the taking.
Definitely uncharted territory. This is up to the point it's so unfamiliar. It's even an alien spot for the players down there. Yeah, at an unfamiliar place, you have to know exactly where the entry are. And RRQ spot out Sam 9 in the process. This is where everything goes haywire. And we're starting off at the edge of the circle itself. A lot of players still running away from the blue zone as it shrinks. But Atsar have to reload on that DP28. Got back to his foot and just going to reposition all the members of RRQ to make sure they will guard all the entry points whenever the team try to pass by. BTR spotted out by Boo Boo Hoo. FaZe Clan is actually tailing them behind. My god, this is going to be a huge mess. No way this is happening right now.
An absolute chaos happening all across these corners. One member brought down from the side of BTR, and it's Onsens on the watch. It's ridiculous how they could even set up all these death traps in between all the terrains. Now, huge snake being cooked up by Onsens. And this chef might be able to find something, but not much in return. Luxy pins down Chua. This is where GE, they find themselves a wide angle play, but not really finding the mark just yet. Misery will knock one down for the side of 7-9. Kenny on the ground needs a little bit of a helping hand. And you can see they're just scratching their heads. Where exactly can they camp? There's even one player by the edge of the shoreline. I mean, that is one of the best decisions, but you got to fight for your lives for it.
Oh, Zaki, even on Zaki, they're still going to fight against each other. And talking about outside of Zaki, that's even further more. But FaZe Clan, they try to hold their warehouses here, right on top of Zaki, being spotted out by Alter Ego to make it difficult for FaZe Clan to make sure they're in safe territory. They have been playing slow and quiet for FaZe Clan, but they got quite easily fast into the circle. But the outside, everybody not inside of safe zone right now. They just gunning each other out. And the carnage happens there, right now. Starting with Oregon, spotted out PERSIJA, EVOS, GE coming to this direction. DX is there. There's also MORPH around the corner. Not just that, Sam9 squeezing in here as well. And DX happen to be at the same spot. And none of this team is actually inside of a circle. XERXIA and GE barely touching the rim here as the blue zone close in. DX are running away from the blue, but they're walking themselves into a hellfire hole. My god, the mess is just incredibly phenomenal to watch right now.
And it's just insane on how RQ is being the puppeteers, controlling the direct center of all these rotation points, gating anybody from cutting across. Now, Mega Lion's got to travel on foot. He still has a vehicle to work with Chopper flying in the wings, but damage has been done towards the side of members of GE. They need to look for those points, but they can't find any at all. Web carry finally pins one member down. It's RNJ from XERXIA, but from up above, they will crash right through. And Chopper, he's being knocked down as well. This fight is not over yet for side of GE, but Megamind ensures that they do not go any further.
Oh, Megamind doesn't have that much time here. Time's ticking and blue zone shrinking. Less than 30 seconds. They need to leave. Do they have the vehicles? They have the Dacia next to them. But the moment step out from the blue zone, it's going to be the gatekeepers. The one actually in the inner circle stop them from advancing forward. PlayZone finish off most of the players down there. With GEEK Fam taking advantage of a knockdown against Bear from the blue zone early on. Steals away those eliminations. The real MVP in this one is going to be the circle and the blue zone. You have to give it to them. But GE, they're running away as fast as they can. Fast and furious we go. Don't care about the gunfires blazing outside. Just find yourself a space spot when you can have some peaceful life in it.
Yeah, Master Ichi, he just ditched his buddy out on those open plains because he knows there's nothing left to save for now. And he is the only hope for the side of Justice Esports in order to retain their position. Look how far they've dropped from third position now into 7th. It's going to be a difficult task playing it all alone, but they have done it before here in Arangel, especially now with so little knowledge for many of these teams playing around Zarki. You can see Yoodo Alliance having struggles of their own with the rival of death, but he will be crushed. 7-9, another round with 0. Devastating blow yet again for the Malaysians. Speaking of Malaysians, it's PBE challenging Yoodo Alliance. H2R holding through the gates. Range, he's gonna supplement with a lot of all these smokes to block any form of vision from Yoodo Alliance. But there's so little left for them to do. Mix has gotten forward. Can he do more?
3 Malaysian teams down back to back, and the Axnats as well. But still 2, sorry. Yoodo Alliance still alive, fighting PBE down here. A lot of smokes being popped out at the edge of the circle, just at the rim of it. But Rocky taken down on Mega Mine. And next is going to be Kobe drop by the side of PBE. Another one! A big one to a side of PBE. Toss over to a side of Yoodo Alliance. They are in trouble. But PBE, despite their fighting entire crew of Yoodo Alliance, they're still leaving one man at the back line to give a bit of support fire and give some intel in case somebody is rushing in. But GEEK trying to make some redemption for the team. Damage control out here. Trying to play around the smoke. They're blinded entirely. Going in the smoke. Blind shots coming in, random shots and random throws from both teams at the very current moment. But PBE is spotted out by MORPH. My God, the third party is real in this one.
And Yoru's got bird's eye vision on 2 teams. He's spraying through his smoke and still looking for Mix. He's only got a dot of health left for now, but MORPH GPX having a genius plan onto these compounds that they found inside of the township of Zarki. What early movers to be able to reach the edge of that part of the map. For the meantime, FaZe Clan, GE, BTR, they find themselves into the direct center of firm access for the rest of Alter Ego as well. MORPH GPX, they continue on their journey. They will leave Yoodo Alliance B. And this is not looking all too good for the Filipinos that are just by the edge of the map. With all these trails of smoke that they're trying to play over, Range tries to knock them down with the buggy, but he's not going to find anything at all. Mix, he reveals himself, and he's still
down
survives.
to 1 HP, 1 HP. GEEK going to toss Ryan just at the collateral damage is more than enough to knock him down. But finally got him done, but it's going to be PBE fighting back. They still have the fight in the down to 2 players, fighting the entire squad of Yoodo Alliance. They're just lurking, extended the fight way too long now. Less than 3 seconds, the Blizzards start to kill them. Both teams not gonna make it at this rate.
They gotta finish this fight real fast, or else they are both being devoured. There's also Boboho that's waiting for PBE to show up through those smokes. How much utilities do they still have in their bag right now? That itself is going to be a huge question for PBE's survival. And Mix still trying to survive right now. A huge nade will collapse him to the ground. Only H2R survives. Luke, he's looking for a target. He's pushing through. PB will crumble. Yoodo Alliance prevails. Only 2 points secured. And MORPH GPX. They know they have another target on the block, but they're all back on wheels. Yoodo Alliance survives to tell the tale, but look at them being surrounded. Wherever they go, they will be man-marked. And can they survive? They drive right through. And it's Vampires, MORPH GPX, eyeing down the target. Repo, next one on the block. And all these shots, they're only dealing significant damage, and Leo somehow finds shorties. Flags will be uncovered by Baonam United.
Baonam United being the housekeeping team at the moment. All the mats are flying over to the side, but Yoodo Alliance, they're thanking MORPH previously against PBE before, but this time PBE gone. They are in the same boat as PBE previously. Gunning down by so many teams. Yoodo Alliance quite segregated amongst themselves. Baonam shutting them early. And that's going to be the last member of Yoodo Alliance within just in an instant, less than a minute ago, we had so many teams, double-digit efforts. We're down to 7 at stage 5, and the circle will shrink even down and smaller in size. At FaZe Clan, they're playing it smart. Look at them. They're not even trying to make any sound down there. Knowing that, you know what, I don't want to be part of this. They just want to play it safe onto the top 5. Then they start shooting people down.
And that's a perfect game plan for them. As much as they are being spotted out, you can see that they're just turtling in. They know they can hold this fortress of the compound for even the longer time versus Baonam United. This is definitely going to be a little bit more of that pressure for Baonam to eventually exit this territory over on top of the kills. You still see so many of all these players waiting on the wings, especially from Vampire Esports. But they're taking a battle against MORPH GPX. One vehicle being blown up from the side of BIGETRON Red Villains. I'm not sure if that's going to halt them for now, but they can still walk on foot to get into the next zone. FaZe Clan will have to leave their comfort zones for now. You see 2 Indonesian teams securing the final few zones, and Master Ichi surprisingly survives to tell the tale after all these rockets. And now Stone, he's got this whole team of BN United surrounded.
GE, if it's small, there's high chance we can actually get that one-man clutch again. But it's Master Ichi can pull off of Master Small that one. But for Vampires, look at how aggressive Bounham United showing their hostility by pushing this side. They don't have any other option. They have to brute force their way into the circle. And Vampires intend to keep them at bay and make sure they cannot advance even. But the problem is, the moment Vampires leaving this out, it's going to be the other teams keeping them as well. And they're coming up from the flank. At the meantime, Vampires trying to fight back, having a bit of a trade between them. But FaZe Clan fire on their side as well. Strap trying to toss a nade. There's going to be an explosion nearby. But Soa's barely hanging on. But the pressure Israel, Bounham United. This is going to be the last 3 players remaining with 1 left and 1 being knocked out. Another one bites the dust for Bounham. GE taking a fight against Vampires as well. The 1 player of GE taking advantage of the other's unfortunate situation.
So as he's creeping right in, he can find Stone right in front of his eyes. He will not land a shot though. Unfortunately, he could have done so much damage to this Vampire side. And you can see Vampires giving a little bit more of that spacing back. And just in a couple of seconds, this blue zone is going to kick in. Ravenclaw now spotted out by SOS. Not that they can see them through the smokes though. Shreps still going out for the push. He's risking his own life in order to hold the rest of Bounham United back. Dropping a couple of Molotovs, and now they're being clumped up all together. They're all being lined up. Found SOS right behind. Silence still trying to draw a little bit more of that blood. SOS now going into the other corner. Satar finds the rest of MORPH GPX. Meanwhile, Vampire Esports will nail down Silence, and then dump shot from SOS. He saves the day and keep the hopes of Vietnam alive.
BN United deleted Vampires down to their knees, having a bit of a run on the money, heavy casualty on their side as well. But that 1 player of GE can change so much. We've seen this before. Is this happening again? The one not's been spotted out by the other teams down there. GE, Master Ichi, can he pull that 1-man clutch this time? While MORPH do have a bit of a numbers on their side, but Alter Ego have a full squad again. So spotted out by Rosemary. Here goes Alter Ego back on the limelight. Spotted out Master Ichi. That's going to be the shutdown of Master Ichi both ways, with Rosemary and the entire crew of Alter Ego making sure they survive here. It's going to be 3v4, and both teams come out from the Indonesian region.
The clash of the Titan region right now. With full advantage given over to Alter Ego. They found their first chicken dinner already. They're looking for another one in the bag. But MORPH, they're on absolute phenomenal form right now. Both sides having double-digit elimination here by the corner of Zarki. 11 points on the side of Alter Ego. Now looking for Yoodo. He will drive his way to safety, looking for that compound. And now, smack dab in the middle of it all. Alter Ego is just waiting for MORPH's next move. What are the chances here for them to push right through?
Oh,
because
man.
all these angles are now covered by Fnatic, Rosemary, as well as Alpha.
Capitalizing over the circle, dominating is going to be Alter Ego. The position is such a blast position at this point, with that circle favoring them right now. MORPH, at least they got themselves some compound to take covers, but the problem is the moment the shrink of the blue zone coming in, they will corner themselves into a corner up to the point they can't even fight back. So they need to leave the compound right now, but they barely got any covers down there. Only a couple of vegetation, but at least the airdrops give them a bit of a refreshment of that loot. The resources they've been waiting for. But Yuri give the pressure on the side of Alter Ego, distracting them away from the other players who open up the flank on left and both right side. Boo Boo taking the shots coming up from Rosemary. But he's got himself the covers of the smoke for now. But the moment he stepped out of there, the silhouette of the smoke, Alpha spot him out, far flank into the blue zone. They're willing to take the risk for Alter Ego just to finish off this chicken dinner.
And they're just by their circumference of the circle. I'm not too sure if they're going to be able to survive to tell the tale. Octa is already doing a drive-by. They know where exactly QEON is at. Rosemary on a hunt, only hiding behind a buggy. That's not going to cut it. One member left on the side of MORPH GPX, but the grenade flies in. Yoru, the last stand is out. Fnatic does not connect the shot. 2 versus 1, and Rosemary draws 1v1, and they've done it again. Back-to-back wins for Alter Ego.
We ask so many questions on top of Alter Ego's performance over the past few days in Grand Finals. Where are they? Where are the champions of last season PMSL? And this time they scream in our faces with that double chicken dinner, giving back what we asked them earlier on. Another chicken dinner secured by the hands of Alter Ego despite misery, and Rosemary is not feeling that well, but they still did it. And back to back even. But the bigger question is, will it be enough? That's the thing. FaZe Clan, they survived till top 8 just now. They're still there. They hardly participated themselves in any of those fights where a lot of teams were being demolished by the Blue Zone. Not the other teams. The Blue Zone killed all the players down there. Half of the population were running away from Blue Zone instead of fighting other teams. 5 elimination, 800 over damage by Rosemary. Multiple MVPs, last FMVP, last season's FMVP. Will it be too late for him to run for another FMVP this season?
I say they just got themselves started right here, right now. Rosemary, this is his golden moment. And from the last season itself, we've seen him thrive when the moments mattered the most. And you saw how active he was, hunting out players after players. Undoubtedly, the top performer for his team at the moment. And at the same time, you saw Octa securing another 4-piece. This is basically more than 20 points that Alter Ego has garnered in this round itself. With those 2 wins, I think they are right up there challenging FaZe Clan.
But just now, based on that circumstances for Alter Ego versus MORPH, you have to give it to Alva. He makes such a crucial judgment call in the very last minute. Go away from the safe zone, take a bit of his chances into the blue, and just fight from the off angle and just knock one of the member of MORPH. And that opened up so much opportunity for Alter Ego to push in the moment their backside exposed. That's definitely a whole teamwork coming from Alter Ego. Everybody have been pulling off their weight, but MORPH, that was the rise of the silent team. They are not the strongest, they're not the loudest during the entire league, but when it comes to the grand finals, something has changed them so much. They're being more aggressive and proactive than during themselves in the league.
Yeah, you could also give hats off to all these Indonesian fans that are there at the venue itself. When they saw 2 Indonesian teams out there fighting for that chicken dinner, it doesn't matter what jerseys they're wearing at the moment. You can see they have their backs overall, but when we look into the performance of both MORPH as well as Alter Ego in the climax of what the Battle of Darky was all about, they had that firm grasp. It was who takes that risk in order to advance into the final stage of the matchup. And like you said, the flank coming in from Alva was that difference maker. But in this matchup itself, MORPH GPX, they took that south side control before even moving up north in order to pin down Yoodo Alliance, some of the members of PBE, and then later on dealt with the rest of the squads. Even though, despite FaZe Clan trying to play as safe as they can't play safe anymore. They need to start chasing those points from here on out. This midway mark of our grand finals is already drawing to close. The second half hurdle, especially when we do move into Miramar next, is going to dictate who really is going to be the champions of the PMSL.
Don't forget, we still have one more in Wrangle of the day, but Alter Ego, that was a bang, an explosive run with 14 eliminations. 2 runs in a row now. They got themselves a back-to-back chicken dinner, but not just that, they secured a double-digit elimination as well. This definitely will push themselves up to the top 3. And for the side of MORPH, I think this definitely going to push up. A lot of the Indonesian teams will take the first page by end of this map. On the side of GEEK fam, lucky for us, this time we don't have any zeros despite the circle was on uncharted unfamiliar, very alienated space across the entire map, but nobody ended up with a 0.
Yeah, and it was such a catastrophe for all these sort of teams that they had to plan themselves on open grounds, and that's where we saw from stage 2 onwards, everybody was just all in, taking fights in order to survive.
Wow.
And lo and behold, with those 2 back-to-back chicken dinners, and these 2 chicken dinners were only found here in day 3, Alter Ego is currently number 2, and they're just 11 points shy to chase up against FaZe Clan.
Now, there's a wake-up call for FaZe Clan. They cannot play as conservative as they were in the in the past few maps here. They need to take actions. They need to hunting people down. Because so far, we haven't seen FaZe trying to partake any sort of a crossfire battle against all the other teams down there. But the one that actually been left behind, being a bit isolated, is going to be REGUM, the only Indonesian team. Didn't place themselves in the first page. You know, it feels bad when all your teammates and your colleague and all your comrades happen to be on the first page. You're being quite a gap out behind, being left down there. I feel like there's sort of something they need to rediscuss for the side of REGUM. But the Indonesians, they have risen. I have nothing else to say now because the ties, the only one still holding the ground in first page, feels like it's just FaZe Clan for now.
And you could just see the form of pressure that was amounting to not only the ties but everybody else. But somehow the Indonesian teams have been able to overcome all of that. We talk about REGUM, maybe they're not joining them just yet for now, but like you saw even in those early rounds of Erangel, they were so proactive. They were always hunting out for their targets, and they're still playing as if like their life depends on it, and that's what really puts them on the map, right? Indonesia right now with 4 possible representatives here to move into PMGC. I say perhaps they're just gonna book one huge flight for all of them to go to where they need to be. But man, the show's not over just yet. Now, with a lot of all these teams getting ready for the next half, we'll definitely give them time to re-strategize. So Choo-Choo, I guess we'll take a break and we'll come back shortly.
Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke capsules release ball-shaped smoke, which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attacks stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together.
of the ocean can be beautiful and terrifying. We all have a dark side that's always a part of us, but we can control it. I don't care what others think. I'm only concerned with my wants. The weak are always eliminated. Only the strong can survive.
previous chicken dinner winner. Wow, that is a mouthful. With me, I have Alpha 7 for Alter Ego. It's super exciting to have you on stage. You can hear the fans from that side just yelling Alter Ego. I didn't know you guys had a chant. Can you sing it for me a bit?
Selamat atas winner chicken dinnernya barusan. Bisa nyanyiin buat fansnya atau maksudnya kayak ngomong sama para fans.
Kalau buat Alter Jam ya dukung kita terus, support kita terus, doain kita terus juga, terus jangan lupa tetap semangat ini tim-tim Indo lainnya juga.
Untuk ACCM jangan lupa untuk support Alter Ego terus dan untuk para fans Alter Jam jangan lupa juga untuk support tim Indonesia yang lain.
That's right. So let's talk a little bit about where you are right now. Currently, you guys are on second place. You guys just jumped all the way to the top. Now, in the league stage, it didn't feel like you guys were super on top of it, but today you guys are coming in really strong. Is it a strategy for you guys to be playing as strongly as this on day number 3?
Dengan sekarang posisinya Alter Ego ada di top 2 dengan 11 poin yang berbeda. Apakah kalian ada confidence untuk take over tab 1 di hari ini?
Kalau dari kita sendiri yang pasti kita udah dapat rasa confident juga buat maksimal poin per gamenya juga biar kita bisa tetap mempertahankan gelar juara.
They say they are confident to take over the top 1 and then they will keep doing their best for that.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about battle of the countries. For now, I think in terms of rotations, it's always going to be teams versus like Indonesia versus Indonesia. That's what's happening just now that we saw. But let's talk a little bit about Thailand, FaZe Clan in particular. So FaZe Clan right now is in the top position and they don't seem to be going away. They have a big gap between you guys and them. But you guys seem to be closing the gap. Do you guys think that you'd be able to take over FaZe Clan? And what do you want to say to the FaZe Clan?
Untuk saat ini, FaZe Clan kan di atas di posisinya. Apakah kalian punya konfidensial atau kepercayaan diri untuk take over FaZe Clan? Terus ada yang bisa mau diomongin nggak untuk tim FaZe Clan?
Kalau buat untuk tim FaZe Clan ya tetap bermain konsisten tapi tetap hati-hati juga dengan kita.
For FaZe Clan, please be confident when during you play and be careful with us also.
Wow, look at that. The Indonesian team, despite trying to chase FaZe Clan, they are saying to FaZe Clan, be confident, but be careful of Alter Ego. And we love to see this rivalry happen. Whether or not this will be continuing, whether or not Alter Ego will be taking it away is the question. So for now, I'm going to toss it back to the casters. You can hear the fans roaring. Take it away.
And that was Alva here, just showing us grace as well as confidence that they can take on FaZe Clan. Don't you just love these interviews, Choo-Choo, where we just have those small little banters going on? I think like we're definitely onto something right now.
I don't like it. I don't love it if I'm not there, okay?
Okay.
I want to
fair
leave
enough.
so bad. I want to leave so bad. Can we just leave the desk empty and just let the game running and we just go over that side? Is that possible? Then I'll be happy and I love that interview. By the way, speaking of Alter Ego, they're definitely at the edge of the seat for FaZe Clan since they have a new contender coming in from all the way down there. Alter Ego fought themselves up to the second spot today in the very last minute. Not just that, the gap, the margin is even smaller. 11 points, Contra.
Yeah, 11 points is so reachable. You saw what Alter Ego has done. The past 2 games themselves has gained them about what? The previous round, about 23 points or so. And in the previous one, it was about 15 to 17 points. So imagine if Alter Ego gets a triple chicken dinner right here, right now, and sweep the entirety of the Erangel map. I think this show will definitely be theirs to take. So let's take a look at the top performers of our past round in Erangel.
Yuri, Rosemary, Octa, and PBE squeezing in Migs. I mean, Migs is pretty new in the season, but he shows what he's made of. But so far, coming up from MORPH, I mean, that's 7 eliminations. I thought it's going to be Rocky at first. Rocky got himself the high grounds, those elevations with a rooftop previously. He's tapping out from afar. But I'm surprised that Yoodo, actually, we didn't see a lot of his highlight. Managed to get more elimination than the others, even dished out the most damage out there.
Yeah, and it was so impressive that he was basically carrying the MORPH banner all by himself with like more than half contribution on the block. But this map still remains to be a dominant showing coming in from Vampire Esports, but not so much on Sem9 for today. Sadly, 2 rounds of Erangel that they played, they had 0 points after all. But Alter Ego, they're cooking, they got those double chicken dinners, and currently chasing up to even MORPH as well as Vampire Esports. So I want to see if they could basically land another chicken dinner to tally up with all the scores being set previously by Sem9 and the rest.
You're so demanding as a tall order to score a triple chicken in a day during the grand finals. You think the other teams will let them just pass by easily after you saw how incredibly tough that circle was just now? Zaki? We never had Zaki before.
And because of all these curveballs that are being thrown to all of us out there, I think like we're going to get something a little bit more special heading to our very final round of Erangel. Before we even get to that, first, you guys can also check out the PUBG Mobile and Dragon Ball Super collaboration right now in-game. If you haven't got yourself downloaded with the game, do so right now on Google Play as well as App Store.
We're gonna stress you enough. Today is the last day, guys. The last time for you to get to see that one new seed that's all needed for your first draw in your run to get that PMSL Dream Chasers set. That's gonna be the exclusive set for the first time ever for this PMS. So we don't have that set previous season, so we have finally this one. But speaking of our last Erangel for this championship, I have a feeling that we have a very aggressive map here. Since it is the last Erangel, a lot of teams do prefer Erangel over Miramar.
Yeah, I do believe that this is basically the best showing that we're going to get from all the 16 teams out there. Even when we saw last round, you thought that PB is down and out. They put such a solid fight against even Yoodo Alliance. Now, of course, you already know our predictions for the past couple of rounds already. I'm still looking at some of all these names. Of course, the outlier now with Alter Ego overtaking everybody, that definitely proves us a little bit wrong, but I hope that we're not too far off the charts.
I mean, I love Alter Ego, don't get me wrong. They are the last season champions. I'm always have this high respect for the entire lineup of Alter Ego, especially Rosemary. You guys know I'm a big fan of him, but I do want to see for once, for GE, can they finally be beating out the odds? The first ever World Cup to just lift that trophy. I really want to see that happen.
Yeah, and there is still definitely a lifeline for the rest of Justice Esports. It's within this next 3 rounds. Yoodo definitely showing his best performance so far in the grand finals. Now we're looking back at GE, right? Do they have what it takes to pull off that impossible comeback? What we saw, that 1 versus how many teams was that again? 4 teams in Erangel? Perhaps they could still rely on their trusty members to do so in this final round.
I don't know, it's a lot of pressure for Smile to pull that off again. Sometimes it's a tiny bit of luck with a spice of, you know, timing, and also when it comes to individual skills, but it's just really tough. That's going to be Rosemary. He's not feeling well. We can see from his eyes. It's kind of popped up for now. I think he got himself some flu down there. But hopefully they're going to be okay after things done. They can absolutely rest at their max for the players. 4 weeks in a row. Barely got any rest for the players, coaches, analysts, the orgs. It has been a credible journey for the entire month for all the players right now.
4 grueling weeks of action, and it all comes down to this very final day. The trophy set in the middle of the stage for only 1 out of the 16 teams to claim as we move into our final map of Erangel of the night.
Oh man, please be a gentle circle, this one. I mean, no. Zaki, really? I thought Zaki is off the chart of the map's radar. It was not registered. It's not supposed to be registered in the circle. But it is what it is. We have a very decent flight path this time. Look at the crowd, man. I want to be there so bad right now. Can I leave?
I'm just loving all the effort of all the people that have made their effort to
Sunsquee!
go down. And we basically hear so many cheers from the Indonesians, the Malaysians as well. I'm pretty sure there's a Thai out there, the Vietnamese. And, you know, you talk about that Zarki circle. What are the odds of a Kumeski circle? We've never seen that for a very, very long time at the very least.
No,
but, you know, anything could be out there for this very final round. It definitely will be epic. Even fans from Myanmar is right there in the crowd, supporting GE. And they definitely do have the biggest shot possible here in the final day.
I have a feeling there's going to be a battle of cheers between all the region's supporters down there and all the team supporters as well. But man, it's not a longer, we never had a Zaki circle. But this time it's going to be a kind one. It's right on top of the flight path. The flight path divided map into two sides almost evenly towards the left and the right side, the west and the east. But the circle's still going to be favoring up north. And speaking of the northern circle, it's going to be MORPH GPX. Belgium United from the bottom going up to the north in a matter of seconds. While we do have another contender up north, which is going to be PBE.
Yeah, and I'm also putting my focus over on the south side as well, because I'm seeing 3 total teams within the islands of Sunasco military base, and the exit out of that island would possibly be very, very difficult for some of these teams. It's really down to what you said, timing. So timing has got to be precise for all of them to rotate out of the island. Meanwhile, we'll keep our tabs onto GE, the hopeful, the faithful of Myanmar, in order to bring glory for the Sea Wildcard region.
Wait
and
a second.
Despite us not really receiving so many of all these victors coming in from that region itself, we've seen in the past couple of PMCOs, PMPLs, that they do have a long shot in order to get their way to at least close to qualify for these international stages.
Sorry, I have to stop you there because vampires are doing something unusual here. They're dropping and crashing into GEEK Phantom's compound.
Ooh.
And nobody dropping on top of Jogable in the hospital. Everybody wants to go for the fight. Even FaZe Clan. Vampires drop. Some of them part ways with some of them being isolated in SMB. That's gonna take a fight or gathering intel against Infinity. And they might actually crash into GEEK Fam for vampires. Not just that. FaZe Clan dropping nearby Rosshawk, taking GE and Meta into their hands.
Yeah, you can see that a lot of all these teams are already showing a little bit more of that aggression very early on. I do believe that Vampire Esports, they send Shreps to be daring enough to steal one vehicle away from the side of GEEK Fam, and they've managed to do so. Meanwhile, MORPH GPX, let's talk about this team for a little bit because they are on quite the streak for today as well. You saw them maybe fumbling a little bit more or their games during the earlier stages of the grand finals, but stages after stages of matches that they go through, they start to solidify, and last round, impeccable decision making being displayed by this Indonesian squad, and now they retain a top 5 and gating even Sem9 over on the 6th spot right now. That's also on their own doing because Sem9, it's been 2 rounds of receiving nothing at all.
Man. Okay, I'm going to call it out right now. Right here, right now. Stage 2 is going to be a big blunder for a lot of teams down there. Since nobody willing to move away from the circle. A lot of them crashing into somebody else's compound early on. There's going to be Vampire is one of them. Definitely FaZe Clan. That just shows that FaZe Clan is coming in for a lot of action this time. They're not sitting this one quietly anymore. They're not going to be at the sidelines and wait for the right timing to peek out, just to be playing a bit more safer, since that's the impact coming from Alter Ego that scored double chicken in a row with the high kill volume just now. So we can assume when it comes to stage 2, this happened before during the league stage. In stage 2, we might actually down to only 9 teams down there. That's a possibility here.
That's quite a high possibility. I certainly agree with your stance because certain teams have realized, hey, we're not playing how we used to play. And what are the strengths of FaZe Clan? their firepower is on another different level compared to, I would dare say half of the competition. And then what they're playing for the past couple of rounds is that they're playing so defensively, they're not being so proactive, and they should always play to their strength. Same goes to a lot of all these teams right now that found that rhythm. We saw BIGETRON Great Villains going out aggressing very early on, even MORPH GPX with all these angles, and even with RRQ, the middle of the pack team that has always shown that they are willing to take all those fights. So just waiting for maybe stage 1 to subside once they actually get all that form of utility done. We might even see this early fight between PERSIJA, EVOS, as well as RRQ.
Oh man, this is quite close. I'm surprised. PERSIJA, EVOS, are they going into the crash to crash into RRQ's lair, or is it going to be the other way round? Because PERSIJA, EVOS always land themselves on top of Jasnaya Poliana. To have RRQ meeting up with PERSIJA, EVOS this early, usually unlikely, because RRQ always take school by themselves. And that's quite a distance between them, around 1 kilometer apart.
Yeah, as much as it's a small distance between them, they know how to also guard their own territory, so we don't really expect them to actually gate crash so early on. But MORPH GPX, they're also deciding whether or not to cut into Jasnaya Poliana, which is why PERSIJA, EVOS, they're holding down these grounds. And PERSIJA, EVOS in the past couple of rounds haven't really been showing up to the par that they've always had. They always relied on Zuxi for those form of firepower, but he's being denied with multiple angles of fight. And I think this is definitely that challenge for PERSIJA, EVOS. And a lot of the teams that you have said early on plays on the eastern side, plays on the right-hand corner of the map. There's so many of them. So it's either you weather the storm to take on all those fights, or you just hold back, do nothing for a good amount of time.
I don't think holding back is an option right now. They definitely try to brute force their way and try to bulldoze all the teams who happen to be right on top of the crosshair and start fighting, start shooting out. Because that's what these teams... Now, we've talked about Erangel, so many Thai teams used to drop themselves as their initial drop spot on the left side, the west of the map. All day here today, except for this time. All the teams dropping themselves right in the center of the circle, and most of them taking the center and the right side. Nobody, not a single team, dropping themselves early on around the website. There's quite a vacant jogger pool. Nobody on Zaki, of course. Hospital, empty. Quarry, nobody. Primos, emptied out. Nobody else is there. So I can assume whoever's trying to get themselves as their usual navigation throughout the center of the circle based on the last map before, they cannot make it safe anymore, because all the teams from the left side now moving, pushing towards the center, and they will try to force the fight out early. FaZe Clan surprising, taking a blue zone. Where are they?
Oh, just by the edge of Jerjapol, as you were mentioning. At the very same time, we last saw both GEEK Fam as well as Vampire Esports playing towards the southwest side. They will slowly journey their way in. But GEEK Fam, they will respect Vampire Esports. They give themselves a little bit way first, where Vampires, they're hoping to rotate maybe around the areas of ruins to get into that circle. And perhaps this could be an opportunity for them to meet up with FaZe Clan. That will be a challenge for the top dogs of the tournament so far. Remember this, it's only 11 points between FaZe Clan as well as Alter Ego for them to shift positions. So all eyes are definitely on FaZe Clan. How do they play their next move?
And so down to Alter Ego, how do they plan their next move as well? Because they can overtake FaZe Clan by this one map. If that happens, that's going to be a big win for Alter Ego. PERSIJA, EVOS stop moving as well. They're on 3rd place, and that gap, not that big either. They can overrun Alter Ego and the FaZe Clan later on. And they started right now with Red FaZe taking front line. That's going to be a scary beast to deal with. He got Tom right off the bat. That's going to be the main fragger of PERSIJA, EVOS shutting down on 7-9 best player. But XERXIA fighting on RRQ. No mercy, and I saw Shopper as well exchanging nades down here.
Megamind dropping low, but they will basically find the mark. Chopper down with a great peek coming from Appa. He's still hunting out for Megamind. Damage being done. 2 moves, not from the CS ground.
RRQ, they're trying to run away from school just now. Met up with PERSIJA, EVOS running away from them, fighting against XERXIA, bombing to them. RRQ, they are kind of hammed down between two. PERSIJA, EVOS and XERXIA both are here. RNG just rushed into... He didn't realize them! No! No, Jay! No! Go through that smoke! Oh my god, opportunities wasted! Not like this!
RRQ. They bid so much more than they can chew, but here comes Red FaZe. The outlier here, trying to third party the way on the damage squad of XERXIA, but he's all alone. There's no support coming in from the rest of PERSIJA EVOS. Despite No Mercy looking from the other shack, it doesn't seem like there is enough angles for them to take down the damage units of XERXIA. So great reset, great maneuver from the side of RNJ that dictated that battle itself. A huge win for XERXIA.
Alright, Jay, I've been like... I gotta get over it. But unfortunately for RRQ, that's gonna be the last run for Erangel. At least he's got himself 1 eliminations down here. Sam9 going for the rush against PBE, but they have to be extra careful. There's another team around that corner. I think it's either MORPH for BTR on the other side. And Sam9 already breach in, penetrating the fortress of PBE as they try to capitalize over this compound. Mikael tried to bait them out with that vehicle, but they're not taking a bait easily for the side of PBE. But the problem with PBE, they're kind of stuck down there with Alter Ego breathing behind their necks. Sam9 tried to scout them out, and the circle happened to be shifting away as well. My god, this is going to be a tough one.
I'm pretty sure that Alter Ego's going to be smiling about this scenario that they have. They have the huge area play over on the north side to be absolutely cleared out. MORPH GPX is going to be smack dab in the center, but FaZe Clan, they're in trouble. They're being sold out by Vampire Esports.
Oh, here comes a spray from Tony Kane. It's a reload, but FaZe Clan is a clear shot for the side of Vampires, but they cannot even pin one down. Both Embraces still trying to go for chasing the tails on the other team. GE Small happen to be just in the middle of nowhere, nobody down there. But FaZe Clan, they're trying to shut down the Vampires. They know for a fact they cannot play as defense anymore. They need to go on offensive side now. If they can actually execute that out, they will be the most flexible team in the PMSL right now because they can play both ways, defensive or offensive.
And you can already see changes onto the roster of FaZe Clan. This time around, they brought in Ventoris to play this final map. They are looking for stability, and that is what Ventoris offers. This man has been MVP for numerous times alongside with Tony K throughout the course of their journey back in their home region and also here in the PMSL League. But how much can this actually bring to the table for FaZe Clan? We'll have to see later on. Now that they've already lost one member, it will be excruciating if they even lose more members moving into the zone. But at least they're safe for now. Meanwhile, for Yoodo Alliance, they finally make their way inbound, but there is a challenge ahead, and that is Sam9 and BN United.
And what's concerning is going to be that circle just now divided into two sides of a map. Now, the minority of the land is going to be the one on the southern side, which is going to be having to cross over that river. And so for Vampires, GE, Master Smile is the only one actually on top of that. The rest of them quite isolated from Master Smile. MORPH and also Alter Ego do have the domination over the northern side right now. So it's quite safe for these three teams not to move for the current moment. But FaZe Clan, they lost one man early on. They cannot afford to lose another, like you mentioned. It will be detrimental because that will give away Alter Ego and PERSIJA EVOS to snatch that #1 spot away from them. So they cannot afford to lose. But at the same time, they need to push their numbers up. Whether to go offensive or defensive now, FaZe Clan, that's going to be a tough call for the IGL.
Definitely, it's going to be a very, very difficult decision to be made right now for not only that team itself, but I've been looking at PERSIJA EVOS. Despite so many teams rushing into this Yasayan corner, look how well they actually control this whole sector. They take the forest, they take a couple of compounds just by the corners of the river, just trying to gatekeep any teams that's going to be cutting across from the eastern lines. And now they actually get that from Axis, but they have to deal with MORPH GPX. So over the south side, oh, that is a huge cluster going on. But once that dust settles, there's still teams that needs to deal with Vampire Esports. Once they actually cut over and look at that circle, it shifts yet again.
Oh my god, the circle is just... It's a fake hoop. It's a general circle early on. Here comes Alter Ego. They have to brute force their way in. They need the access on this side from the north, but PBE will try to gatekeep their fight back. Alva barely missed. He got himself the MVP in the previous run. Mix. This smoke up data won't last long. And it's an open field as well. And open up for Sam9 to fire on them. Mix, I'm surprised he lasted this long, honestly.
Oh, I think he's being funneled into this trap because they got all these grenades all cooked up. An angle coming in from MPX. MORPH. They're basically hoping to actually snatch some away from the Tigers, but this grenade from Mikhail is going to be able to pin down Mix.
Here comes a tap from Boo Boo, who effortlessly just taking them down bit by bit. Even the nade is going to make it difficult. Mikhail and Kenny keep the pressure on. Here comes another throw, and PBE decimated by the hands of Sam9. Another team bites the dust with a 0 point. My God, at least REGUM scored 1, but for PBE, they have nothing else to lose down there.
We might have actually hoped for a lot of action in stage 2, but it's definitely delivering here in stage 4. What a nade coming in from Mikhail. He was inside of the shack. He primes it perfectly on the dot. And Sam9, they have this huge sentinel of an area to guard. MPX, they're having such a defensive hold of that opposite compound. And so has somehow finds XERXIA's very own RNJ. As they're being pincered out, they just arrive by the blue zone and immediately to the hands of the Vietnamese squad.
I think Break just fall and just slip down from the edges of the cliff just now.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody can save him. A bit of a blunder for Baunam. Still one over the side of the other team. That's going to be XERXIA eliminated, but at least they scored 3. But we're not done yet. Yoodo Alliance arrived, and they spotted out 2 teams at the same time. There's going to be Alter Ego and GEEK Fan, both of them. So was another one. What is happening to What is happening on Baunam United? 2 members fall down?
I mean, this is no time to be nervous right now, and that's not a sign of giving up just yet. But thankfully, there is 2 members of Bow Down that could potentially revive. Meanwhile, Lamborghini speeding up, rams down, snipes from across the map. Not too sure what's really going down. Hopefully, they don't really go in for that full collision course. But BTR are being so sneaky by the river.
FaZe Clan waiting for the right time to pick out as DZavis reposition himself. They want to go in for the rush. Here comes Chua with Parajin. Going around in circles. Spot out Ventores. Here comes the rush. FaZe Clan, they might lose their #1 spot if they're being eliminated here. Mela have to fight through the Molly just now burning with more alive with the barbecue. But Movement spot out GE. GE both and DX climbing down to the side of FaZe Clan. They hammered. They pinned. There's nowhere for them to run across, but Movement still have the fight in him. Fought back. His heart is wearing an armor sleeves. Infinities, yes, well, 4 teams crushing down to FaZe Clan. My God.
And they were just eager to take away the top contenders. Now, Infinity's reign is sure to take on the rest of DX as well. What a fight it was, but it wasn't the fight that FaZe Clan was looking for at all.
Definitely not. But it's not done yet. Logan still playing on the outskirts. Levi and Lamborghini going in, trying to get indoors, but stopped with that explosion from Logan. But Levi, he blew himself up. That's going to be the vehicles blown up by the rest of Infinity just now. But don't forget about the teams behind them. GE taking the win out of this fight. Sitting down at the sidelines and watching these 2 having a go against each other.
Logan's low though. Huge nade, and he pops over the vehicle, but still will be stopped by the DBS in the hands of Lamborghini. He's pulling off a clutch. He takes on the entirety of Infinity. Meanwhile, on the bridge.
What is this view? Lapar jumping down, swimming. Red face across him. Barely make it alive. Boyton spray with the Bison. Randomly spray at nothing. But there's going to be another rush. Yoodo Alliance fighting against Alter Ego. There's also Baunam United down there. Rosemary sprayed over, but they are not having any covers at all. That was bold and brazen on the side of Alter Ego. Courage is enough, but it's not going to be worth it if the entire team wiped out in their circumstances right now.
And there's also GEEK Fam waiting along the wings, and they managed to stop the flank coming in from Audrey as well. Rosemary should be able to secure 1 more in the bag. That adds 3 points to Alter Ego.
It's not going to be enough for them just yet. They need more. They definitely try to go for a hunt right now. Vampire is possibly going to be the next target, but so far, in close proximity, it's going to be Yoodo Alliance first. And also GEEK Fam. My God, another 3-way war. Here we go again. Oh, this is just massacre. Across the map, Belgium United getting into PERSIJA EVOS while GEEK Fam being eyed out by Fnatic. The sprays, Ball and Braze is still having a go for Fnatic. The other side is going to be GEEK Fam. And also Yoodo Alliance. This angle, it's going to be 5 teams fighting around this corner.
And Rosemary is still so sharp despite them playing by the edge of that map. Now Dameron stranded in the middle of it all. Huge nade, not bringing him down just yet. 4 members against 1 of GEEK Fam. And that is going to be shows over for the side of GEEK Fam in Angle 11.
That was a big one dropped by Rosemary in the last minute. DX versus BTI and also MORPH in the fray. And we do have Misery squeezing in around that corner as well. This bridge has been a graveyard for so many teams down there, including PERSIJA EVOS. And Lamborghini eager to find more, but the problem is the moment they step in here, it's going to be tough for them to climb back up. Satar spots them out.
What?
Pick out from his vehicle. How did he does that? No way!
Oh, I don't think he's going to survive this. He's just got to take a swim right now and take the L. Is there going to be any help coming from Portugal because he's still waiting? Oh,
He's being a frog
goodness.
in the river, picking out when it's convenient for him.
Quite the move coming in from the side of BTR members out there. Meanwhile, BN United in the middle of the fray. Huge nade drop upon the rest of Yoodo Alliance. And they just vanish in the blink of an eye.
And BTR and DX fighting alongside the bridge, and none of them actually cover in the circle. MORPH finish off Belgium United with Alter Ego in the center of their crossfire right now, but they are barely hanging on to the rim of the circle. DX to top. Satar, there was a different level of plays entirely. It didn't sink entirely. The car didn't sink in entirely, so he got a bit of a glimpse. He can climb up the vehicle inside of the river right now. And it works for BTR. They're taking the bait for DX.
Oh, that nade, it almost connects. He sees him. He sees him. The turnaround coming from Satar. He's looking for revenge. This was what they did to him in the vehicle. You blow up my car. This Lambo's gonna sink.
Satar go back in, dive deep. Boichi on the high grounds. Lamborghini taking the vehicle. But he finished off there with that explosion. That seals the deal. Diaz got an elimination before they being ousted. But back towards the northern side, where 3 or 4, 5 teams up here, including 7-9, Belgium United, Alter Ego is still up here somewhere. They try to stop the run of Alter Ego to get that triple chicken dinner in a day. A hat-trick possibly. But Sam 9 will not allow them to do so. With that pressure coming from Mikael with a Mini 14. Kenny on the other angle, trying to take them down.
Will you take a look at that? Already 7 eliminations in the back for Alter Ego. And Rosemary, he's spraying this AK as if it was a machine gun instead. And they know where exactly BN United sat, hiding in the middle of the smoke. They're running out of grenades, and that's why they don't really drop some, or else that could be even more for Alter Ego.
But problem is they have to deal with Sam 9 and Alva and reply and respond to it. Canny on the ground. That one nade opened up so much room for the son of Alter Ego to go for the push, where Sam 9 do have a small shack to take covers on. But the problem is there's going to be a 1-to-1 trade between them two. It's going to be Canny, the main fragger, and Rosemary the pillar for Alter Ego. But look at the nade galore between these two teams. Can they survive for Belgium United? Will they put back their bullets into both teams for Sam 9 and Alter Ego, since they're having a 3-way war up in the north?
Very dangerous position coming in from 7-9, despite them having small little covers. Meanwhile, Schwef spots out Master Smile, and Burnett Boy pinned down, unable to actually get the revives through. MORPH GPX funneling down to 1 tree where they're hiding out, and there is Stone just waiting around the corner as well, hoping to snatch this away from the Indonesians instead. Hoping to even see a little glimpse out of the smoke. Seems like he spots out QEON, but he's not interested at all.
Sam 9!
They will finish him off.
More than 7-9 eyeing up to GE. I'm in a GE going down without elimination. This is definitely going to pull them down all the way across the board. But for Alter Ego, it's not impossible. They still have a full squad. 7 elimination. Hundreds, thousands of bullets still available for them. They will not running dry with their resources yet. Well, MORPH do have the compound, but the problem is, it's not in the circle. Vampire still have the trio, full squad still, going in a 1-3 formation, try to widen up that spread. But Sam9, this shot is their lifeline. Alter Ego spot up Vampires. They don't have any covers. Very risky and dangerous game by Alter Ego, but it's not impossible once they start the push. And here goes.
Oh, it's beginning to push right now. Off the Brayson to the ground. BN United, a full squad being flushed out. They lose Rosemary in the process, but doesn't matter because it's double-digit eliminations for Alter Ego right now.
Oh, here comes the tap. Boy, chill. Not giving any leeway out for side of Alter Ego, but at least he's got some minor covers down there. Well, Lava tried to give support fire in case Semna tried to rush in. And Semna still hogging around that small shack. And Boychill would not let them go just yet. But they have to be aware about Vampires. Nobody giving them enough attention right now. They still have a full squad.
They managed to get the revives through as well. Alter Ego now with 3 sustaining members. They're playing on a difficult spot with Vampires also rushing out to get them as well. But they spot the rest of M9.
Oh man, Vampires happen to be just crushing into it. And the ones winning at the sidelines, it's going to be Alter Ego. Vampires could hold their lines. They tried to push, but it was a failed attempt. Sam9 down to 1 player. There's going to be Kenny, but here comes the rush from the side of MORPH and Alter Ego at the same time. But Kenny fought back. He still has to fight in with that DBS. He needs to reel up now because MORPH shooting across the map, then losing their man. Both Alter Ego and MORPH having to rush down to Sam9, trying to take advantage of their misfortune.
It's only Alpha left. They were way too aggressive. They tried to rush M9 thinking that they've been weakened already. Indeed they are. 1-8 pops. QEON falling for MRPX for the time being. And this time around, MRPX, they were denied in the past round for that chicken dinner. This could be it. They can claim it for themselves for Indonesia.
But don't forget about that one person that can change things so much. There's going to be Alter Ego Alba left. Kenny knocked down. A big explosion. A bit of a trading done between them two. Mikael down to only 10% of HP left. Boo dropping another nade on top of Mikael. It's going to be just decimate the entirety of M9. They're out of the equation. Down to 3. But it's going to be a classical massacre fight between BTR 1v2. But it's back to 2v2 once Satan back up to his feet.
A little bit of a troubling sight for the side of BTR. There's so little room for them to work with. They just have to hug the electric towers for now. And the flank is already in effect. QEON moving in. And look at the big guns that Boychill actually brings to the table. Oh, this is dire.
QEON a bit isolated from the breaths. Definitely hard. BTR at least they're clustered up together. Boo is running dry with his bullets. Same goes for QEON. He got himself a buys on next one. Just randomly shoots in within the airdrop, hoping somebody's actually taking covers there. Exploded that vehicle, but spotted out possibly Boychill. Yuri knows exactly where he's at, but Satai's right across him. He didn't see this one coming. This is dire for the side of MORPH. Them actually lose his chicken. Got clipped halfway through. Satar going in for the push. Yuri fought back. He almost knocked down Satar. He got the covers.
He's pushing. And Satar, he's brought down. And MORPH GPX. They will find the chicken dinner at the very end of the tunnel. Another win for Indonesia.
The night before, placed themselves second. MORPH coming back with a chicken. And we can see they're cheering so loud, even the side of a crowd just now. But my oh my, Alter Ego, that's close again, that triple chicken. But they still secure themselves in the top 5. And that early elimination of FaZe, will this push them down?
This could potentially be it. You might even see all the Indonesian squads at the top of the table from here on out. MORPH GPX fought tooth and nail for it. And you thought that Alter Ego would be able to dominate and get 3 chicken dinners in a row. But MORPH GPX, they absolutely weren't having that one going down without a fight. They took all the advantages given. All the other teams were battling each other. Sam9, there was Vampire, and eventually all draws out to the close between them as well as BTR. But BTR was already weakened. They don't have the positioning advantage. And that's where MORPH GPX, they struck gold in this one.
Now, MORPH GPX definitely in the top 5 before we starting off this map. And not just that, they got themselves not the double digit, but enough to push themselves even further up with the 7 eliminations in the back. They didn't actually try to bulldoze everybody from behind, but they're playing it very smartly indeed. Compared to the northern side, they're coming out from the south this time. And North was the one that actually overcrowded on top, where we do have Alter Ego, Yoodo Alliance, Belgium United playing a 3-way ball for the longest time. And then we have Fatal 4-way with Sem9 add themselves up in the equation.
And it's Yoodo on a hot form as well. Last matchup, he did have one of the highest elimination points, and he secured 7 previously. This time, he comes in with a total of 3. And look at all these utilities that these teams are all trolling at each other, but by the end tail of it, Alter Ego, as much as they traveled far and wide to secure that position up north, there was barely any form of coverage. They were already lacking all these smokes. There wasn't much for them to actually hide on. But it's all thanks to all these other aggressive teams that were also pushing at the same time that they found themselves a lot of advantages. And I believe this round itself, Alter Ego should be able to overtake FaZe Clan by the end of the tallies of the standings.
It's super painful to be at the receiving end of FaZe Clan. Just there are 4 teams rushing into the compound. They're not really a compound, it's a small shack. They happen to be colliding with so many teams that happen to be at the hot spot with so many teams passing by and try to pin them down. This was something else.
Yeah.
Satar, I remember that frog, I call it a frog tactic. Basically, they have that vehicle not sinking all the way into the river at the bottom of the sea. So it actually can have a bit of a pick and have a bit of a stand-up point for him to shoot people down from on top of a river.
It's also crazy to think about what that scenario could be. It could be DX on the top 2 as well if they actually win out that fight. And BTR, despite having those 2 members to win under that. And now it's 17 points for MORPH. That's more than enough. 16 points for Alter Ego.
FaZe Clan definitely been pushed down, but how further they've been pushed down, I don't have a clue. Because last time we saw BTR also get themselves in a high number with 12 eliminations up there. Will FaZe Clan be pushed down to 3rd place, or are they still barely hanging on, clinging to 2nd place here?
They only got 2 points here inside of Angle. As much as they are great in Miramar battles, I'm not sure if this is enough to stop the reign of dominance that Indonesia is offering us throughout Erangel.
No!
Definitely a change of scene needs to be done, but a change of position is in effect. Alter Ego, 2 chicken dinners, and now with those high-flying colors of elimination points that they've garnered throughout the run, they put themselves at number 1.
The Indonesian team's overtaken the top 5. Top 5! Out of 5 teams of Indonesian teams, 4 of them in the top 5. This is something else. And it's not impossible for MORPH to overtake FaZe in the 2nd spot even. The moment FaZe Clan, they try to shift their strategy to be in the center and try to play as aggressive, they've been shut down entirely by multiple teams at that. And Alter Ego is just going to be 3 points margin between them and FaZe Clan. Can they hold up their statue up there? Can they maintain the position?
It's really going down to the smallest of margins. And even in this matchup itself, you see the difference being brought in by every individuals of different teams. DX at number 1 with Lamborghinis. Amazing effort to bring down not only members of FaZe Clan, but so many more out of BTR. Then you got Kenny that made that last stand against Vampire Esports. Rosemary this time, 3rd position with 5 eliminations. And of course, you have a member of BTR on board as well.
Honestly, I feel like all Alter Ego players are wearing their hearts on their sleeve right now. Playing their heart out. Despite they don't have the best physical health at their peak. But they still try to push everything they can. And I have a feeling the moment we're done for today, they're just going to go in coma and just going to sleep for the entire week, possibly. Resting their bodies. PERSIJA, EVOS, DX, BTR, and RIQ are top Mirama performers. But I have a feeling that's not going to be the case in the next map. Because it's a different feeling coming from Alter Ego after that double chicken dinner. Got himself double digit despite MORPH secured those chicken dinners. this to have more points by the end of the day.
Down to these 2 rounds, we don't see responses coming from PERSIJA EVOS, and there's no answers coming out of 7-9 as well. After winning that Sandknot map, a lot of all these teams being pushed down. Sure, we do still have deals that we offer here in the PMSL. This is the last chance for you to claim that Dream Chase set. For only 1 UC, you can get the first draw, as we are basically focusing back onto what is at stake right now. Sure, there is 6 positions, Choo, but we don't care about those 6 positions. Anybody can take the trophy home within that top 5.
To lift that trophy within an on-ground crowd, that's something else. You don't get to see that for the longest time here since the COVID hits. And that's going to be the first trophy to be lifted by these guys. First time after that long break of on-ground events. And not just that, Alter Ego coming from the 2nd page and push up to number 1 in the final day here. What a comeback.
An unbelievable story, but you could see that they have the bloods of champions running in their veins. And from the last time they managed to secure their very first trophy, they want to ensure that this trophy not only belongs to Alter Ego, but for Indonesia, because the rest of the Indonesian teams are basically catching up. You now have MORPH at 3rd spot with that chicken dinner so massive. Like, this team could also overtake not only FaZe Clan, but also Alter Ego by the end of the run. So I'm honestly unsure. I don't care if you put my predictions down here or not, because this prediction don't really matter as much anymore, right?
We should have actually predicted Indonesia the entire day here, because that's what it speaks for itself today. The domination of the Indonesian team, except for RRQ, they're being left behind. They're the little brother. So cut them some slack for now. PERSIJA, EVOS, BTR, Alter Ego. I mean, if you compare the fan base of BTR to Alter Ego, definitely they're not as big as BTR, but look at the momentum of that push. In the very last minute, we're down to 2 more maps, and that's done. But this is the rise of a tide. They love Miramar over Erangel, and the Indonesians do love Erangel more than Miramar. But at the same time, I don't know. It's a different vibe coming up from the side of Indonesian. Feels like they are on Spartan war right now.
Yeah, and like, this is basically the battle of the aces, right? You see Rosemary every round at least getting 3 to 4 members limited in that map. And then on the opposite side, you have MORPH also tailing in with Yoru, just showing up time in, time out. But where's Tony K? I don't see Tony K as much. I don't really see too much of all these other hard hitters coming from all these teams that we started off the day. Hey, we see them as perhaps the top contenders. Maybe nothing gets shaken. Today, it felt like it was an earthquake, Richter scale 10 point whatever, right? Like, it's now shaken up so much that for now, I just want to see a good game. I think, like, even if that chicken dinner falls to the 16th spot, if a PB gets it, there will be drama. There will be a very climatic finish by the end of our run here.
That's kind of true. Due to how small the margins between the teams, and not just that, we're down to up to possibly his 8th or 10th place. Still within the reach to get himself the trophy by end of today, because 2 more maps, we've seen around 30 points. That's the max in the entire league and the championship so far. The most in the grand finals we got for the points overall in a single map was 29 points. And it's not impossible to break that.
Not impossible at all, and you can basically see as much as FaZe Clan still have some smile on their faces, some of the members are basically sweating right now. And keep in mind, I was in the mall yesterday. The mall air condition is kind of cold, so imagine what these players are feeling at the heat of the moment.
Oh, it's definitely not cold down there. You can see the heat. The crowd got the battle between themselves. But for Yoodo Alliance, there's gonna be crucial, the swap of the players, because they are in the first page for Yoodo Alliance still. We have Voki back in. But I want to see, coming up from BTR, coming up from the side of RRQ, and all the Indonesian teams, do they have any swap of a player? Because that will be affecting later for their dynamics, the way they approach fights. With that one single swap of a player will change so much of a team.
I absolutely agree, which is why Yoodo Alliance actually brought in Voki. As far as I know, Voki, over the span of those years, he is really good in not only close range battles, but actually in long range as well. Mid range, arguable that he can match up to some of the best. But Yoodo Alliance now, combining him with Adik Luke, will basically have a little bit more prowess when it comes down to long range battles. So Indonesia as a whole, I believe that they do have a momentum going on for them. Maybe it's unwise to actually pull a player out, but if they want to bring in something of a flavor of what Yoodo Alliance is actually putting in, they could do so. And right now, over the side of GE, they're also bringing back West Carey, who played earlier today, to replace Mernat.
Now, GE is also quite comfortable when it comes to Miramar. That's where they got themselves some incredible runs back in past few days here. But the one that he clutched out, it was Erangel. That one solo clutch, the biggest clutch of them all, of the year, of the entire history of PUBG Mobile. Chua on the side of DX, they're having a chill and easy. And Chua is just yawning, and I'm like, DX. Now, I should worry for the teams up there right now, especially the top 5. It's interchangeable for their spots, right? Because of why? The teams down there at the very bottom, they have nothing else to lose here. Contra. They can disrupt the flow of all the teams in the top 5 and make it difficult for them to have that trophy back home.
Speaking of disruption, DX definitely have brought that in that previous round of Erangel. They not only shut down PERSIJA EVOS, they stopped BTR, they even shut down some of these members of FaZe Clan. So, who's the biggest villain right now? I'm looking at DX because Lamborghini is currently being activated. He was basically the top eliminator of that past round inside of Erangel. But moving into the fast fields of Miramar, it's definitely going to be a very different tempo that they're going to be playing on. So perhaps they're not going to be seeing too many flock of crowd in those early stages. And that's fine because now they could basically channel and focus their energy on taking one fight after another until the later stages of the game. So maybe with that, you will see a little bit more of a smoother cruise for maybe even the Malaysian teams to even bounce back. Lamborghini stats on your screen right now. This player has played for so many seasons and have retained the championship title for Vietnam for so many times, and recently being more challenged by, representatives from BN United as well.
That's true. Baonam United, BN United actually do have their good run as well. They have their good days in the league season. But when it comes to the grand finals, we can see some teams are not really comfortable playing in a sprint, and they quite prefer the marathon over the league. Including XERXIA in this case. PBE, now this is going to be the team that's sort of a wild card. They're playing for pride. They definitely want to show what they're made of. So they will possibly change their drop if that's needed too. Because we saw just now, like I mentioned earlier on the last Erangel map, right? Because of how so many teams, around 2 or 3 teams, change their initial drop spot. That caused the navigation of all the teams that usually going to navigate into the circle as their usual path being disrupted entirely by these teams and dropping widely amongst themselves.
That's right. And with all these form of changes, we'll have to see, is it going to come into fruition to bear the biggest fruit possible by the end of these 2 matches, as the trophy is waiting to be lifted by some of the best out there. There's only these 2 maps to see which one would potentially be crowned as the victors, as we are set and ready to go to our very final 2 maps. It's the penultimate round that we're looking at here. Will it be Thailand or will it be Indonesia? Let's hit right on over to our next map, Miramar.
I'm praying for, I don't know, a bad circle or a good circle at this point. Honestly, nothing's going to change for the outcome of the day. When it comes to the circle, now you get to see how crazy the circle can get in the grand final, and it gets even weirder starting on Miramar here. We've seen Lost Higos with another sort of circle. Can we get that before we end the entire run of the season? We've got a gentle one right in the center, but kind of give us false hope when it comes to the last few shifts of the stages. The flight path itself coming out from the side of Impala up to Trailer Park. Now, we've seen Zaki Circle. We've never seen Trailer Park, by the way.
Oh, I don't want to see it, honestly. Like, that's basically on another uncharted territory where, you know, you take a look at the very edge of that map, like next to La Corberia, there's still compound by the very end of that map. Imagine if there's going to be teams battling right there and there. I don't want to see that. I don't think the teams want to be there at any given point of the matchup. But with this form of a balanced flight path, it does allow a lot more room for all these teams to basically play, whether it's the center grounds or even by the edges. GE, they will book this. Wait a minute. Wait, did you just predict this? Did you just nail it on the dot? Because there is a potential of Trailer Park, what I'm seeing right now.
I did nail down on Zaki before, but I didn't thought it's going to be right on top of Zaki, but this time Trailer's parking it. There's the only chance you're going to see around Craterville. I hope that's the case. It's going to push back all the way towards the right or down to Montenuevo. There's going to be one of two cases. But if it ended up on Trailer Park, I have nothing else to do. I'm done. I'm done with this game.
Everyone will be damned by what's going to happen by the end of this matchup. I mean, anybody could just take this game and run with it. Like, you'll see certain teams just tap out. But looking at your region itself, you have what you just mentioned. Crater Fields, a very challenging corner to play. Very high, extreme form of terrains for the teams to play out. Barely enough covers. So that's going to be the trend that these teams will have to basically face off against each other. They have to take all these long-range shots in order to find any form of points. And I like how XERXIA started. They got 2 monster struck to bulldoze their way through, but things are expected to be slow on the first phase at the very least.
I'm not really a big fan for the monster truck. You can actually attract too much unwanted attention due to how big this vehicle is. But when it comes to the first few contacts, I expect it's going to be on top of Los Leones because of how close Yoodo Alliance and PERSIJA EVOS are. And we do have XERXIA. Usually they drop around Chumacera, so I assume the moment they try to cross over the other side, find themselves a vehicle, they might go towards Chumacera, and from Chumacera might pass by La Drillera to get into the circle. That's the case for XERXIA, but FaZe Clan, they need those elimination numbers. They need to stretch the gap even further. They cannot play defensively anymore, but the moment they switch their gears to play offensive, they're being shut down by multiple teams at once. So the choice down to FaZe Clan really to change the dynamic of the gameplay around this map. If they start firing, they start to find their target to hunt people down early, that's going to cause quite a commotion between the players who happen to be passing by. They're definitely going to be interested to take the fight as well.
Yeah, and on top of that, they are also situated directly into the middle of the map. Easy form of rotation for the side of FaZe Clan in order to proceed with what's going to be happening later on over the northwestern terrains. Speaking of commotion, I just love how the crowd is just giving energy, and sometimes, you know, like with a lot of these noises, it can basically boost not only morale but also disrupt certain teams that needs to pay full attention onto what's really going on. But since it's early on, we don't mind all the chants. We can see great support coming in from, of course, the local fans as well as those who made the effort to fly all the way into this venue, Sunway Velocity Mall. An excellent place to witness some great games. Now, Sem9, this is a team worth talking about because even in that past round of Erangel, which saw a glimmer of hope with Mikhail as well as Kenny being the last 10 members to hold on. And these 2 members are the key for Sem9 to bring victories back. Currently looking at Sem9, they're just by the edge of that qualification into PMGC. Top 6. They managed to push down so many of all these teams from yesterday, but today sees themselves sliding once again, needing a few more points to cut back up against BTR as well as PJEV. And I'm just really surprised to actually see that after that past round, we last saw RQ to be around the 11th spot or so. Now there's further sliding down to 15. It is just very difficult to swallow if you are one of the top players out there. But if you actually take a closer look onto the table itself, honestly, the margins aren't exactly too drastic, because from 10th place to 15, it's just a really small number. It's just less than 10 points. You could basically give a huge shift when it comes down to how the final results will actually tally up. But moving over, PERSIJA EVOS. I think that we don't really get to see Luxy in action as much, although he's been playing for the entirety of the day. A lot more being displayed by Zuxi in terms of that firepower, but Luxy is known to be one of the sharpest snipers out there in the field, especially advantages in Miramar.
Monte Nuevo it is, and on top of Valpozo, on top of that, is going to be urban warfare. If the circle shifted to the north after this, here comes the spray, here comes the migration of all the teams. It was still in stage 1, but due to the circle tucking to one corner, it's going to be difficult for us to have different angles of fights entirely. Most of the team come out from the the east side, especially northeast. Coming out from south, not so much, except for XERXIA, Yoodo Alliance, GEEK fam, also quite split apart amongst themselves. Coming out of Tumasera, going up to Monte Nuevo, will be crash and collide into Infinity, who happen to be nearby FaZe Clan. But FaZe taking the center, they are already on the move. Well, we can expect DX try to hold their ground in the center right now. As XERXIA try to gatekeep PERSIJA EVOS, they're going all the way towards the right side for XERXIA. Come out from north just now, on top of Tumasera. Try to gate the teams, they're trying to cut across. But it's not just one team, that's a problem. They always assume it's going to be just one team to pass by at one turn at a time. But the problem is, what happens if two teams happen to crushing in the same direction at the same time?
Now, Yoodo Alliance have pushed up the hill. That definitely will give themselves a little bit of a challenge against PERSIJA EVOS. I was lucky enough that XERXIA didn't go poke and prodding, or else this could be a close part of three-way fight between them as well as XERXIA as well. Although now soaking a little bit of damage being done. And those shots of the DPS does connect, but it will drop right in face.
Olio, he's pretty low right now, and lucky got some couple of first eights to work with. But Yoodo Alliance need to reposition himself. PERSIJA EVOS lost one man early on, jeopardizing their position in top 5. Infinity spotted out GEEK fam from above. This is going to be one of the best clearest view for Infinity to scout people out. Look how far apart they are. Infinity, Lobby X, he doesn't have to have a care in the world what's going to happen behind his back. There's nothing behind his back. Basically, it's a very steep cliff up there, and it's impossible for him to be shot down from above. For GE, on the other hand, taking Vampires a go. And Vampires try to force GE out, but the problem is, it's going to be around Crater Fields, if I'm not mistaken. None of them are actually in the circle yet. The one actually in the center is still going to be FaZe Clan. They are playing a bit conservative and going straight into the circle as soon as possible and try to wait it out. Their plans trying to go offensive side is not working on their side right now. So they're playing a bit more safer.
Indeed they are, but for Yoodo Alliance, it seems like they want to press on the attack against PERSIJA EVOS, knowing that they have been weakened by only one margin. I think Luke now cooks up a grenade, a little bit of exchange going on between him as well as Luxy, with the Molotovs being tossed out. Does take Luxy down to 50%. Oh, a little bit worrying sign as he's also moving towards the side of Adik Luke. That's not going to be able to connect. A wall right in between. And now they congregated and they're basically tagging him out. Oh. He's absolutely zoned off, and there's no way of reviving Luxy for the time being.
And Circle just pulled away down south here. It's going to be a lot of nades tossed by the side of Yoodo Alliance. Knocked down and Luxy, like you mentioned before. They're down to 2 players. It's going to be Misery and Zuxi to pull off the job here. PERSIJA EVOS, they barely got himself in the top 6. Spot out Yoodo Alliance. Infinity taking on GEEK fam. Alter Ego start their move as well. MORPH blown up to pieces. As Zuxi tried to turn around the corner. Spot out Ripper Boy. He's going to go for the rush. Playing around the Rosie. It's going to be with the DBS. But he didn't pull the trigger. It took his time to pull the trigger out. But Zuxi, his patience will be fruitful. But couldn't hold much longer with 3v1 at that situation.
Yoodo Alliance now will have 3 members piling on top of Misery. He's only got that M4 to work with. And this is where Olio has that full confidence to pull on the full flush, climbing over the top side of the roof. As he will eventually get that spot on shot. PERSIJA EVOS will be crushed. 4 points in. Yoodo Alliance starting off strong.
Yoodo Alliance, they have casualty, but the heavier casualty is going to be on the side of REQ right now. Down to only 2 players for MORPH as well. 2v2 amongst themselves. Now MORPH, they definitely got themselves in the top 3. But one moment they made a mistake. It's going to be goal, but lucky for them. And it was skillfully enough for the side of MORPH. They wiped out the entirety of REQ. Next we have Empires versus GE. The fight that can happen now. And we now have XERXIA behind the backs as well. Yoodo Alliance might actually be the third party between these two.
And GE is slowly being withered down with their HP bars. Walkta with the final shot. They cleared out the weakened side of MORPH GPX, and these two teams were bound to meet every single time from Arago and now into Miramar. Alter Ego, they add those 3 points.
With 3 players, 3 points. FaZe still having a full squad. Now the problem for Alter Ego had to get into the center. Now FaZe definitely got himself in the center, not moving, not even an inch, not even giving any sort of information to his other teams around them as well. Quiet, silent as a grave in the center right now. Look at where FaZe Clan place himself. At the most elevated grounds with the axe lurking around. The moment they try to climb up, I think FaZe Clan can see it through. So they will easily just shoot them down from afar. Separated into 2-2 formation, 2 different mountains entirely. That's a wide view for FaZe Clan.
It's also a very difficult position if they were being compromised because they are also surrounded by multiple targets that they will really have to look over onto this corner. But the good news is that they are directly smack into the center. No matter how it shifts, it will still be within their grasp. Now, DX as well as BTR, they don't really have to move all too much. They could basically remain at this current territory. Meanwhile, 7-9, PBE, BN, they're going to swarm in from the north. Alter Ego has that clean entry from the northwestern side, but eventually will be met by some bullet shots, perhaps coming in from some of these members of it, not only Infinity, but also the ones that are in the center of it all, FaZe Clan.
Empires, Infinity having a go. A FaZe Clan can see them from that angle, right? So they can actually steal away the eliminations from afar. A Shirty Esport out of swaps, 1 down. It's going to be the IGL. Ravenclaw tried to pick him up. GE being bombarded by Yoodo Alliance the other side. I'm not sure how many players left for GE. It's going to be 2. Vampires, they try to save their players in the center. The front line, about the nade! Beer! My god, there was 2 to discount for 1.
What an angle coming in from Beer. And now down to Stone to stop the attacks coming in from above. We'll be able to hold Shorties down at the very least. As much as they get the knock, there is not going to be a securance coming in from the side of Infinity just yet. They're overlooking and hoping that there is enough time for them to crawl through so that Tony K can go in for the revive.
But you have to watch out for Beer. He already tossed 1 at the perfect angle. It's a very small house here. And there's not many covers and not many corners that can hug around for the side of Empires. If Bear decides to toss another nade right exact position, they'll be gone. And Shirty, as that spray almost clipped entirely down to Stone to 50% HP left. But here comes another one. This is going to be incredible big for Shirty, as there's no way to run or hide for Vampires anymore.
Fire in the hole. Almost clean him now. Lobby does find Stone in the end of Tony K pushes through. He will not be able to hold on for long, but will bring one more member down. Infinity, they crash.
No way!
Tony K prevails. He's holding up against Shirties. No bullets left. He's trying to see if he could get them all covered up. Still chasing over on the side of Shirty. Who's going to win this one out? There's a grenade cooking up. And oh my god, Lobby from downtown.
Fell effort by Tony. That was some tenacity showcased to us. What a brilliant player he was. Almost clutched the entirety of Infinity by himself. That was a huge one. Close enough. But Lobby just have to crush in the very last minute till with that 1 bullet from afar. But we're not done with Yoodo Alliance yet. There's going to be a 3-way war for them against Belgium United and XERXIA at the same time. They've been gate capped for the longest for the side of Yoodo Alliance. Was 7-9 a bit busy against PBE, if I'm not mistaken, up there. Split himself into 2-2 formation with Xavius at the other end. PBE still clustered up as a 4. Stack together. But FaZe do want to have a bit of a glimpse on top of these teams.
as much as they've been looking around, it doesn't seem like FaZe Clan has garnered much. They've only got that 1 point secured. This is going to be a little bit of a difficult circumstance for the side of Boundam United. There is XERXIA now pushing right through. Yoodo Alliance will try to hold them back, forcing them to take a U-turn instead. I think Luke soaks a shot, not enough to take him down. But there is the push coming from Shopper, so let's see what's going to happen here.
Had a look, going in. He zigzag himself away, but look at the nade being prepped out by the side of XERXIA. There's going to be huge grenade law. And there goes Megamind. Finish off Olio in an instant. Boundam finish off Yoodo Alliance at the same time. Yoodo Alliance, we know for a fact they've been sandwiched since the start here. But next is going to be XERXIA versus Boundam United. Knowing the fact they didn't finish off the entirety of Yoodo Alliance by themselves just now, they definitely want to extend their stay. They want to challenge the team that finished off Yoodo Alliance alongside with them. But the circle will shrink in less than 5 seconds. Either they stay or they have to go now.
They do have time to actually make that decision for the moment. As DX, they're working really hard, even from the previous round, in order to put those points on the blocks. It's Infinity right now with the lead of 7 points. Speaking of which, PBE, they're booking it out, and shots are being fired from where? It's going to be FaZe Clan that's hoping to chip right in. That form of a double split through those hills are starting to take effect here in the late stages of this matchup. And that grenade's flying right through. H2R still remain to be intact. But DX, they're running into the side of SEM9.
But DX, that's going to be an exploded vehicle by now. Close enough to being a couple of bullets, it's going to be gone. These Avis try to hike up where SEM9's on the other corner, but FaZe Clan, they got the vantage point up here. Nobody can bring them down. Nobody can stop them. They can easily shut down people trying to hike up here with those bullets and those nades. They've been tossing over all over the place. Onza still have quite a number of ammunition. No more throwables on this side for Onzans. But they're quite separate. Like you mentioned before, if they've been compromised, it's quite hard for them to give support fire, especially if Torres is a bit isolated from the rest.
Yeah, and the problem now is that 2 of these teams right under the hill could basically push at the very same time. Or in the better circumstance, FaZe Clan will have these 2 teams fighting each other out because everybody's in such a close proximity. And look at the circle. It eventually will shrink away from this entire position of the hill. So no matter what, this fight will have to conclude. It's either they don't take the fight, take that rotation instead, or just basically look for those catches, which is what Onsis is currently looking for.
But for the side of IGL or FaZe Clan right now, they have to predict the circle might actually shift away from them. So they have to make sure that when they start to climb down, nobody will stop them. So they have to take the fight somehow. But DX and SEM9, as well as Boundam United break at the other end, it's going to be 3 teams start to close into the side of FaZe Clan. And PBE, they resort to low ground, knowing the fact there's too many people on top of that mountain. They don't want to take any risk in that fight. But we do have the other end. It's going to be Alter Ego. Here comes. Compromise it is. Sem9 Tom knocked down a big nade to the side of Mormon. But it's still within their reach to save his teammates. But Vintoris couldn't do much from that angle.
It's really down to Melo on how much can he actually hold out, though. Molotov now trying to deny any form of space. A little bit of exchanges coming right through. And the pushes will come into effect. And that will knock down the efforts of Tam. 1 member cleared out. And FaZe Clan opens up this entry point, and it still has the rest of the teams looking after the rest of DX under.
A FaZe Clan, it feels like they are quite in a tight spot down there, with Alter Ego gunning over the other side. If Mormon spot out these Zavers while they're on the run and try to navigate themselves to cross over the other side, Chua kind of stuck himself in the corner of that shack. There's no way he can actually get out with Mormon watching as tight as possible. But at least for Vintoris, they can have a crossfire between Vintoris and Mormon. So they can watch each other's back. But Alter Ego got himself quite brilliantly placed here. Know the fact there's so many players on the outskirts. They're playing indoors. But it's not out of range. Coming out of nowhere into that angle. Straight in the window and shoot them through and through. Okta trying to get himself a redemption. They got a bit of a trade.
And that basically saves them all that form of commotion that there is. Alter Ego will have Okta going for revives. And this is a weakened side of Alter Ego that can eventually be pinned by Mix. Oh, he found the angle, but not the kill. Quite a dire situation for the side of Alter Ego. They just have to camp inside. They have to wait for the meantime. Meanwhile, an exchange comes back in the form of Alter Ego shooting upwards. And there's also Audrey lying between the wings, dropping those grenades. This is going to really stop the progress of PBE advancing towards the side of the hill.
Same goes for Alter Ego. They are in the same boat right now. But Audrey closing up, being chipped down to 0 HP. Cool, what a tracking. Transferred his bullet perfectly well done. Almost close to knock down on the biggest hindrance of PBE. That's going to be a side of the player that just tried to push them down. Ventoris keeping taps on the side of Sam9. But Rosemary finished off Mela. FaZe Clan, they are in shambles.
It might be shambles right now, but there's still a lot of open room for them to actually march forward. Now that they know that who they're dealing with is Rosemary and the rest of Alter Ego, I think that FaZe Clan wants to press on. And their shots being fired from the back. It's 7-9, deterring Ventoris from leaving that spot. So he is being stuck by the corner of the hill. And here comes Octa pushing forward, looking for range. He's got an MK12. Not the right weapon to fight close range, though. He has to pull back. Mix is trying to actually pull a little weight from the top side of the hill. Somehow, in some way or another, Rosemary has paved the way for the rest of Alter Ego to advance forward.
I'm surprised I managed to squeeze in, despite there's two teams watching out that side early on. The Sam9 spotted out some of the players, Fnatic and the rest of Alter Ego having that push, advance forward, knowing the circle will shrink now. But FaZe Ventoris, can he hold his ground by himself? There's nobody else to save Ventoris down here. He's a bit isolated from the rest, and the circle shifted away from FaZe Clan even. But he managed to knock down on Rosemary by himself. But the rest of Alter Ego, due to the corners, they cannot see and try to finish it off in an instant. But Moment can actually do that work for Ventoris instead.
Oh, the rest of FaZe Clan, they are basically pushing right through. There's only 2 members left for the side of Alter Ego. They're trying to climb up, but the angle is absolutely opened up for these firing squad. And Onsens, he's being hit by Octa. The effort being displayed by the defending champions here will stop the push.
Mormon. FaZe Clan down to 2 players. One almost knocked down. Mormon be spotted out by Break. BN United knows exactly where Mormon is right now. Same goes for Alter Ego. They'll try to hold the ground, making sure they cannot be breached by FaZe Clan. But Ventoris right on top of him. But Rosemary knows exactly where Ventoris is at. He's been shot down early on. Knocked down even. So he knows for a fact there's a lot of corners he can play around just to shut down on FaZe Clan. XERXIA taking on Sam9 across the street. But Mormon, he got that awkward angle. He's kind of sitting duck right now. He's kind of stuck down there.
They have a hunch that he's hiding on the lower edge instead. Almost connecting those shots. And Ventoris is spotted out. Oh, the climb. Octa this time around rises to the occasion with those 3 pointers. Megamind on the other end, though. XERXIA fighting them off. And Fnatic, he finds more in the form of BLM United.
It's so pivotal, this particular standoff between FaZe Clan and Alter Ego. FaZe Clan, the moment they lost this compound towards the hands of Alter Ego, it's so crucial for them to just stay alive. This is one of the most important and crucial plays there is when it comes to sort of a circle. And Mormon, like we mentioned before, he's kind of stuck down there. And no more Ventoris to cover fire for his side. Here comes a nade, chipped down to 20% of HP. Rosemary tempted to go down, but the hike is unbelievably hard. But he take the risk anyhow.
And they're just going to leave him be because there's bigger sharks left on the block. PBE on top of the mountain will have to find ways to climb down. There's Danfoss holding down over onto the midsection of the hills. It's an absolute fortress to whichever team that's currently hugged by the corner of this hill. Boundnam United not moving an inch from that shack. And now being spotted out. Oh, this is going to look pretty rough for the rest of Alter Ego if Boundnam United focus fire over on the top.
But Boundnam, they cannot focus on one angle only. They do have XERXIA to deal with. They heard the audio coming up from those vehicles. That's going to shift their attention to the side of XERXIA. Nobody's watching to the side of PBE. But XERXIA, they do have all teams under their radar right now. They can see everything that's going on. But Octa, he can be the change maker of the team. He can be the one that actually changed the entire flow of the entire map right now. He got one of the widest view up there to see what's going on inside of XERXIA. If he stops XERXIA, then they don't have to worry about the backs for all the teams down there.
On top of that, take a look at this. BTR, 4 members still surviving. And they're having a really good spot, but the only problem is PBA slowly marching ahead. XERXIA now looking for the push against the rest of Bao Nam United. Only 1 remains, but there's not going to be much to be able to hold on to. The Venomous squad being cleared out, and XERXIA at 7 points to the block, now moving into the top 5.
This is going to be difficult for the teams up here, especially PBE. Trying to find ways to climb down, but the drop is way too far. It's going to be a very tall drop for PBE. In an instant, they will be wiped off the map here. Because BTR waiting at the other corner, just waiting at the foot of the hill. Definitely will finish them off the moment they jump down. Alter Ego Chopper just knocked down on Alter Ego. And the one that actually holding the ground, getting the most comfortable spot is going to be XERXIA. It's high chance they might actually score themselves this chicken dinner. If BTR challenge them, and BTR the only one on the low ground, same goes for XERXIA. If BTR start to rush into XERXIA's side, they can just finish off Alter Ego and PB at the same time.
But BTR, they got a lot on their plate right now. Deadboss now being knocked down. They will have to forsake him regards of the situation that they're in. And over on back, Octa goes for a 1-for-1 exchange. Fnatic over on the lower ground. And oh my goodness, there is still going to be pins dropping from the hills, and RNJ gets that line of fire against PBE.
And not just that, dropping, yeah, it's painful. The blue is gonna hurt more. And Fnatic have to jump down. This is what I mentioned about XERXIA got the most comfortable place there. Did not pressure by the blue zone. They can see whoever's trying to climb down. Even BTR at this point. Satar trying to open up the flank, hoping they can get a glimpse of the off angle of XERXIA, but he got knocked down instead. LC shutting him off. BTR down to 1 player to fight against the entire of XERXIA. Finally scored a chicken before they went down. Look at the smack on the desk here. The tire is back. But will it be too late?
XERXIA, a tremendous effort. The Splaker and the Bottle Hurls of Miramar finally claims glory after flushing out Bao Nam United. They took that golden spot to see everyone else. And there's no better way to have done it. The full squad just handing it out, claiming another one for Thailand. As to the question of, is this ever enough to give chase? Maybe it's not, but at the very least, this is one for Thailand.
Absolutely to perfection. Flawless run for the side of XERXIA with all full squad well and alive. And not just that, the heart shape of the circle in the very last minute moved away from all the teams on the top grounds, on the high hills just now, giving such a big room for XERXIA. The only one that can stop them was just 2 teams. It was Bao Nam United at first. Bao Nam, they know that's going to be a threat. They dealt with it early. But once they're done with Bao Nam, the one that can stop them next is going to be BTR. But the moment BTR switched their focus towards PBE and Alter Ego, it's a done deal for XERXIA. That's it. Nobody's stopping them anymore.
Spot on. You couldn't have said it any better, because that is exactly what went down. And XERXIA, they took full advantage of that situation. But what really went on for XERXIA is not only that take onto that side where we see Bao Nam United was camping inside of that shack, it was also how they've also garnered that ground control from before the final stance of that stage 8 circle as well as 9. With them having to actually clear out all these form of threats, they reap all that they can gain with so much points. That was like, what, 16 eliminations or even more? I definitely have lost count, but this is potentially one of the biggest performances that we've ever seen from XERXIA.
That's kind of true. It's actually the biggest performance in the grand finals across 3 days here for XERXIA. We saw them quite consistently getting themselves in the top 8 or top 5 almost every single map, but sometimes they just poof, disappeared early on. It's not really quite consistent in the grand finals for XERXIA. They never have a good run ever compared to their first week of the league. But FaZe Clan, it was so pivotal for Venturas not to go down early. He's the only one that can manage support thrive from his angle. You remember he took down, he's being taken down by Alter Ego in that very last minute. It's gone. The hope for FaZe Clan to take back that #1 spot, definitely gone.
FaZe Clan has only one map to do it, and it's the upcoming matchup. And I think that there is a very significant gap that is being created by Alter Ego with them once again consistently surviving to the top 5. And on top of surviving, you saw how well Octa performed. Look at that, 11 eliminations for Alter Ego in this round.
And FaZe barely secures a double digit down there. What you saw, we're starting off with a 3-point gap between Alter Ego and BTR, and that's going to open up the gap even further more. And not just that, BTR is pushing up the numbers, but PERSIJA EVOS not so much this time. But XERXIA, where do they land themselves in the overall rankings? Did they finally get the final push in the very last minute?
I wonder how much can they actually get out of this. I think on the good side note for XERXIA, that 15 points could also push them to at least a #9 position, because we saw how close all these teams are in the middle of the pack all the way down to the second pager, because it's only those about 9 points or so that will shift them.
10.
And instead of #9, they push all the way to the front page. Now on #7, looking for that shot of the PMGC slot.
Now, I'm trying to logically thinking, by mathematically speaking, is it still doable for MORPH to get that #1 spot?
I'm looking at one round of play. I would say that it's almost close to impossible, unless if they secure a chicken dinner with 20 overfrags, and also provided that Alter Ego as well as FaZe Clan actually crashes out early. So it really boils down to a lot of all these happenstances, circumstances that will go down in this last map of Miramar. And BIGETRON Red Aliens is also inching closer to that top 3 as well. So it is definitely hard to tell whether or not will any other team overtake the top 2. But these are at least the results that we get inside Miramar for now.
It's going to be between Rosemary and Chopper when it comes to the hand-to-hand. The MVP for XERXIA. Chopper didn't actually dish out as much damage compared to Rosemary, but the knocks that he got himself, the elimination he took out in the very last minute was crucial. It was pivotal from Chopper. He knows exactly who to pin down first. When it comes to XERXIA, they play with their hats just now. Definitely high IQ plays. But back about the fight for the trophy. It's in between Alter Ego and FaZe. Down to these 2 teams. Nobody else can actually contend or try to take them out at this point. Because I don't feel like they want to go really aggressive. But they must between these 2 teams. But at the same time, will the other teams disrupt their flow if they try to collide early on as the initial drop spot?
We'll definitely have to see what is the scenario that will go down. Before we even get to that, we do still have the Dragon Ball Super collaboration with PUBG Mobile that you can enjoy with your friends as you power up your key and, of course, get the dragon to grant you all the wishes that you desire.
Wow. The desire, really? For our first draw, only one you see, this is going to be the last time you guys to see this, and that's going to be the last time we ever speak about it now, because we're heading into the final map of the day. But speaking of which, if the grand finals, Alter Ego managed to close things up again, that's going to be the greatest comeback story of Alter Ego. They're nowhere near up there when it comes during the league stage or even the start of grand finals. It's just the final day.
These guys are just built so different, right? Like, who would have actually thought that when this team have shown that they did not really show up during those weeks of play, and even on the first day of grand finals, it's like, hey, this team is just performing at subpar to many of all these teams out there. And then in the opening few rounds that we get today, these chicken dinners that they have secured are all in day 3.
Yeah,
And
I'm
then
looking...
you see all these top 5 performances. Nothing seems to be able to stop them.
I'm looking back at the start of the day here, before we even start our first map in the final day. Where do they actually stand for Alter Ego? I mean, just a recap to see how big of a progress they made in the final day in the grand finals here. They're starting off at 13th place at 73 points. And FaZe were at 125 at number 1. They scored themselves almost 80 points in a day now.
And that's like what? In less than 6 maps. You still got 1 more map to go, Choo. And they are now 10 points ahead of FaZe Clan. So the only way right now that I see it possible for FaZe Clan is that Alter Ego needs to be wiped off very early on. And then FaZe Clan goes ahead to chase for those points. There's no other way, because
that's how FaZe Clan be pushed down just now.
Exactly, right? And then like, if you allow Alter Ego to play this map, you see, on an average, they bring back 10 points at the very least. That's the minimum. I'm not even talking about what else they get from elimination points, right?
It's gonna be very anticlimactic if, at least he's got FaZe there. That's a nice call. But yeah, it's gonna be super anticlimactic if both FaZe Clan and Alter Ego be wiped off quite early. Because we do know nobody else can take that number 1 and number 2 spot for now.
Then we're going to be looking at both MORPH as well as BTR. These are the 2 closest teams hailing from Indonesia that can potentially get it if... Okay, let's do some math right now, right? We talked about MORPH. They need a chicken dinner and
plus 20 frags.
Over frags. I say over because somebody else is going to be able to take, some other players off the map, right? And on a LAN finals, what was the highest elimination that any team has done so far?
20.
19?
That's going to be... in the grand finals right now, it's going to be 19. That's going to be FaZe Clan.
Yeah, and then early on, XERXIA also put this form of racket as well. And that is what we're seeing in peak performance. You have to beat that top performance. This is a lot to ask for. So I'm just looking at potentially a 2-way horse race. But if we are talking about the PMGC slots, I think that's up for the taking. Now with that XERXIA win, they are still fighting for something. So with so many slots and so many stakes being laid out right now, I think that this brawl is still as high stakes it is for every other team out there. Not just these 2 horse race.
I'm going to give you the scenario right now. Thank you so much for 7BC Sasuke for the math calculation done for us. To shut down Alter Ego feels impossible right now. I tell you why. Within 5 matches, they score 87 points. So how much for each map that average goes to? Around like what? At least 15, I assume?
Yeah, that's an average of 15 per round.
That's from 13th place to number 1 in a day. In a day. FaZe Clan did it in the last day of the final week, number 3. Yes, last day. This is Alter Ego pulling the same thread, just like how FaZe Clan did before. But this is grand finals, where all the team put all their best tactical play down there. They managed to do so. If you want to shut down Alter Ego, their firepower, it's something else today.
We're not only looking at Rosemary that's currently in the best possible form that he is at. We started off saying, oh, this guy was sick. He was not really feeling well. And now that he's recovered, this is not even him at 100%. And he's putting this form of performance. And then last round, you saw Octa. How many points he added on the block? At the very least, 4. Either one of these players that remain alive could still contribute so many points back to the hands of Alter Ego. Of course, there is a huge hype train surrounding Alter Ego right now to defend their throne, to defend their dynasty, and create an empire where they've been building since the last PMSL until now.
Now imagine if Alter Ego did actually defend the championship this season as well. If you compare with last season, They pretty have a very good run. They pretty much have a very good run because they always stand themselves in the top 3. But this season, what I mentioned so much about Alter Ego is one of the most painful teams to deal with. The fact they are on adrenaline rush. They know there's going to be a last map. They'll be pulling all their gears out today. If you actually have one wrong move fighting, trying to take them down, you'll be giving them more points instead of shutting them down entirely.
And this is going to be the look of FaZe Clan before they hit into battle. Once again, not bringing Tony K into Miramar. Is this the right decision or not? It's up to them to decide. And I believe we are already heading into our final flight, Choo-Choo. All the weeks of action here on the PMSL will draw to a close. And we will finally get our champions within the span of an hour.
Gears up, ready guys. It's going to be the last flight ever we're going to take into the PMSL Fall 2023. And I agree with the chat. We want to see hot drops. Come on. A team that have nothing else to lose. Make it even more spicy with an outrageous circle for our last map of the day. How about that? Because we're flying into our last time in this season, PMSL. Heading back into Miramar to see our grand finals champions of this season.
And this is the moment that we've all been waiting for. History in the making. The final match of the PMSL Southeast Asia will draw to a close in the map of Miramar. Another flight will cut through from the south side heading into the north. A little bit of an empty spacing will be left over onto the Western Plains. And these two teams will get all the attention. Alter Ego Aries and FaZe Clan.
We do have early droppers down there. These XERXIA, as per usual, is going to be Chumasera. The crowd's cheering for each of their respective teams. But the pressure is going to be on the player's shoulder right now to deliver. GEEK fam taking point of Horizon. GE dropping hot on 12 Graveyard. We're talking about the other teams who might actually clash into FaZe Clan. If they want to make it even harder, make it a absolutely explosive ending, there will be some hot drops here as the start of final map. PB taking Impala, PERSIJA, EVOS, Lost Learner, still going to be the same drop with Yoodo Alliance. Infinity, now this is going to be the team that make it even harder for the team, but the circle is going to be north, and it's not even on top of the flight path.
We'll have to see who's going to be the king of the north by the end of the run. FaZe Clan sticks to the usual. No hot drops that we're seeing from some of all these teams out there. Alter Ego, by the corners of El Azahar, will actually get a firm access, needing to get past some of all these huge teams like MORPH GPX, who's also looking for their victory of this round itself. So this is by no means any form of an easy task for the majority of the teams that are currently competing. GE guarding over on the side of Hacienda as well as San Martin. Sim9 over on the corner of Power Grid. So that is a lot to deal with for the side of FaZe Clan.
Sure. Unless if you take a bit of a left rotation, a bit on the West Plains down there, which is quite empty like we saw early on due to the flight path itself. A bit heavily towards favoring on the eastern side. But if they're being smart for the teams that do know a lot at stake here for them, especially FaZe, they can have an exit out going into Montenuevo and just go up to El Pozo to find themselves a bit more loot. But it's going to be so important, significantly important for them to find those vehicles to keep it at work if they want that to happen. They can pull themselves away from the rest of the cluster. They can just pull away from the group. Go up to El Pozo. That's going to be the best case scenario for FaZe Clan, because right now, everything is unpredictable. The teams on the second page have nothing else to lose. But they can make it a bit harder for the players up there.
Not only can they make it harder for the teams out there, they could also look for a spot to contend in international waters against the best teams of PUBG Mobile in the PMGC coming up in a matter of months. So we saw the efforts coming in from XERXIA that have garnered them an astounding chicken dinner, now puts them into 7th spot, and they were at, I believe, 12th position or even lesser than that. So that is like only 1 point shy to tie it with 7-9 for that 6th position. 7-9 just holding onto this grasp by such a thin margin. And you also see the past couple of rounds, PJEV, 7-9, these two teams are currently stagnating. They're not getting as much points as they intend. Though they add in a couple of elimination points, they didn't really secure those top 5 finishes as they were looking for.
There's actually a good point you pointed out, because when it comes to PMGC points, I'm going to put that in a deeper, in-depth sort of elaboration for the PMGC points. For now, the Thai teams, the Juno Vampires, do have the PMWI as champions. They definitely will be in PMGC. FaZe Clan also kind of secured himself in PMGC slot. Next is going to be Hill. Hill's lining up a new set of players for the roasters. XERXIA didn't make through for the PMGC points.
If that's
going to be the last chance. This is going to be the last chance to get in the top 6.
Yeah. And now that you brought forward that a significant point, right? Some of the teams have already qualified for PMGC. We could potentially see a huge representation coming in, not only from Indonesia by the end of this PMSL. There could also be a lot of all these participants hailing from Thailand itself. So I think that's something to really look forward for when it comes down to C region as a whole on how they will perform in those PMGC stages.
We can assume they are fighting each other quite early, because that's the case where you happen to be from the same region. Saying goes from Thais, they do prefer the left side of Wrangel over the right side of it. They prefer the west fight than the eastern one. But it's not going to be a lot of skirmish, since a lot at stake here, including XERXIA. Even though they're not aiming for the trophy. A lot of teams down, they're definitely aiming for the points in PMGC points in total, that's going to be including the PMSL points to be add up in PMGC points later. There's also about getting the top 6 spot for PMGC slot. There's also about trying to squeeze in the last minute, even though your PMGC points is not going to be enough for now.
And on
that's
top
the
of
case
that,
for XERXIA. Yeah.
Prize money as well. I mean, we have $250 million.
That's going to be a bonus, you know? These guys are so passionate. They don't really look at the money side.
Yeah, like, not only are they passionate, the fans, they don't stop singing. I want them to sing till the very end of this run. And all these fans that are singing, I believe they're all coming from Indonesia. Like,
incredible.
You can hear the chants, you hear them singing the national anthem, giving each other praises. And you could see how healthy of a seed it is back in their home country. And they bring that form of power into Malaysia. It doesn't even matter anymore. Even if you're home or away, it feels like no matter where Indonesia goes, it's at home to them.
Yeah, that's kind of true. It gives them sort of a sense of comfort, even though it's just a very high pressure situation for the players here right now. At least that offers them a bit of comfort in there somewhere. But you know what? I have to give it to the community of Indonesia down there. They're definitely one of the best community out there. And not just that, they flew all the way to Malaysia. And I do know one of the one that leading the song and the cheers of Indonesia is going to be one of the casters and also one of the KOL of PUBG Mobile Indonesia. That's going to be Sunscreen. He's a very nice good friend of mine. Yeah, Sunscreen is actually there. He's leading the chants, man. You know how crazy it can get.
Wow, now I know where this is coming from. It's like, hey, why didn't you ask us to hang out with you guys? Meanwhile, we've got some action going on here in Miramar. 7-9 versus GE. A little bit of taps firing through. Kenny's just going to be moving out of the way. They know that there is still a lot at stake for 7-9. They just want to play not only safe, they got to ensure nobody gets past them, because one more round of receiving 0 in return, not only XERXIA can just move forward, you have Yoodo Alliance waiting to also march up ahead.
7-9 is actually in the same boat as XERXIA when it comes to PMGC slot. They're pretty much literally in the same spot, where XERXIA cannot qualify based on the PMGC points, and this is their last shot at it for 7-9 and both for XERXIA. and one have to give up for the other. But the circle happens to be speaks for itself. DX coming up from El Pozo, XERXIA coming up from the left side. They know there's not going to be a lot of teams on the west plane of El Pozo for now, so they take a different route entirely and pull themselves away from the group, which marching mostly coming up from the west side of a circle.
Yeah, and I'm also looking at the direct center of that crater field, so you see FaZe Clan just advances forward, pressing pedal to the metal to book the direct center. But there's also BTR up north that can actually challenge that. You see the great migration going right through. There's no time to even take up fights on the outskirts because it's not worth the time. Sem9, they're just going to leave Vampires be for the moment. And we're already looking at significant damage of being soaked up by XERXIA. And not only that, one member inside of Alter Ego. So perhaps we're just going to get a lot of battle from stage 3 onwards. FaZe Clan now climbs up the hill, and right opposite them, the Savior.
FaZe Clan definitely got himself these unusual spots, playing alongside with those high mountains for the past game and this one as well. Split it himself into 2 formation, even going for 2-2. But Mela spot out Levi's going to be CQC between them. And with an AKM versus a UMP, the shots coming up from UMP is faster, but AKM gonna hurt much more. DX obliterated 2 of FaZe Clan members. Oh my god! A shot of getting that trophy.
Slowly being annihilated right now. Mormon, he's got to do more than that. He's got some grenades, but I don't think he can connect. Can he do so? Only in a matter of moments. There's still 12 looking on the other side of the hill. It's not gonna make it though. One member pinned down over the top end. But this is a losing trait for FaZe Clan regardless of the case. And remember this, BTR is on the opposite corner. The moment these two commit, BTR can chime in as well.
Oh man, they're being surrounded right now. There's no way exit out for FaZe Clan. If they want to go the opposite way to go down, like you mentioned, BTR is watching out this end as well. And they're down to 2 players now. FaZe Clan, they cannot afford to make any more mistake. They cannot lose any more man. They cannot go solo for this one. It's not going to be enough for them to actually get the number 1 if they only have 1 person left. It's impossible.
Remember moments ago we were talking about the Savior on how they can basically play villains in this matchup, in this final 2 rounds. Last round, sure, they were fighting for their own. This time, they are making sure that FaZe Clan will not proceed any further. And I just can't believe my eyes. What's going to happen here? Luxy's swarming in. Finding one member inside of Yoodo Alliance. Voki's low.
He's going to finish things off. Voki cannot afford that. And that's going to be another shot from the red face. All the way across. But Luxy is surprisingly not being punished at all. Despite Yoodo Alliance have a glimpse at it. But MORPH. Finish off in an instant. QEON gone. Deleted entirely. MORPH taken by surprise. The circle shifter on top of Crater Fill. My god, the circle is not being kind for the players. The only one in the center right now on top of Crater Fill is just going to be XERXIA.
This is going to be excruciatingly painful for everybody out there. But that's one more point added on the side of Alter Ego. So the lead is being extended. If they find more members of GPX, this might be over and done with. Damage over on the back of the vehicle. The rest of Alter Ego flipping over their vehicles as they are trying to pursue this engagement. And the first shot has landed. Now leaving Rocky behind. Could this be it for Rosemary?
Going for the shotgun, didn't work for him. It's going to be Rosemary.
Yes,
They scored a tree. They scored a tree. This leading for Alter Ego. This open up the stretch. And on the side of FaZe, they have 2 members left. The only way for FaZe Clan to come back is just the annihilation of Alter Ego, and it feels impossible right now.
Not even a glimpse of a shot, and here comes the grenade. Maybe Vampire can do the trick. Tony K is down. Tony K will not hold on. And Alter Ego, they might even crash out very early right here, right now. They added 3 points, but is this 3 points going to be enough to hold out? Red Face finds Lobby on the other side of the map. 2 members pushing upwards. Traps, is he going to land the blow? The grenade's out. Chipping down Alpha 7.
Alpha!
And that is it. Alter Ego is eliminated.
Oh, God.
A battering blow on the Indonesian defending champions. FaZe Clan with only 2, I don't think this is still possible unless there's a miracle.
Unless if they last long enough to get themselves a chicken dinner, even in the top 5, it's going to be more than enough. If they secure themselves a couple more elimination, but GEEK versus Vampires. Vampires shutting down another team. Bites the dust. Dominating on the side of Vampires right now, out of nowhere. Down to the last HP for Straps. Bites not going to be enough. Mika got spotted out by the blue zone. Just discovered Vampires. After shutting down Alter Ego. They've been deleted by the hands of GEEK Fam, but GEEK Fam they barely make it through. Sem90 hold the high ground, but on the side of FaZe, as long as they're breathing, they can still get that number 1.
What a turn of events. We thought it was certain for Alter Ego to get it, and then you see this commotion erupting. Vampire Esports went in for that full challenge, claiming a chance for their brothers in FaZe Clan. And then you have GEEK Fam arriving to the scene. Mika soaking in all the damage from the zone after falling through, destroying some of the members of Vampire Esports. And now there is still Sem9. They found 2 elimination points. Sem9 still holding on to that number 6 spot. XERXIA without a point right now. GEEK Fam trying to pull Magic out of the hat in order to qualify for that PMGC.
For GEEK Fam, barely got any room for themselves as the Blues starts to string here, have to move. PERSIJA EVOS will try to finish off Infinity. There's another one bites the dust, I guess. That's going to be the last player of Infinity just now. Let's see, and that's going to be one more Bears right on top of PERSIJA EVOS. Being cornered down to the place where they cannot get an entry towards the circle. Look at the gatekeepers of the other end. There's also Yoodo Alliance waiting, and they're even willing to take the chances to push out. Just to make sure the teams cannot get into the circle. With Sem9 taking on GEEK Fam. FaZe still alive. That 2 players can make a comeback for FaZe Clan. But I don't know how they can try to get those elimination numbers up. They need to get more than 10 points to make sure they can be the one that lifting the trophy by end of today.
The last we checked in on the side of FaZe Clan, they were surrounded by both BTR as well as DX. Now continuing on with all these pursuit. Master Ichi finds one. PERSIJA EVOS eliminated by GE. PERSIJA EVOS now stuck on their number 5 position. They're just praying that none of these teams can overtake them by the end of this Miramar round. GE started off the day with high hopes, and perhaps if they get themselves that chicken dinner, they can actually make it back to that slot. DX Levy's finding a shot as well.
Infinity got a small shack. Spotted our Yoodo Alliance rotation down there. We'll relay back the information, try to think about what to go and what to do. FaZe Clan, they're playing a very dangerous game here. They're being surrounded by these Xaviers, by BTR around the other corner. If the circle happened to be moving, despite they're still alive as a 2, but if they went down without any elimination points, they got less than 10 points by end of today. They cannot take away that number 1 spot.
And speaking of shifting circles, oh my goodness, before we get to that, a huge nade comes in from Olio. And that will be the end of the run for the Infinity as well. Now, back to your point. If that circle actually shifts away from the crater fields into a deeper territory, that really leaves FaZe Clan with very little to do. They will only have to rely on these 2 vehicles to climb down that hill, and they will be sitting ducks because we see BTR is not leaving that terrain anytime soon.
Same goes for the side of the Xaviers down there. They're holding the ground, not willing to let FaZe Clan slip by. There's also PBE around that corner as well. This is a time when more teams coming into the compound of where FaZe Clan's standing. They're having that center point. And this circle will be so crucial for them to be favored, but it's still in there. But the moment they try to take the vehicle down, the problem is they have to deal with so many teams clustered up together. Definitely all eyes onto them the moment they drive those vehicles down. But on the side of Sem9, they cannot afford to even lose one more members here, because XERXIA start to trail their footsteps to get that PMGC slot. Sem9 Down to 2 players. 1 bleeds out. Got himself secured with 3 more points. That giving them a bit slight advantage to the side of XERXIA. But XERXIA have a full squad. If they can survive and get themselves another chicken dinner, there's definitely something to be pushed down. Even PERSIJA EVOS.
Moisho finds another one in the back. Slim's Eye out in the open. I don't think that there's going to be any form of a salvation point for the side of GE to go in for the save. Meanwhile, risky attempts. We saw Kenny was out in the open over on the corners of the creative fields, with Yoodo looking around from the side of MORPH, being the only flag bearer for MORPH GPX right now. It's definitely certain for MORPH GPX to be at least within the top 5 by the end of the round, but soaking in a little bit of that damage. BTR, despite them not entirely being in the center of the zone, they are still putting on the pressure. That being scouted out by Onsens, at least having room to wiggle with for now for 7-9.
Now, FaZe Clan, they try to make sure they still have the eliminations. They need those eliminations because that 10 points from Chicken Dinner, it's not going to be enough. If they resort to second place, that's going to be 6 points. Still not going to be enough. They have to secure from where they stand right now a couple of eliminations while they can. While the circle's still on their favor, still on their side. So whatever they see that things are moving, they start to shoot it down. But the problem is, from this view, it's quite difficult to secure those eliminations. On the side of GE, they try to disrupt BTR from guarding over the side of FaZe Clan. GE pushing in as a full squad. Jansfos fighting by himself with the DBS. Couldn't hold those numbers up. But BTR no longer gatekeeping FaZe Clan. They are in the clear now.
One after another, the Indonesian Titans slowly crumble. No more Indonesian teams within the side of the final map. But they have definitely put on the strongest showing we've ever seen here in the PMSL. Now, FaZe Clan sees a glimmer of hope. A chicken dinner on top of 14 points is what they are looking for. Well, I won't say 14 points. 4 elimination points would do the trick for the chicken dinner.
Oh, they got another one. 4 points for now. Make it almost 5. I'm so worried, FaZe Clan. If they slip down the hills, that's going to be tragic. But West knock by the side of FaZe Clan. They might actually secure another one. It's going to be 5. Slowly climbing up. Their aim is just, if they got second place with 5 eliminations, that's going to be more than enough. Not really. They have to get more. They have to secure at least 8 eliminations. That's the minimum number for now.
A lot of pressure for these teams out there to get to where they need to be. And you're looking at DX being late bloomers in this tournament. 4 members still alive. A lot of zoning out potential of clipping over members aside of BN United. FaZe Clan also looks for more members of PBE. I'm looking at this current form that FaZe Clan does have. They could potentially actually seek out many more casualties as PowerGen now spots out movements coming in from the side of PBE. Lamborghini on the outskirts, BN United hiding on the other side of the hill. At least they'll be safe for now, but PBE. They could push up. It could be a potential.
Definitely a big potential, that one. If they're not aware about DX, they might actually be backstabbed as well. But lucky for FaZe Clan, DX right now trying to stop PBE from climbing up. The only team right now can stop FaZe Clan from taking that #1 spot. It's going to be these two, DX and PBE. Now, if FaZe Clan, they last long enough to get themselves in the top 2, with around 8 to 9 elimination, that's going to be more than enough to push the numbers up and definitely will take it to #1 spot. But if Mix and the rest of PBE start to creep in behind FaZe Clan, and DX definitely can see a bit of a glimpse down there, and just hope Mormon don't slip down. If they one step forward in the wrong move for Hans as a Mormon, and that's going to be a slippery slope as well. Yoodo Alliance taking a bit of a stab from the sidelines.
This is
FaZe Clan. I swear to God, they're sitting at the edge of their chair right now.
They have to be. I mean, even on the opposite side, look at what they have on Levi's hand. A Car 98K or mostly not gun. Waiting to win. That's a one-tap machine. Just waiting for that one pixel. And that could be it. Levi's, He's being challenged by the rest of BN United from the lower side of the hill. And Onsens, he spots out Lamborghini. Oh, this could be it.
Oh, that's definitely going to be a lot of information inside of DX right now. Bownum, Levi will try to stop them, but the Blues and Onsen scores another. His backside is quite open for him to take the shots out.
Silence.
Here comes another Onsen. He needs to take those elimination out, but DX is stolen away.
They denied it. Oh my goodness. FaZe Clan, are they doing it? 6 points in. Oh, shots being fired onto Onsens from Lamborghini as well as PowerGen. DX is the biggest threat to FaZe Clan's championship title. And you have PBE unaware, not being able to peek up.
That's not just the only factor right now. You have to think about the resources as well. Last time we saw FaZe Clan, they have 1 DBS and 1 rifle. And they're running low with their reserve as well. They cannot just blindly tap it out in the open too. One wrong move, they slip down, they're done. Very little room they have for FaZe. Very little amount of resources even. They have to play this as safe and as calculative as possible.
Oh, and the shots are still connecting. Mormon, he has more bullets as compared to Onsens. He's locking down onto Rapper Boy. Olio is down. GE pushing over, and they find another one, did they? Oh, it was GE that takes him out. Yoodo Alliance eliminated. 1 threat off the map. Top 5 finish for FaZe Clan.
It's not enough yet. They need those eliminations. But his cap been stolen away by other teams. They must be devastated by now. Every single knock will be wiped out by either DX or GE. They need another 4 more points to secure the positions.
Time is of the essence.
But the numbers are running low. The numbers for them to pick those eliminations are running low here, Contra.
They have to fight everything from here on. There's still XERXIA at the back, but I don't think this is within their crosshair of reach. Even despite that, DX, they are just monstrous on their attempt, trying to crash out the rest of XERXIA as they do have them pinned down by the corner tree, all being knocked out. Can FaZe Clan spot this one out? It's out in the open. DX. Oh, FaZe Clan's going for it.
Oh,
they're moving downwards. They got to secure themselves a little bit more of that wiggle room. Taps over the side of GE. Can they find it?
They took their chances here. This is it. Playing a bit risk. Go big or go home for the side of FaZe Clan. They're not going home. They got themselves a PMGC, but they want this trophy. They want it so bad. They're willing to risk it. Onsens down. Oh, FaZe Clan. This is not going to be enough. This is not gonna be enough!
It's all down to Mormon. Grenades now, cooked up by GE. They got stacks of it to go. XERXIA finds PowerGen on the other end, denying any proceedings coming in from the side of DX. Meanwhile, PBE locks onto the target, takes out 2 members of the side of XERXIA. Top side, PBE, 4 members strong. That could be a chance where we see the Filipino squad finding their own chicken dinner as well. But Mormon, he will hold on.
No!
Rage, oh rage. Well, they denied him.
Oh, FaZe Clan. Mormon have to force a CQC. Got that DBS in hand, but the distance to close things up. There's no structures for him to take covers to push into GE. If he's trying to push, it's going to be a clear shot for Range. And Mormon scouted out by GE. They know exactly where he stands. Range knows exactly where Mormon as well. He's pinned down by 2 sides here. With a buggy to take covers, couple of trees of rotations in between. Nothing else. Running low with the magazine of his rifles. 74 in the reserve.
Only 1 first aid kit as well. Even if he goes into the battle, if he does survive, he's got so little resources and so much to do. 1 more nade onto the side of DX. And it seems like PBE, very likely the case to actually end up with dinner if they're not stopped. Mormon booking it, going on the open.
No!
Buster Ichi, he's gonna break the vehicles. Can he survive?
There's XERXIA on the other side too. That's not gonna be safe for Mormon. He spotted 1 down. Knocked down on Masaichi. But the back line. XERXIA can pick through that side. He's trying to finish off another elimination points. Can he secure it? He needs to secure at least 10 eliminations to make it through. And here comes BBE! FaZe Clan will be enough!
A full point attempt point from FaZe Clan, securing only 6 elimination points. But you can already hear the fans cheering out for the Indonesian representatives. Alter Ego will not be denied of this victory, but the show goes on. XERXIA versus PBE.
Now XERXIA, they need this chicken for the sake of getting the top 6 in the PMGC slot. They spot on another. DX stolen away. RNJ shutting down Rage. They managed to secure those eliminations. PBH2 are on the run. But there's no more circle to hide from the blue zone. PERSIJA knocked down Mega Mine as well. H2R even. PBE. Can they close the game with an explosive ending here? Despite they on the last place right now, but cool. RNJ need to reload. Last stack of magazine. Sharper going for the push. PBE down to last, but no bullets. What can you do with the distance with the DPS? It's not gonna work.
He's got to rule up. He's got the bullets from the dead bodies on the ground. He does take down RNJ. 2 versus 1. So little health left. And Mega Mine. He will get the back-to-back chicken dinner for XERXIA.
And XERXIA, bigger news. They made it through. They got it.
Nobody have expected.
They got the PMGC slot for XERXIA. They secured with the top 6 just now, Contra.
A fairy tale run for XERXIA. And a heartbreaking round for FaZe Clan. Drawing so close and yet so far. And there can only be that one name that we have not mentioned here in the final moment. And that is Alter Ego Aries. Will they be able to defend the title?
They knew it. They are the champions. They definitely are. What a great comeback story from Alter Ego. 13th place, 73 points as a start. Getting themselves that #1. Secured themselves over 80 points in a day.
Itulah dia tuan-tuan dan puan-puan pemenang untuk PMSL Grand Final. Lain tak bukan Alter Ego.
Alright, Alter Ego Aries, it's time for you to take what's yours. Time for you to raise the trophy. 1, 2, 3.
Dengan ini, Alter Ego telah memenangi PMSL dan telah membawa kemenangan untuk tim Indonesia. Buat pertama kali junjungan trofi dari tim Alter Ego. Ciuman di atas trofi.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure that Alter Ego Aries has a lot to say. Your champions for PMSL SEA Fall 2023. You can see the emotions run high, but I'm sure you want to say something to all your supporters. But before that, congratulations on your incredible victory, guys. I have a question to ask all of you. How does it feel to be crowned the champions of PMSL SEA Fall again, back to back?
Before I answer the question, for supporter Indonesia, thank you very much. For supporter Malaysia, thank you very much. for Junior, this is Alter Ego.
Tanggung menjalu. Jadi mau tanya.
For Lord Junior, ton AE sampai habis. Pastiin. Oke.
Okay, mungkin kita boleh tanya sekarang ni juga, ya, nak tanya that you guys been playing PMSL this season, ya, di Malaysia. So what is definitely your biggest challenge, and how do you guys manage to overcome all these 15 teams to rise above on top? Mungkin boleh kita tanya. Jadi mau tanya ya, dari segi untuk Alter Ego sendiri, di mana PMSL ni ya, untuk season ni mainnya di Malaysia, jadi nak tanya challenge-nya ya, and gimana Alter Ego manage to overcome the challenges?
So there is always challenge, right? And we just go through it. We don't really think about it, overthink it. We just trying to push through every single challenge, and then we do our best.
Okey Tasha, itulah dia pemenang untuk PMSL. Mungkin Tasha ada lagi soalan yang nak tujukan?
Alright. What does it mean for you to be the back-to-back winner, to defend the title of champion here at PMSL SEA?
Ya, perasaannya ya untuk memenangi PMSL.
It's incredible feeling like I never feel before, because in the first day and the second day we don't even think about champion. We try to just maybe we can get to PMGC, and then suddenly miracle happen. That's it.
Okey, jadi lagi sekali kepada semua peminat-peminat tim Indonesia, berikan tepukan untuk tim Alter Ego.
And for now, we would also like to announce the PMSL SEA Fall 2023 season MVP. But before that, thank you very much.
Terima kasih lagi sekali kita ucapkan kepada tim Alter Ego. Peminat-peminat tim Indonesia. Lain macam orang kata. Tasha mungkin okey?
Sorry, it's a small, tiny space, but I would like to announce the season MVP for the PMSL SEA Fall 2023. Everyone, give it up for Tony K!
Tony K! Hati-hati ya.
Okay, Tony K. I have so many things to ask you, but first of all, how does it feel to be the MVP for this season? How does it feel to be the MVP for this season?
รู้สึกยังไงที่ได้รางวัลครั้งนี้คะ
ก็ดีใจครับเพราะว่าเป็นการมาเล่น PMSL ครั้งที่ 2 แล้วครั้งแรกทำได้ดีครับ
Okay, so he feels very happy to receive because this is his second time in receiving.
Oh, dia rasa sangat gembira dan teruja ya untuk mendapat MVP sempena PMSL. Dan dekat sini maybe kita boleh tanya juga of course to you ya, in a high stake tournament, of course PMSL SEA Fall maintaining the consistency, you know, in winning, you know, the MVP. How did you manage to consistently perform at such a higher level?
ในการแข่งขันครั้งนี้ค่ะความสม่ำเสมอเป็นหนึ่งในคีย์หลักเลยโทนี่มีเคล็ดลับยังไงในการที่จะเก็บความสม่ำเสมอนี้ไว้
ก็ฝึกซ้อมเรื่อยๆครับแล้วก็พยายามวอร์มก่อนแข่งให้ได้เยอะที่สุดครับ
So the consistent key is to try to train very hard and always warm up a lot before the game.
There we go.
Itu dia. Wow.
But let's talk a little bit about your performance, Tony K. I think throughout this entire season and even last year, I think everyone has been looking up to you as not only the most consistent player, but also the star player for all the teams that you've been playing in. So to your fans and to those who want to be just like you, what do you want to say to them?
มีหลายๆคนให้น้องโทนี่เป็นโรลโมเดลในการแข่งขันแล้วก็ชื่นชมน้องโทนี่มากๆน้องโทนี่มีอะไรจะฝากบอกแฟนๆไหมคะ
ก็ขอบคุณทุกคนนะครับที่คอยให้กำลังใจแล้วก็คอยติดตามมาตลอดครับไว้รอบหน้าเราจะมาแก้มือใหม่นะครับ
So So he's grateful and thankful for all the fans that look up to him. He will be back here again.
There we
Itu
go.
dia. Beliau akan datang kembali semula untuk season terbaru di Malaysia. Dan sekarang ni Tasha, apa kata kita sama-sama? Ya, kalau kita dapat lihat semua abang-abang fotografer kita dah tak sabar untuk menangkap gambar MVP kita dan juga Grand Champion kita di PMSL.
That's right. So for all of you guys, please stay on stage and please come to the middle and take a picture here over with the members. Come here. Come over the side. Yep.
Mungkin alter ego boleh duduk di sini ya.
All right, everyone, this is what we're going to do. We are going to start over with the left side. Okay, guys, look over to the left side first. This side.
Pandang ke sebelah kiri dulu ya.
1, 2, 3. All right, guys, look toward the center this time. 1, 2, 3.
Dan lagi satu, kita ada lagi abang fotografer di sebelah kanan. Mungkin kita boleh mulakan dalam kiraan 3, 2, 1. Okey ya. Okey. Dan di sini lagi sekali, marilah kita berikan tepukan untuk pemenang PMSL SEA Fall 2023. Dan juga kita ucapkan tahniah kepada MVP kita sekali.
That's right, everyone. All the happy faces, the 3 weeks that have been grinding for the league for the last 3 weeks have finally come down to this. While Alter Ego may take the champions, Tony K will be taking the MVP. But don't go anywhere, guys, because we still have our announcement for the teams that have qualified to PMGC. So for now, we're going to toss it back to the casters first for a quick interview. See you in a while.
And there you have it, the champions of PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia. And lo and behold, the miracle run being pulled in. It's your defending champions, the back-to-back champions, Alter Ego Aries.
To defend that, from the 13th place with 73 points, push up to number 1, over around almost 100 points in a day. That's 100 points contra in a day, almost 100 points.
Every other team did not even draw these form of numbers out. Certain teams could not even squeeze half of these numbers within the span of 3 days. And there's only one team in the history that has been able to do it, and none other than the champions themselves. And of course, also hats off to Tony K for once again being the MVP of the tournament. And this definitely shows that Vampire Esports would still be able to also prove their worth when it comes down to what they have to offer on the PMGC later on. But Chuchu, you've been casting day in, day out for weeks after weeks. I want to check in on you, like now that it is all drawing to close, what do you feel about this whole scenario that we're in?
First and foremost, there's still a suspense of not knowing who's the team that qualified in the PMGC. Second of all, that's going to be a lot of teams from South Asia in this season's PMGC. It feels like PMSL all over again in PMGC.
Yeah, it really feels like a 2.0 take on how the PMGC is gonna go. It just feels like another iteration of PMSL. But now they will also be joined with some of all these top global teams out there from South Asia, from MENA, from America, and beyond. Everywhere around the world, there are a lot of all these top teams waiting in the wings to put a challenge to our Southeast Asia representatives. And of course, they keep the suspense for last. So I'm pretty sure that you already have a few guesses of who's going to make it through. but I still want to hear your thoughts, right? Like, XERXIA, they managed to secure that final chicken dinner in the bag. I think that is basically confirming them for that PMGC slot, don't you think?
Yeah, that's kind of true. XERXIA is one of the teams that actually didn't secure the PMGC points based on their entire performance, and this is so crucial for them to actually get that top 6 slot. Same goes for the South, same 9 though, but at the same time we have to wait for the confirmation just to see if we're right or we're wrong. Sorry if we're wrong, but speaking of the entirety of the league, including the grand finals, I don't know, there's a bittersweet journey for some teams as well. We see the growth of the underdogs like GE. If you compare with PBE and GE, I'm sorry, I don't mean to compare, but you have to anyways. PBE, the team that actually got themselves the grand finals last season. But we look at the progress of GE, who never get themselves in Southeast Asia grand finals. Have you seen GE in PMPL? No, we don't think so. In the grand finals, we hardly see any GE in any of the games we've casted over the years. The first time into Southeast Asia level, but look at the level of their gameplay. Despite they are the underdogs.
Yeah, and I believe that the high performances that we've last seen out of GE was back in the wildcard league itself, which also was a tough journey for them because they have consistently been pushed and trialed by all these other teams. It felt like they have played another level of PMPL altogether, and now that they've put against the best, they prevailed. That shows you how strong Myanmar is as a region. Remember back in the days there was also Yangon Galacticos also carrying the banner for Myanmar. So I hope that one day we will eventually have, you know, a pro league for each respective wildcard Southeast Asia regions out there, so that eventually we'll get to see, you know, a bigger variation of names that is going to be able to represent those nations. But first, when it all draws down to a close, we last checked on that very last map. A lot of all these Indonesian teams which were racing for the finish line, a lot of them stumbled against all these blocks. Of course, I still want to give credit to PBE because that was almost that chicken dinner, because it was a 1 versus 1 versus 1 to end it all.
He got a DBS, which will not work in a long range fight anyhow. He's running low on bullets. There's none anymore. He needs to reset himself. But yeah, it was a close run. But it's definitely something that I will willing to relive myself. I wish we can relive this moment because it's definitely one of the best games of any tournament in PUBG Mobile I've casted before. The tightest race there is, and not just that, what a dramatic ending by the end of the day itself. Looking back where FaZe used to be in during the league, almost got themselves relegated. The same scenario happened again for Alter Ego. They're at 13th spot. That was FaZe was before we're starting off the league here, 13th spot. Both teams that touched themselves at 13th place happen to be in the first and second. And 13 is a sort of a lucky number for the team and managed to have a brush on it because both happen to be on the first and second.
Oh, I guess the upcoming seasons, everyone's got to look for that 13th spot then. Now, I believe that it is time for us to unveil to you the teams that will qualify to PMGC. Let's head back to our host to find out.
Tasha, nampak gayanya you dah ada dah list nama tim kita?
That's right. So for now, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are, please be excited! And now, I would like to announce the teams that have qualified to PMGC, starting off with the PMGC country qualification points. From Indonesia, PERSIJA EVOS!
PERSIJA EVOS! Tahniah diucapkan.
From Thailand, everyone give a round of applause for Vampire Esports!
Vampire Esports! Congratulations!
From Malaysia,
Team Malaysia.
the team that will be going to PMGC is Yoodo Alliance!
Yoodo Alliance! Tahniah diucapkan kepada tim Yoodo.
From Vietnam, the team that will be representing you at PMGC is Xavier.
Xavier. Tahniah kepada Xavier. Congratulations.
And last but not least, the team to represent the Sea Wildcard region. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for GEEK!
Tahniah kepada GEEK.
But we are not done yet. To PMGC through the PMSL qualification slots. First team to go from Indonesia, Alter Ego Aries.
Tahniah kepada Alter Ego. Tahniah diucapkan kepada mereka.
From Thailand, XERXIA.
Tahniah diucapkan juga kepada XERXIA.
From Indonesia, everyone give a round of applause for MRPX.
Tahniah diucapkan kepada MRPX kerana berkelayakan ke PMGC.
Next up, from Thailand once again, ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause for FaZe Clan.
Tahniah diucapkan kepada FaZe Clan.
From Indonesia, ladies and gentlemen, BTR.
Tahniah juga diucapkan kepada BTR kerana berkelayakan untuk memasuki PMGC.
And last but not least, our final team hails from Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, berikan tepukan gemuruh kepada Sam9.
Tahniah diucapkan kepada Sam9. Itulah dia tim-tim yang telah berjaya untuk memasuki PMGC.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Your teams, your representatives that will be representing you to PMGC very, very soon. Give a round of applause for all these teams.
Berikan tepukan yang gemuruh untuk tim-tim yang berkelayakan ke PMGC. Jadi di sini kita nak ucapkan jutaan terima kasih kepada anda semua yang sudi bersama dengan kami selama 3 hari. Ya, lagi-lagi anda duduk sehingga hari pertama sehinggalah hari terakhir. Dan kepada anda yang menonton melalui laman sosial di Facebook, di YouTube dan juga di TikTok, terima kasih kami ucapkan. Nama saya Muaz.
And I am Tash Buddy. It's been a pleasure hosting and entertaining you all for the last 3 days. Do follow PUBG Mobile on all their social media for the latest updates. And do share your happiness with your players in the comments. Good night, everyone.
Selamat malam semua. Kita jumpa lain kali. Assalamualaikum.
Congratulations to all of the teams that will be qualified for the PUBG Mobile Global Championship rounds, and we wish them all the best in representing Southeast Asia in the biggest tournament in PUBG Mobile Esports. And with all of that, I believe it has all gone down to a close choo-choo. So, of course, it's down to our final words before we actually wrap up the night.
Now, I want to shout it out first for our viewers because they have been loyal and so nice to us, very supportive. You guys definitely, those watching on YouTube, Facebook, and everywhere else in the world right now, if there's any in the world. But yeah, I know you guys are all over the place. But thank you so much. It has been a journey, and not just that, you guys have been supporting us since day one, and you shout out and you give so much input to us as well. Not forgetting our production crew. I mean, Adik, you has been an amazing producer for us. Definitely, it's been an honor to actually share the desk with you for our greatest day of PUBG Mobile history ever when it comes to the very tight race down there. And also don't forget Cloud, I know you're receiving an award, and definitely thanks to you as well. And I don't know, there's so many names to shout out, but you guys know who you are. I really mean it. You guys are awesome.
That's right. And from my end, I definitely want to thank all of you guys out there watching. And you guys been staying put from the league stages, even up to the very final moment. Hats off to all of you guys. Production crew as well. You guys have been amazing. Thanks to the people behind Tencent Games. And also, of course, our dear friend Sir Cloud, which we hope to see him join us once again. And it's always been a pleasure casting alongside with you, Choo Choo, and I can't have it any other way. So I believe that's all that we do have for the entirety of the night. Once again, thank you all, and we shall see you in the next PUBG Mobile Esports tournament. So till then, have a good night.